Hi, everyone. How are you doing today? I think we're live. Sorry, I've been having some StreamYard technical difficulties here. I don't know what's wrong with it. That was weird. It usually gives it like more of a live indicator, but um, Dylan's working through some technical stuff in the background here. Yeah. So let's let's keep on going here. Hopefully, we'll get that sorted out in the next little bit. But yeah, I'm very excited today to talk about the Marko framework. And for those of you who aren't familiar, I did used to work at eBay on the Marko framework for a few years. It's an, I would say, server first framework in JavaScript, which is common now, but not very common at the time that Marko was created back in, say, 2013 ish time period. Uh, and I think the real still loading. I think the real interesting sorry, I'm communicating to Dylan off screen here. I think the real interesting part about it is that when you have something like JavaScript that can only run in the browser, there's only so many. Yes, it's working. Yes, looks like it's working. When you only have so many optimizations you can use. It's just the consequence of the client server model, right? At some point, it starts on the server. There's nothing really you can do about that. And I know it's a point of contention because there's all those like HTMX people and like people who are like, I will never put JavaScript on my server. But you basically have two options. You either don't put JavaScript on your server and handle everything on the server, basically. Uh, and if you have a little bit of JavaScript, interaction pieces, I guess there's three options. We'll get to the third one. You write those manually, kind of as a layer on top, right? Like add jQuery to your server rendered page, or add a little vanilla JS to kind of give it color, which works for a lot of simple things. Another option people talk about is like, what if I put my server language on the client, right? Use like WASM or something, then I can write something in not JavaScript and kind of keep the language the same. But like, I guess there's a third option or fourth option. Sorry, I guess there's more options than I started with. Then there's, if you have a persistent server, I should just mention this, then it is possible that you can keep a steady flow of open information with your server and constantly communicate in real time, something like live view. That's another option. But if you want to scale up the amount of interactivity on these three options, you'll start to see some issues, right? jQuery only goes so far. The there ultimately, this has been my premise for a while. The best way to remove the reduced amount of JavaScript on the client is put it on the server, which is a very, very, very awkward paradox because most people don't want to, as I said, these people don't want to put JavaScript on the server. And I think that the Marko framework will basically proves or shows that you can keep modern declarative patterns while at the same time reducing the JavaScript in a way that's basically unheard of, impossible with your non-JavaScript on the server, right? You can't do that. You're not going to do this in Rails. You're not going to do this with HTMX. I mean, you can combine HTMX with these technologies, but like this is something that's basically unprecedented. So I'm very excited to have Dylan Piercey join us today, so that we can actually talk about, kind of get into this, right? So let's welcome Dylan to our stream. Hopefully it all works. We didn't get the test stuff beforehand.
Yeah. Is the audio coming through okay?
It's a little bit crispy. I don't know how else to explain it. It's
Crispy.
it's a little hot or a little distorted.
Here, I can switch to a different mic. Give me 2 seconds. Is this any better?
Yeah.
Maybe not.
Yeah, that's good. That's good. Yeah. You
All right.
you could compile yes, okay, fair. You can also compile to JavaScript. That is another
Yeah.
option. Sorry, you're right, in the spectrum, right? You don't have to run the other language. That, and a lot of large companies did that. Google with Wiz compiled their Java to JavaScript, so the server side could stay in Java, and then they used Wiz, their resumable framework, in the client. The challenge there was, even with that, they still had basically two models. Wiz is changing now. It uses JSX. It's way nicer, but you have this kind of awkward duality here a bit. But yes, you're right. Theoretically, that is another solution to it. But like you start seeing the problems. You either need to have something produce JavaScript on the server, or write JavaScript on the server. It's kind of...
Yeah. One problem with starting with anything else is that, like, obviously at the end of the day, you're going to be using web APIs when you're building stuff in the browser. So if you have to go through this layer that's going to be translated to web APIs, like maybe you don't have the right types or access to the, things that you need, or the compiler gets in your way or whatever. So JavaScript is just a lot easier to target something that's efficient in the browser than other languages. Plus, if you're going through WASM and stuff, like, you've got like overhead of bringing in a whole bunch of extra runtime, potentially garbage collection stuff. But there is a lot of cool work going on there for sure, like on Kotlin and stuff like that with WASM GC, really cool stuff that's coming up. But like, going to Marko for a second, obviously Marko came out of eBay. And the reason it came out of eBay is because eBay was one of these apps that was Java on the server and a sprinkling of JavaScript with jQuery in the browser, which obviously is just a terrible developer experience, because now you've got like two different rendering paradigms, and you've got like, if you want to render something in the client, it's totally different than rendering on the server. So Marko obviously was developed in like 2012. I'm sure many people on your stream are already aware of its history, but like, the reason it was developed is because we want to push more rendering to the client without bringing everything to the client. And so at that time, like in 2012, all of these cool front-end libraries that were client focused were focused only on the client, right? Like, they wanted to send the whole application to the browser. They didn't even have like good server rendering support or streaming. But eBay kind of had these as like prerequisite requirements because it was coming from an existing stack and we couldn't degrade performance. And so Marko was the very first isomorphic framework to support streaming, the very first isomorphic framework to support islands, and a lot of other interesting things that shake out of that. So we've had a lot of time to think about what it means to keep stuff only on the server and to send as little as possible to the browser. And for a long time, islands has served us well, and island frameworks have become somewhat more popular. Obviously, we have like Astro now, and we have Fresh, and other tools looking at islands style architectures. But the ultimate problem is, the goal isn't to say this is a huge chunk, like this is where we're going to cut it off, of JavaScript that gets sent to the browser. Really, what we want to say is, this little class, this little element, this like thing over here that's derived from some state or event handler, that is what needs to be sent to the browser. That is the ultimate goal. And so the problem with islands is, they're a great tool to just like hack off, part of your app and try and keep as much as you can on the server. But it's very like manual, and you have to think about where the islands are. But we wanted to go beyond that. And so Marko has always been like kind of a language as well, so that we can know when there's state. Like, you never have to say where an island is in Marko. But at the end of the day, Marko 5 and before that it's all an island. So as soon as you introduce some states, like that thing becomes an island. So Marko
Yeah.
6,
I mean, you didn't have to manually say use client anywhere,
yeah,
but you like it was very. I mean, this is good. You want it to be obvious to a certain degree, I guess. Like when people are not familiar with the technology, but it was very clear. Like this component is a client component because it has state. If you basically for people who use other frameworks like React or whatnot, it's basically like it would look at it and go, oh, you have a use state call. You are now a client component.
yeah.
Um,
So the opt-in was based off of state. And so you never really had to think about whether a component was a client or server component. Like you never had to label them or anything like that. It's just if it didn't happen to use state, it could be a client component or it could be a server component depending on how it was used. And so Marko is also kind of the only islands framework where you don't really have to label where the island or where the islands are. It just figures it out based off of the component tree. And you don't have to author anything really differently for your server components versus your client components and stuff like that.
And to clarify, Dylan, we're not talking about the cool thing we're going to be talking about today. That's Marko 10 years ago.
Yeah, yeah, and it's served us really well for 10 years. And yeah, we've been working on the next great thing, which is really trying to solve the main issue of islands as we see it. So if you've ever worked in an islands framework, you've probably run into a situation where you need some state higher up in the tree and you end up creating an island that is a little bit more like a continent and is like half of your app. And so in Marko, like, you know, a very common thing people would do is I want some top level state that like toggles this like header thing. And I'm just going to put a class up here. So now like everything's sent to the browser, and that's fine. You know, depending on how small your app is and what your performance goals are and all that stuff, but it's not ideal. Obviously the point of Marko is to say like keep code on the server.
Can we draw this for a minute? Sorry, I
Yeah.
actually want to just I'm going to present my screen for 2 seconds because I want people. There's like a but then you can kind of. I think we might be able to show this visually. Let me share my screen, entire screen. That one. Okay. Yeah. The reason I want to draw this for 2 seconds is I'm trying to think of like how to best visualize this, but I think it's important to understand like a lot of people don't realize this exactly. Yeah, do you know why it's always hard to draw it with as a tree diagram is because projecting children because you understand where I'm what I want to say I think in a minute here because like I can show it with code. Let me just delete this for a second, just kind of do this. But if you've ever seen like a you know, let's pretend we have, you know, something like hi, you know, on the server, right? Like starting your app on the server. And then you might have some, you know, server component, right? And then I just want to go throw in here. And then you have your island or client component, whatever you want to call it, right? Now, the problem over time is that you can easily see that even if you have lots of server components, like other server component, you know, the problem is that like if these start sharing the same state, they start getting entangled within each other. Like so, like if you've got some like not even state. If state starts here, right? You have some state inside your island. You have an island over here, and I'm using React style syntax here just for fun. But let's you have const state whatever. I don't care what
I think
it
a
is.
thing to point out while you're showing this is who wants to manage or think about this stuff. This is like a necessary evil in some frameworks, including Marko 5, where you're having to think about this so that you can keep the stuff on the server. But this is just something that ideally the computer would just figure out for you. Like I don't really want to care about what parts of my component are on the server, what parts are in the browser, and how things like flow through the application. I just want to describe what the interactivity looks like, right?
Yeah. So yeah, exactly. Because like concrete example now is like somewhere else. Like let's say you've got a button to buy a product, and then you have the cart somewhere else. You're like, oh crap, I need to hoist this state up. This happens all the time in any component framework. And to be fair, you can do that, But what's tricky, obviously, is now you have distinct islands that need to share state. And again, you can put them in a client component that has server components in them that pass like props through, but there's this like very awkwardness that eventually it just gets simpler to just meld it into a single thing. Because one of the cool things about islands is it is possible to pass like to do this. And I don't know if I'm doing the best job of showing this exactly, but you can also do this. If you've used RSCs, you know what I'm saying as well. You can pass inert children through as props essentially, and have like the initial server render all of these, and then the client kind of manage the display of these components. Right. This is all true, but the challenge here is that as this scales up, it's very hard. It actually starts becoming harder to refactor and harder to deal with these state chains. I'm not doing a great job, I have to admit, of displaying this.
So I mean, at the end of the day, it's all just like you can make an efficient client bundled application using islands. You can cut things up, you can share state, you can use events to communicate between islands, and there's all this stuff. But there's things that you have to think about that you wouldn't have to think about in a normal like SPA like framework, right? You just pass data down and it just kind of works. So that's like the major developer experience hit, I feel like, that you get with islands-based frameworks. And these things work great. And they're a really great tool to take pretty much any framework and send less JavaScript. But it is still a DX loss, and it is easy to get wrong. And that's why we've been spending so much time making it so that you don't have to think about this whole like thinking about what's on the server and what's on the client and how you're going to wrap components and keep state and transclusion and like all that stuff. Like you just don't have to worry about that. That is our goal. That is what we've been working on. One of the things.
Right. It's like memoizing React app versus fine grained rendering, so you don't have to do. Yeah. Because the thing here is the granularity, right? We saw this on stream a while ago, right? Where React was able to do some smart stuff with siblings, but wasn't able to do smart stuff with children. Because if you block async in the parent, it can't go and render the child. But if you say that, hey, the whole component isn't the unit of blocking, then children actually can become siblings. So like basically it's possible that if you attack this in a granularity that's smaller than a component, you basically get to unblock or basically have less must be on the client code, because you don't have to take the whole thing wholesale. Simply by breaking it smaller than components, you've actually flattened it. You've made more siblings where you can actually remove more of the code, so to speak. Someone's mentioning also sorry, it's not no, not that one. Quicksol's similar, they don't have items. Yes. We haven't talked to
I kind of want to compare against other frameworks, but like I don't know if that's a before or after, because like obviously you have to know these frameworks and like
exactly. Yes, Quick. It is worth pointing out that Quick solves this. Well, it's solving a similar problem and has a somewhat similar solution, but I think you're going to very quickly notice the difference as we get into this. So keep that in mind for people familiar with Quick. We talked about islands. Islands obviously have a very explicit splitting point, and it's generally component based. It's basically a block that's like defined in user defined space. Quick also has a block in user defined space. It's just a smaller block. It's subcomponent level. It's where those dollar signs are. Marko, I believe, continues the tradition it did where it used to automatically figure out where the islands were. Marko 6 automatically figures out where the dollar signs should be, essentially, if you want a comparison to...
Yeah, I think that's a good way to think about it. And the other thing is, because the goal, like, to break down the islands, we're really trying to track the interactivity. And to track the interactivity, you kind of need a graph to represent the interactivity. And so Marko 6 is also like semi-fine grained reactive as well. And so, if you have some state, like only the things that are derived from that state are actually going to get updated once an update happens. But that also means that we can tree shake everything else that isn't derived from that state.
Yeah. I mean, this is an interesting challenge, because and we'll get to this eventually, but serialization is actually the hidden final boss on all of this stuff. So yeah,
Yeah. There's a
maybe,
whole bunch of pieces to make this happen. And like, obviously, we're going to talk about a lot of the technical details of it, but the entire point of Marko 6 is to make it so that you don't have to think about these optimizations happening. You just end up with a performant, like crazy small app, right? That's the goal. And then on top of that, like since we're a language, we're able to deliver a little bit better DX in a lot of cases than other frameworks could, especially like Solid or something. I know you'd like to take advantage of some of these things, but yeah, there's pros and cons to that as well, which I'm sure we'll talk about. But anyway, so we're ultimately trying to deliver the best DX. Like that is one goal, and then the performance just shakes out of that. That is the ultimate philosophy of Marko.
yeah, it's funny how like frameworks kind of fit on a spectrum. And for me personally, I know this isn't accurate, but it's like like quick is to Marko as solid as to Svelte sometimes. So like there's this like bit of a triangle. There's like on one there's like React solid quick, and then there's like there's nothing equivalent to React. Views felt Marko, if that makes any sense. But maybe that's too oversimplifying things a little bit. But
Yeah. So I mean, obviously, there's like a certain amount of can we get away with existing technology and language and JSX and maybe a little bit of compilation here and there, and like where do you make the break? And Marko made the break a long time ago, like before JSX was even popular. So like we already had like, a bit of a leg up on that front in terms of we have a language, let's use it.
Yeah, because Marko, again, one of the first frameworks was single file component structure. I mean, I actually, did you guys have single file components back in like Marko 3? Yes, but before that, maybe?
Yeah, there in Marko 3, there's single file components, like in that you can do a lot in the components, but the actual like client state logic and event handlers you typically defined in a separate file. But
yeah, okay. So Marko 4 is a big push. So 2016. So yeah, around the same time as Vue and Riot, and that kind of push to around. Okay, cool. Yeah. Thanks for the history refresh here.
All
right.
Yeah, Marko 3 is like a whole other beast that is like in some ways the first resumable framework, but like in other ways not so much. So whole other thing I probably won't get into. But
question, just so before we get into more technical details, what is the status of Marko 6 for those who are interested?
Yeah, so basically you can npm Marko at 6 right now. It is not tagged as the latest branch. We're still considering it a beta, but basically all of the APIs are considered final. So we're not really planning to make any breaking changes to any of the APIs, and most of the features, like pretty much all of the features that we want to ship for the like release candidate are there. We are just getting teams at eBay to start using Marko 6 more, and really try and like iron out the bugs and hammer a few more optimizations out. Because this is like a compiler. There's so much opportunity for optimizing the finest little details. And so we're trying to pick our battles with those, and we'll continue to optimize things that aren't even necessarily related to resumability or like fine-grained tree shaking or anything like that, just like general optimizations across templates. Because one of the things with Marko 6 is it's really, I feel like, the first cross-component, cross-file component optimization framework. So like if you take a look at something like Svelte or even Solid, you're looking at an individual file, and you can make super cool optimizations in an individual file. You were saying before, like with child nodes and stuff like that. But with Marko 6, we actually look at the whole tree. So we can know like, oh, yeah, there's like a text node here, and this child, it doesn't render a text node. That means we can do a little bit, more of an optimization there in terms of how we track components. And there's like a whole bunch of stuff there.
In a previous stream a couple of weeks ago, I was saying the growing need. I was talking about server functions there, but I was talking about the growing need of frameworks being bundler aware. And for me, that's sort of, I know it, like you guys do it actually at a compiler level, but like in a sense, bundler awareness is sort of what I mean by like bundler awareness, like complete graph awareness. This goes beyond that, honestly, because like I'm trying to think. Another framework that did try to do some cross-file analysis stuff was Angular's Ivy. But my understanding, talking to Misco, is that I don't know how far that went. I think he was like that was a mistake for us, and I think they might have rolled it back a little bit.
Yeah, we've been working on this for a long time. It's in a very solid state. I think one of the questions that was put up is like, does this limit the scale of the app, or like, is there a compilation performance negative to this? And basically the answer is no, because the way that we've set up the compiler is there's already like multiple stages to the compiler, but there's essentially this analyze stage, which is a really lightweight, like, let's go find relevant information about the component that the parent might want to know. And that analyze stage is actually cached. So like everything up to that point, including the parsing and all that stuff, is cached between the client and server build, and cached across, like if you're doing a reload or like changing a file or whatever, like there's a bunch of caching, but it's also just like kind of fast anyways. Like it's not like we're saying every time we're compiling a component, we're going to rescan the whole tree or something like that, right? Like it's still scanning the whole tree once, even in a bundler.
Right. So you only travel each node once in the same sort of way. Yeah.
Yeah.
So it still scales linearly with the side of your project, not exponentially. Yeah.
Yeah, and it actually like shares some of the work that would have had to been done between the server and the client build. So like if you're doing a server and client build, no matter what, most setups, I'm obviously solid. You're going to compile your template for the server, and then you're going to totally separately compile it for the browser. We actually have a caching layer between that because we know you're going to compile it potentially for both, right? And so in some ways, like it might end up compiling faster, might end up being a wash, but I don't think it's something that is really a problem in practice.
Nice. The compiler, though, I mean, people are going to point at this. It's still written in Babel.
Yes.
Yeah. Babel
Yeah,
is super powerful. People don't realize it all the time. One of my favorite features of Babel is evaluate, which is something I learned from you guys, I believe.
Yeah, we have our own evaluate.
Oh, now you have your
own. We don't use that anymore.
Yeah.
But yeah, no, it is super cool what you can do, obviously.
Evaluate, for those who don't know, is it's kind of like a bit what prepack was doing. It's where you take expressions within the compiled code and then like determine if they're evaluatable, like if you can actually like figure them out, and then basically run them at compile time and use that information to kind of decide how you're going to compile the output of the code. So you can like look at that expression and go, oh, okay, yeah, I can actually solve this. This is actually solved to a static value, which means, and it won't change. So actually I can just inline it, like, for example, and then like shake out all the rest of that code. We use it for stuff for constants. We use it for determining like inline expressions, like things like sometimes when people put static values in classes or like classless stuff, like but there's a ton of other optimizations you can do with that. And it sounds like it was important enough for Marko that you guys actually came up with your own evaluate function. That's pretty cool.
Yeah, a few more cases to handle. It's not like a crazy different implementation than like Babel itself.
Of course, yeah. Of course, there's a build step. This is one of those things when people tell me to talk about like no build, I laugh at them in that sense. I'm sorry, you guys are just not accomplishing this. Like this is not happening, and you're not matching this in your wildest dreams. Obviously, just keep on. You'll see as we go.
Yeah. Does it make sense for me to like show a little bit of Marko now, or should we address?
I think the next step would be to actually do, not before technical, just show what it's like to author in Marko. Like, what is Marko 6?
All right.
Ryan laughs at remix noted. I mean, it depends on your ambition here, and I think it's okay for people to scale back ambition. I think there's like a mismatch on ambition and need, right? And I think that like there are some places where simple is going to just be better, right? Obviously, simple is better when you can be simpler, and I think there's a whole slew of room where we can like change boundaries to make things simpler, so people don't need to go as far into a certain realm. But at a certain point, complicated problems are complicated no matter what you do about it. You can rethink the problem space, you can come up with different solutions, you can do it, but you're just pushing the pile around until you find the right place. And that's a lot of the work we do with frameworks, because we start going, okay, now that we actually understand the problem better, we understand where the complexity scales and all this, then we shift it around and do that. The end result hopefully is something that is easy for you to use, but we can't always eliminate the complexity.
Yeah, like I mean, if you're thinking no build, like obviously there's a lot that goes into even spinning up your browser. There's so many layers of abstraction, and the complexity is really only a problem when the abstraction leaks or breaks. So, if you can get good abstractions, good tooling that kind of gets out of your way and you don't even notice it's there, it can deliver a better experience than no tooling. Like that's kind of just obvious. That's why we use like TypeScript and stuff like that to give us better IntelliSense to our code, even though like it's another layer on top of JavaScript, right? And a whole bunch of other things are kind of like that. And minification. I mean, obviously there's like really simple low-hanging fruit optimizations that you can do that basically have no impact to the developer experience. Anyways.
Oh yeah, Vue is still kind of no build. I mean, that's like saying solid with HTML. Like our H is no build. Like you can do when you have runtime reactivity stuff is no build. But like on the other hand, like you almost always go for it for some small ergonomic piece. Like people generally use SFCs with Vue. People use JSX with Solid. You could use tag template literals in these frameworks and kind of get away with it. But what we're going to show you today, like, don't get me wrong, that works. If you want, like, if you want to do something, if you want to make a framework that's like Solid plus tag template literals or something like that, or Vue or whatever like that, you can do that and it'll be decent. What we're going to show you today, I doubt very highly you're going to be able to do this without some kind of compilation or build status. It's basically, to write it yourself would require such a shift. I've seen some people try it. I don't know if you ever saw Dominic Ganaway. One of his early versions of one of his like framework ideas was he tried to make a resumable framework by basically forcing all state to come in through like function closures. Like he basically came up with a development experience where all state, like you didn't put state in components, you declared them as atoms, almost like Jotai. But then when you use them, everything was kind of like you said, this component uses this state, and then every like component and nested component, every context basically injected its own state through like function closures, like through the arguments coming in through the functions. And technically speaking, I mean, he still used a compiler on that JSX. So technically speaking, I could picture someone making a resumable framework work if you like doctor the stuff to that point. However, this is even better than that presumability when we start talking about the ability to tree shake or shave code. I'm sorry, I know I'm hyping this up so much, so I'm hoping that it delivers. But yeah, we'll get there. Let's just start with looking at Marko 6. Let's see if you can share your screen, Dylan.
All right, let's see. Window. Okay, here we go. There we go.
Yeah, I just loving all this. Like, yes, most JavaScript frameworks could be done to a certain degree with no build tools. Let me see what's going on, Dylan. Oh, did you freeze? What the hell? Before presenting the screen, remove other media. Okay. What's going on? Dylan, are you still there? Chat, are you still there? So, someone in chat respond and say that they can hear me, because I feel like I'm in space. Okay. So it's just Dylan who's completely frozen. Lovely. Lovely, lovely. All right. Dylan is back. Dylan crashed. He got compiled away. It's so I'll remove him from the screen so that he's not just frozen there. Honestly, what we're about to reveal is just so groundbreaking. The internet's trying to stop us. See if Dylan's response to me in another chat. Yeah, you crashed, frozen. Try reconnect. What's going on? Yeah, sorry, he's still trying to connect, but I've still got loading spinners. Still loading spinners. What happens is eBay has like this crazy VPN firewall thing on their work computers, which is like which is actually pretty brutal. Used to be a real issue we had with when we were trying to do like outside meetings and streams and stuff. So I think he's just getting caught up with it. So how did he get in last time? No, still loading. Still loading. God, why are they doing it? Oh man, I've never had StreamYard act up on me like this before. This is kind of brutal. How is Marko used it in eBay for basically everything, like the whole website, the whole like landing page experience. When you go to the eBay homepage, you can see Marko in action. Like there are widgets and stuff in React and like little like add-ons and stuff, but the whole base page rendering experience is done in Marko. Like a lot of teams, there are like huge amount of teams and like different services in eBay where stuff get entwined, but all the core services like search, homepage, the header and stuff, they're all written in Marko. Your VPN blocked, so I couldn't work. It's weird. Oh man, why is this being so annoying? Yeah, I mean, the funniest thing is there was teams at eBay that use it, especially like in Europe, that use React, and they started remaking components in React, like basically copying the Marko core components in React. So they were like trying to migrate. The thing is, it makes there was tension, especially because there's new management that came in that was like basically people like kind of pushed to React. It just makes no sense for a company like eBay to use React. Like it just like for the core experience, they literally can't. They could like you can do ads and you can slow down parts of the page, but like it basically makes like if they just tried to replace the landing page with React, like eBay has speed teams that literally like check for regressions. It's not happening. The way you can get away with it is introduce new pages that have no history. Okay, I see Dylan's screen. I just don't see Dylan. Interesting. Yeah, Dylan himself is still loading. Dylan's screen is here. No, it was here. I can see it in the preview. Something's very weird. That is so weird. This is actually really annoying that StreamYard is. I've never had StreamYard be this big of an issue. Huh. Let's show comments on stage. Is this like a new StreamYard feature? Huh. Oh, I see. Sorry, I'm checking new StreamYard features. The funny thing is I can see it on the stage, but oh yeah, it is coming through. Interesting. Chat on screen. Huh. Is this worth doing? Oh, yeah. It's because it doesn't work otherwise. Man, this is so annoying. No, I still can't see you, Dylan. Let me try something. Okay, guys, I'm gonna refresh my page. I'm gonna be gone for about 20 seconds. Just last bit of debugging. Okay, see you in this 20. No. 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 Dylan is still all spinners. Oh man, this is StreamYard's like, how dare you talk about Marko? This is actually quite annoying. Reject streaming SaaS. Use Google Meet with screen share. Yeah. The only thing is I'm streaming on StreamYard, so then I could share my own screen with. Oh, that's interesting. Maybe I could do that. You guys definitely aren't seeing Dylan, right? Like right now, you see me and you see a spinner, right? Oh man, this is annoying. I wonder if I'm supposed to just kill the stream and start it over again. Dylan apparently can see everything, hear me, and everything on his side. He doesn't see the problem. This is definitely a StreamYard glitch. Problem is, if I kill the stream, then I'm going to kill the crowd. Like you guys will all get booted. Basically, I can't end the stream and start it again. Yeah, this is just dumb. I don't get it. I mean, yeah, I just keep on leaving and coming back to the studio, but it's the same thing. Like, I'm going to leave. Yeah, it just doesn't. Okay, let's try plan B, Dylan. Okay, give me 2 seconds. Let me see what I can do. I'm going to see. A second. I'm going to see if I can. I'm going to see if I can. I guess the fun part here is, let's see if I can get Dylan through like a Google meeting. Let's invite him. See if this works. What if I? Oh, weird. Why is it? Why can I see Dylan now? Yeah, now you're here. What the hell?
What's going on? You know what's funny? My trackpad also just died.
I mean,
anyways,
try sharing your screen. let's do
Okay.
this. I was just about to make a Google Meeting call.
Yeah, I'm guessing it's like something about the screen share,
Okay. Yeah, the screen share dies. Yeah. Okay, we've confirmed that. What happens if I present my screen? Okay, let's see if this is going to work. This is me. Let's see if I full screen this. Oh, but I'm not going to have audio. Okay, I know what I have to do. Sorry, I have to share it differently. All right, a second. Share a screen. Chrome tab. All right, let's see if I can do this. And then do it this way. And then make this, is there a way I can make this full screen? Because it's like not quite full screen. This might have to do though. You can hear me, right? But the question is, will you be able to hear Dylan? Oh, it's worth a shot. Freaking Discord downloads. Okay. Sorry, just give me a second. I'm getting Discord. See if I can send him the message. See if he'll join this chat with us. All right, let's see if this works. I wish there was a way that I could just make this the whole screen. I can't like hide the controls, and it's like taking up the bottom section of the screen, which is annoying. Hi, Dylan.
hello.
Let's see if people can hear us. Hopefully this works.
This is crazy. Man, I should have used a non-corporate laptop probably. I'm guessing the like screen share is just too much for whatever they have on here.
All right.
Should I try and do the screen share? Like put it up?
Yeah, let's try and put it in here at least. All right. It seems to be working. We'll have to make do with this. I'm very disappointed with these controls showing up along the top and bottom of the call, but I mean, it is what it is.
I'm so sorry, everybody.
Please change Google Meet layout settings. How do you do that?
So can people see the screen and hear me at this point? I can't see the chat anymore. So
yeah, and I was trying to turn off the beta comments in the chat, and there we go, because they're blocking us. I don't know.
I tried so many things. Tried turning down the video quality, tried sharing every way, restarting. Sometimes.
There we go. Okay.
I haven't even got to the demo. I haven't even shown anything yet. And the software's messed up. Okay.
Yeah, so StreamYard is like lagging too. When I'm trying to like unclick comments, it's like, oh my God. like,
keeps telling me that I should try a wired internet connection, but I have a wired internet connection.
yeah, I literally can't remove this comment right now.
Nice.
Ryan, please change the Google Meet layout settings, which hopefully, yeah, at least we've got more of the screen sharing. Oh, I can also make it hide us too. Yeah, yeah. Let me see what I can do here. Spotlight. All right. Although technically I'm still here. All right, Dylan. Let's this is what we got.
Okay. Is it like, I don't even know what anyone can see, but I can go through stuff. I'm assuming you can see my screen well enough. Do I need to zoom in more? I don't know.
Yeah, give me 2 seconds. The freaking StreamYard's frozen on me. Like I can't actually unpin any comments, I don't think. Oh no, it's gone now finally. Okay. Yeah. Okay, let's just go. So
all right. So I forget where we left off, but here we are in the Marko 6 REPL. So we have the documentation for the Marko 6 site up here at next.markojs.com. I have it zoomed in like infinitely, so this looks kind of ridiculous, but we are going to be changing that to like the main Marko website here shortly. But we have this REPL. One thing to note about this REPL is it's different from a lot of the other like framework REPLs in that it actually does like a server render. So you can see there's like a little refresh button over here, and it's actually doing like a server build, a client build, and like everything that a real app would kind of do. Just keep that in mind. All right, so Marko, the syntax. Obviously, Marko, if you've looked at it, you see it's very HTML-y. The starting point for Marko templates is just HTML. So like pretty much any valid HTML is also valid Marko code. And so if I just have like div hello, whatever, and close it, we get, hello out. Now, the interesting thing is obviously we get 0 bundled JS or CSS, and we just have some server rendered HTML. I'm going to be bouncing a little bit between this section here, which actually shows like what the server compilation of this template is and what the client bundled compilation is just for this template. In this case, there's nothing sent to the browser at all. And so, we just have like 33 bytes of HTML or whatever that's sent over. All right, so this is the starting point. You have HTML, cool. Attributes in Marko are JavaScript expressions. There's a whole bunch of extra like syntax that we add to HTML. I guess I didn't really like talk about Marko's language philosophy at all. I'm not sure like to what extent we should expect people to know that, but just like at a really high level, the goal of Marko is to extend HTML in a way that lets you write like performant reactive front end and back end code. So a lot of people probably think extending HTML and they think like, okay, this is like Vue, or this is like Svelte, or this is like, something where you have something that's like HTML and then you add like some curly braces here, or you change the meaning of a string over here and whatever. Marko doesn't really do any of that. The Marko actually adds syntactic features to HTML to represent all these things, and we'll get to some of them, but we're not there yet. All right, so it's just HTML. How do you add interactivity to a Marko app? So in Marko 6, basically, you can add a script tag. And so like if I just go like script alert hi, I'm going to get this alert at the top of the page. This isn't crazy, but this is probably not doing what you expect. This script is actually closer to like an effect in most other programming languages. It's actually bundled. And this, if it were a reused component or rendered multiple times, the script would execute multiple times and that kind of thing. It's also reactive, but we'll get there in a second. So anyways, we have a script. Let's add, let's see what's in the bundle. So
it's very cool that you show the number of bytes of JavaScript and HTML in the bottom corner. I don't know if
right, yeah. So you can kind of see. And so here is the code, and this is like the simplest example. Here is what's bundled for the browser. You see there's like this little script that says we're registering a script with some ID, and then here's the code to run for this script. Now, there's a little bit more in the actual bundle. This is just what is bundled for this particular component, but there is some like runtime code as well that I'm not really going to get to, but like our little script is right here. And then there's some runtime code that does some like walking stuff and finds things and whatever. But it's not much, 791 bytes. Or wait, that was minified. So 528 bytes gzip. Doesn't really matter. So ultimately, we have this script. We have a little bit of client-side functionality. But the important thing is, like, you know, if we look at this code here, there's no mention of the div hello or whatever. All right, so let's continue adding functionality. So
what's cool about this is, I mean, I can see why this is fairly straightforward because it's just a script tag that says alert hi. But like, a lot of people are waiting for it to load the framework, so to speak. Because like, I remember when we first showed off Quick, we did a bunch of static stuff that was like this. Like, you know, same way like with Astro, there's no bundle size when you're just doing static HTML. So adding a script tag to some static HTML, it's understandable why you have 53 bytes of HTML. Like actually right here, there's no JavaScript at all because you use nothing.
Yeah, we have an empty script. It's just removed, whatever.
Right.
Yeah, there's no JavaScript or there's just HTML in this case until we add like script code. So like one of the ways that you can add client-side code is through this script thing, which like basically you could copy paste a script that you had in an inline script and put it here and it's like generally going to work the same, but really it's like a bundled thing that works with the frameworks and React. But again, we're going to get there in a second. So we have this this button and we want to like tie the alert logic to the button. So like obviously, you know, if this was just vanilla HTML, you'd do like a document query selector, and this is awful. Whoops, query selector, you know, button, and then on click equals function. And I've got just enough room with this zoom level. All right, so then alert hi. So, you know, now we found the button, click it, alert hi. Super boring. But so the cool thing is I said one of the ways that Marko sends JavaScript to the browser is these like scripts, but also in Marko, all attributes are JavaScript values. And one of the things that obviously we handle, every framework handles, is event handlers. So we can actually just take this function here, and I'm going to delete the script as well. Go ahead and throw it on this button. We'll dedent there. And we'll change this to a capital C. And this actually also just works. We just moved the function up here.
It cost you 200 bytes, but or less than 200 bytes.
There's an event delegation runtime, right? So it's a little bit 200 bytes. Yeah, there's a little bit of extra work that we're doing in this case to ensure that events are added efficiently rather than, you know, just doing a query selector and adding an event listener to a single thing. Because obviously adding an event listener to a random button in the page is not something that you can just copy paste and share across like templates. But this would be. So the interesting thing here is obviously like in Marko, after any attribute, it is just JavaScript. So like literally any JavaScript expression you could think to write, you can put as the value after the equals. So in this case, I've just put the function. We also, just like JavaScript objects, have shorthand methods. So like typically you would see something like this written, where it's just like onClick is a method that calls this. And if we go and look at the bundled for this case, we see we actually have a little bit more code and a little bit more runtime. But basically, this event handler is saying, I'm going to add a script for this component that adds an onClick to some element that Marko is going to find from the server.
Yeah.
And then it's going to alert hi. But this is what's bundled. Again, none of the, like the fact that a button was rendered, the fact that there's this div hello text, like none of that is ultimately rendered. Okay. Do you have any questions before I go to like actually adding interactivity? Because all we've done is an alert so far. Obviously, this like still continues to work.
I'm pretty good. I wonder how chat's doing on this. You guys are following so far. Like basically, I mean, in some ways, this is not miraculous so far because you're looking at it, you're like, okay, if I wrote some HTML on the server and put a click handler on it, yeah, I would.
Yeah.
You know, there's a slight difference. Instead of this click handler adding to the HTML size, if you looked at the HTML size, it didn't really go up all that much when he added the click
right. Yeah.
handler.
If you look at the HTML, we've got like basically this button and then a single marker that's like, hey, this is a button we're going to care about later. And then we've got some inline code here, which is a little longer than you'd maybe like, but it's not a ton. And basically this just like walks to find that comment. And then here is actually all the code that is for this, which is saying go find a script called A0 and call it.
Yeah.
So in the HTML, like, yeah, there is more than an inline event handler, but this is also like bundled and processed the way that you would expect. And you can share this logic across components and re-render this thing and whatever. But yeah, so we're not as efficient as just like injecting the script in the HTML. That would be really cool if we could pull off that level of efficiency, but we're not there. But we are like an order of magnitude like smaller than most frameworks.
Yeah. Because sorry, I can't highlight comments unless I like reset the stream one more time, and I don't know if I want to do that like for 20 seconds. Let me do it. Sorry, just Dylan, give me 2 seconds. I'm just going to come back in and out. Just yeah. Sorry, guys. I just wanted to get this working a little bit better. Chrome tab, the Chrome tab. Sorry. Yeah, sorry. There is some comments in here that I wanted to draw attention to. What it was saying on the surface, it feels like Svelte so far, but the difference. So Dylan, you're still here, right?
Yep.
Yeah. The difference is Svelte would send you the whole template in the JavaScript the same way Svelte would. Like if this was server rendered, you'd have the HTML, and you would have all of this in JavaScript code, and you'd have the portion of the framework. So at this point with Svelte or Solid, you'd be looking at about about a 5 kilobyte, maybe 6 kilobytes of JavaScript. And
the main thing to note here is a lot of templates have a lot more like actual template code in the markup than this, right? Like you probably have like SVGs and headers and like all this kind of stuff that never really re-renders. And Marko is going to get rid of all of that stuff. So it's just a different way to think about what JavaScript gets into the browser. It's not a per component thing. And we've only looked at two things now. Like, sure, Marko sends scripts and event handlers, but we're going to get to obviously the next parts.
Right. And like the other thing, it's kind of crazy that they only added was a tiny delegation in runtime already puts a 90% of the ecosystem. Yeah, I mean, to be fair, we're not doing anything ambitious here, but you have to understand that like if this was a React app, you would have already shipped 42 kilobytes gzipped at this point. If this is a React server component app, you would have already shipped 50 kilobytes of JavaScript gzipped. If this was a Next.js app, you would have already shipped 63 kilobytes of JavaScript gzipped. Or sorry, that's Remix. If this was Next, you'd be about 70 kilobytes of JavaScript. Just as a baseline. So like,
and I want to highlight that the runtime size isn't the most important thing here. The most important thing is we're not sending some of your code. Like the runtime size, maybe React comes up with this crazy way to shrink their bundle size in half or, in a 10th even. I mean, obviously it's not really possible with their API surface, but pretend they could, or someone creates a lighter weight version. Like look at Preact, obviously. Like that size, it's a one-time cost. And typically that one-time cost is going to be fine for an application. The real place where you want to save bytes is on the per component level, because your application, especially a big application, is going to have thousands of components importing hundreds of libraries, right? And so that's the stuff that you want to keep on the server. And so with most frameworks, especially SPA frameworks, you're bringing all that to the browser.
I'm trying to, I think I have to say it like 10 different ways for people to get it. Svelte 5 shifts are signal engine for basic reactivity. Yes, sure. Yeah, in the same way Solid does. And now like the everybody else the same. Marko is different. Even Quick at this point ships small like this, but when you go to the next step for Quick, it jumps to 17 kilobytes, which like Quick's actually larger than Solid and Svelte once you take the initial hit, because the framework size is larger at a base level. Right now, but Quick, Astro, and Marko are smart enough at this point to realize that you don't need reactivity, right? Yes. Exactly. The smart At this point, the smart thing does what he did originally in the script tag. But what's interesting is going from this point to the next point, you're not going to do that without a build.
Yeah.
Okay, let's continue.
Yeah, I'm mostly showing this as a way to say like, hey, look, this is like pretty close to how you would have written optimized HTML, and we're like kind of going for like, this is enhanced HTML. You have bundled like event handlers with delegation and everything a framework would have. But we still only send roughly the interactive pieces, just like HTML would if you were doing it that way.
Yeah. So yeah, you as we said, this cost you an extra 200 bytes for that event delegation. Yeah. Okay. So let's continue.
Yeah. So I mean, I'm gonna make the simplest example first, which is the counter. Yep. I thought we would maybe be a little bit further along here, but whatever. There's more. Okay. So obviously, the first thing we're gonna need to implement a button that increments a counter and displays that on the screen somewhere is a place to store our count. So in Marko 6 in the tags API, everything is tags. Tags can do a lot more than you're used to. Tags can also act a lot closer to hooks than in any other framework. And so we have a tag that can store JavaScript expressions, and you put it in a variable that you can share. So that one of those tags is called const. We have a const tag, and the const, you can pass a value. This is going to look really ugly before it gets better. But so we could say we have a const tag and we want to store value 0. Now, where does the variable come in? So a lot of like HTML first frameworks would do a weird thing, like say, I'm going to just take this like attribute, and that's just going to be like a variable that's available, or whatever. Marko has a syntax for tags to introduce variables. So the const tag can receive a variable, which is just whatever value you pass to it. And it comes through as just a JavaScript variable here. So it's a slash that denotes on the tag. Basically, after the slash denotes a JavaScript variable that is reactive. And then since this is like such a common pattern with this value passing to things that are like hooks, we have a shorthand for that, which we call the default or value attribute. So you can just drop the value part. So here we're saying const count equals 0. Now it's a little bit weird that it's called const. And actually, if I go here and, well, first we'll like interpolate it in. So we got like count here. So we have this like count, and obviously it doesn't do anything except that we still have
the size hasn't changed.
Yeah, so that's like one thing that you'll notice is this component is still just a script. Like that const, that variable, like that didn't change the bundle size. That's server only. It doesn't do anything. It never updates. So we have another tag that gives you a different variable that is actually mutable, and this one is called let. Well, I guess first, just to like highlight the point. If I go like count plus plus, it's gonna be like, this is a read only. Like const is a read only thing. Don't update that. But we do have a tag that gives you a mutable value as well, which is let. I've kind of jumped the gun and shown the thing there, but like obviously this is interactive now. We've got this let. When you update it, then it reflects like in the DOM. But let's go look at the bundled code for this. So it might be a little overwhelming, but I want to walk through sort of the basics of this. So we still don't actually see this like 0 expression or the fact that there's a button or this div or whatever. But what we do see is that we now have our script has a name. It's called count script. And we have this $count, which is a top level module scope thing that you can call whenever count changes. So this is not like called from the top level, but if we look at our event handler, we can see that it actually says, hey, update count in this scope, which then goes and calls this. It says count is a let with some ID that we can find. And then this receives like current scope, which it needs to look up elements and stuff, and the new value. And then what does count do? So when you change count, it calls this text function, which is literally just like setting the data of the text node at position 1 in this template to count with a little bit of caching, and then update the event handler. So call the script again, which you don't technically need to do, but in some cases you do need to do. So when you update the count, it actually does just go and update this individual text node, even though we don't have this like do text or whatever. There it knows how to get just this text node. So if we go and look at like the rendered HTML, we can see that there's actually like a comment here that says, hey, this is the text node that could update in the browser. And then we have a comment that basically says, hey, this is a button that could have an event handler. And then Marko hooks up everything else. So the bundle size got a bit larger and
Yeah,
a decent amount larger. So the reason it got a decent amount larger,
half a
we can go through
kilobyte.
the
Half a kilobyte.
half a kilobyte. Yeah, and honestly, it could be smaller, and then it should be smaller, but also the runtime size doesn't matter that much. The key is that it's only sending the code that's related to this count update. But anyway, so what you get with this, which could be better tree shaking, is we have like a scheduling system so that it makes sure that you're not basically when you do an update, it allows the browser some time to breathe before it applies other updates, and they're batched. And it also has like deduping of if you update the state multiple times and like that sort of thing. That's what cost us that like 500 kilobytes. We also got like a helper to, in a normalized way, set the text node content and like all that sort of stuff. But
I noticed in the other window when I was looking at it that it said that what was it? It said that there's a let function. What is that let function that we were looking at in the client code window?
Oh yeah. So I mean, we can go look at it in the bundle.js. Now this is going to be minified, so it's like kind of tricky. But well, I mean, this would be better to look at if the variables weren't.
It's fine. I didn't mean that. Can you go back to the client.js just for a second?
Client.js, yeah.
Yeah.
So basically, all this let function is okay. When you call this, check to see if count has actually changed, and then call this function. Like more or less, there's a little bit more to it than that because we have some other features that I'm not going to go into just yet. But more or less, it's okay. We call this thing, has count changed in this scope? Yes. Okay, call the function, do the stuff.
Right. And okay, so for people to understand, scope is just a pile of references. It's references that you keep for data values from the server and references for HTML element positions, right? So like scope 1 points to a text node that's in the HTML, like in this example. Scope 0 points to the button that you apply the click handler to. So when you basically, they match up to those identifiers that you saw rendered into the HTML, so that essentially, I know you just said this a minute ago, I just wanted to go a little bit more detail so I followed here. Essentially, when the page loads up and runs a script, it basically goes, okay, I'm going to have a script called this that when it...
So all we do when we're hydrating is running these scripts, right? That's all that runs when you hydrate. When you hydrate, the server just says, hey, run these scripts. And in this case, we have one script that attaches an event handler.
Yeah.
Right.
And then it prepares a let, which says, look, if this thing changes in the future, update the text node. Like basically this is kind of almost at this point, almost like compiled in the reactivity, where you're like, every time this variable changes, change the specific text node.
Yeah, there's no like subscriptions or like when you create this let function, it is a very simple wrapper. It's not saying like, oh, I'm going to go find all the places that use this count and like do weird things or anything like that. Like it's literally just, it is a function that has a little bit of wrapping code to say if the count is the same and a few other things, like we're going to call this other function. Like it is a very simple abstraction. If we didn't have these other features, we would probably just have it be that this thing was a function by itself, right? Because literally all you have to do is like, once count updates, update this text node, and then make sure the event handler is up to date as well.
I mean, this is pretty cool because already this is smaller than the smallest frameworks islands implementation, basically.
And so this is going to scare you a little bit, but this is the debug. So this is the untree shaken, like everything that this template would need to render from scratch, which is kind of interesting because you can see actually what has been removed.
Right.
So if this thing was rendered in the client, like we need all that code to render the template. This is kind of similar to Solid, where you have like the templates inline. We also have some code that encodes how to walk and visit things, and this is probably the most.
That's cool that you encode it. That's the first child next sibling. Like if you've ever seen a Solid,
it's actually it's got a bit more opcodes than that, so it can be more efficient walking through the DOM. But so it's like the base template if you were rendering this from scratch in the client, how to walk to the relevant nodes. And then we have the script and the let, like we saw. We also have this like setup function, which is saying we're going to initialize the count to 0. But like when you actually tree shake, all the stuff that's server side, like this setup, the default export, the template and the walks, like all that goes away, right?
Oh, that's interesting. Okay, does everyone in the chat follow what's going on here? Basically, if this component were to be imported into a place where it was like for sure had to be rendered on the client, like then it would import.
It automatically uses this efficient client rendering API.
It's interesting that the component actually has multiple exports. It has a default export that's literally like everything. So like when it's fully client side, and then depending, it also has separate exports. And in this case, where it's top level and it isn't imported anywhere, you know that it's only on the server. You can just drop off everything related to those exports.
Yep. Yeah, and there's like
So
more.
So it's actually tree shaking that actually gets rid of the code. You actually compile the code in such a way that natural tree shaking.
Yeah, that is the simplest way to think about it. There is a little bit more that we do besides the tree shaking to be like, well, this even with tree shaking probably shouldn't be sent to the browser, so we'll like keep it on the server anyways, because like some things are ambiguous, like an import and stuff like that. But for the most part, the way that you can think about this is that it is like tree shaking. So this setup function, it's never called anywhere except conceptually on the server, so get rid of it. The walks and template, not called, just get rid of it. Technically, if I don't like update this count function, we can see, oh, this is the debug. Okay. Yeah, if we don't update this count function, like count never gets updated. So the event handler never references it. So it gets tree shaken, right? Conceptually. So yeah, the simplest way to kind of look at it is what interactivity would still be in the browser if you start from the event handlers and client-side logic and work backwards, and we just organize your code such that that's possible with the fine-grained sort of updates and stuff like that.
Yeah, so far, this is very similar to Quick, for those who've seen Quick, except a couple things. First of all, Quick, I don't think its bundle can tree shake as efficiently. Like you have to take the initial, like, I think it's like 15 kilobytes hit, like once you get to the reactive system. But there are similarities here. The biggest thing is that I'm not seeing any like dollar signs. Maybe we'll talk about that later. I'm getting ahead of myself.
Right. I think that is actually an important thing to call out, which is that this slash, like people have complained about the slash, people are like, why? But this slash, these variables that are injected from tags, that is our dollar sign, right? Like we have a syntax to say this is a reactive variable that Marko knows and controls and can track through your application to tell what needs to be sent to the browser. So a lot of compiler-based tools, like even Svelte and now Ripple and stuff like that, are kind of just taking existing JavaScript syntax and saying, I'm going to give this meaning that this syntax doesn't normally have. Instead, Marko is like, well, how could we just expose syntax that would represent that behavior? But you just use it like a normal JavaScript variable wherever you want. And it's just the ones that come from the Marko tags, those are reactive.
Right. Because the thing that might not be obvious to people here is that's the same syntax for refs in Marko, like button slash something, right? That you can make a.
Yeah. So if I wanted to like, I don't know, let's do this like in a different way. Let's just make this like count 0. We'll get rid of this and we'll do things like sort of more imperatively. So let's go back just real quick to this way, which again, this is not how you would write Marko, but I'm just doing it to like show a point. So if we just like manually add this event handler here, and I wanted to get a reference to the button, obviously I could get it through there, but native tags also give you a tag variable, and that is the getter to that native tag. So like if I want to get a getter to this button, I can just say /button. And then here I could say like when you click the button, then we're going to set the inner text to hi or whatever, right? And then so, that's going to work kind of as you expect to change the button text whenever I click this. But it's kind of cool because you don't have to, like, we're not seeing TypeScript here in this playground, but you don't have to worry about like a different site where you say, okay, I'm going to have a ref to a button element. Instead, the button just says, hey, I can expose a getter as my tag variable, like every other tag in Marko. And it's very easy to expose your own tag variables as well. I could make another file, just like 2 seconds. I'm not going to actually like show how it works just yet, but basically Marko also has a return tag. So you could like return 1. And if I were to use that tag, like this value that it returned would be 1 if I were to, print that in a div or whatever. This is maybe going over the head of people, but like basically any tag can easily return basically reactive expressions that are going to update. In this case, it's a static thing, but yeah.
No, yeah, I mean, I'm hoping this makes sense. The key part here is I talk about it when I talk about templating languages and talking about what is it called, idempotency, because like refs are special. Like if you're using JSX, everyone likes about JSX about how like it's just JavaScript, like that aspect of it, but there are still a couple rules. There are like special attributes that aren't just like the JavaScript, that have special meaning for the thing. And those two in React are ref and key. Everything else in them, or just attribute passed through the generic, but ref and key are special. Obviously in Solid we don't have keys, so it's a little bit different. But we still have ref. What Marko has actually done is generalized ref. So like tag variables are part of this generalization of ref, which I think is super, super powerful, right? Because like this is one of my pet peeves or like annoyances with like view syntax, for example, because everyone's like, ng for and ng if and all this, where attributes start imbuing like different meaning and don't work like attributes because like they're a specific attribute that they're now magical. Marko, because you're forced to make everything generic like this, Marko, my understanding, you don't really have special attributes. You have special syntax to mean something. It's not like you yeah. the syntax defines the behavior, not the attribute name.
I think one of the most helpful things, I mean, this is a little tricky to see like zoomed in, but let's see, where is that reference language? Like at the top of our language reference, we actually have like a little helpful thing that shows all of Marko's syntax, which I could like go over, but it might look like a lot now. But like in a Marko template, you can just import using JavaScript imports. You can export using JavaScript imports, and there's a bit more to that. There's obviously like tag names that can come from wherever. And then what we were just looking at is these tag variables. So variables that are returned by the tag. There's also tag parameters, which are variables that the tag chooses to inject into its body. So think of it as like function parameters versus a variable that you define in the template. Tags can give you kind of both. And obviously you have attributes with a bunch of like nice syntax, like you can do spread, you can do the shorthand methods, the attributes of JavaScript values, and so on. You have content with placeholders and this whole attribute tags thing that I'm not going to go into right now. But there's actually not a ton of syntax here. But whenever we were like, basically there's nowhere in Marko where we're just saying, we're going to take something that was just HTML or JavaScript and reuse that.
Yeah, repurpose it is the term. Yeah, it's not like, okay, we already have attributes, let's make them this. It's so funny because a lot of times we do this because we don't want to extend the language, so we purpose things. This is like Svelte did a bit with I mean, I wouldn't actually say the dollar signs that much of it, but like there's, I think views attributes are bindings, or Angular's bindings are actually a prime example of this. It was always kind of sat weird. And even ref in React likes like saying like they don't repurpose stuff. Ref and key are repurposed. Marko is not. It is interesting that it has to, in order to do this, you basically had to emulate functions, like all parts of the function with the tag API to kind of merge them, like in that other tab, the straight brackets with the dot params. That's like
tags are glorified functions, right? They can return a variable, and they can also inject parameters to their callback, which is kind of like their body.
Render function, and then the attributes are the input things in. So basically, this is a syntax that transfer that basically functions. It's interesting though, because once you establish that these are the parts of the language, like there's 5 or 6 of them. It's more than what we have in HTML, which only has like tags and attributes, and I guess children like in between the tags. But once you get do that, you don't have to repurpose anything. Everything has very specific meaning.
Right. And So like a lot of the like $ stuff is to be like, okay, well, how can I know that this is a reactive thing? But in Marko, it's just if we trace it back to ultimately a variable from a tag or a parameter from a tag, we know that that's what we're going to follow, right?
Well, the other reason Quick has $, and because the ones on the variables aren't as annoying as the ones like on click $, or uh, like around effect functions. They use it to say like this is where the bundle will split. It's like micro version of use client. It's like, here we're going to warn you that this is a boundary, potential boundary, not necessarily boundary. So anything that passes over this boundary needs to be serialized. That's the biggest place where they have the $ functions.
Mm-hmm.
But your compiler that can read reactivity cross file removes the need for that for the most part.
Yeah, for the most part, basically, I mean, with Quick, you have the like $ and you have the templates, which could maybe need to serialize their data. But in Marko 6, all that needs to be serialized really are things that are referenced within effects, which are the scripts, and event handlers, right? And then there's like another case where if you have state and it intersects with something that was server only, then you also need to send that to the browser. So there's like a few cases, but basically if you have something that is stateful going down, there might be serialization. Or if you have an effect or event handler, obviously the things it closes over may get serialized, and we try and like avoid that where possible. But like those are the places where you're writing the client interactivity, right? So you almost like expect that you're going to get some amount of sharing from the server to the browser for that. So with islands, you're kind of stuck with, okay, I've got this island, so its input's going to get serialized. But like, should all of the input be serialized? Like, I really only need stuff to do this little event handler over here. And so like even in Marko, we have things to say like, well, okay, let's filter this so that if it doesn't re-render, then whatever. But like with this, you don't have to think about that at all, right? It's just whatever is referenced in effects and event handlers. We will try not to serialize that, but in some cases, yeah.
You know what else we should appreciate here for a second before we move on? The let isn't at the top of the file. The let is in the middle of the template. It's like under the title.
Yeah, that's actually, an interesting thing to call out. So you can have these like tag variables or the scripts, like they can appear sort of anywhere in the template. Like if I were to just like make another div here, it's actually scoped to the elements. So I could have, like one div there, I could have another one here. I have two independent counters with their own state, right?
Can you show the second counter only if the first counter is above 5?
Yeah, so like that, we actually have a tag for, which is the if tag. So the if tag, basically,
I love this. Sorry, just if tag. I think people can guess from the meaning of it. But the reason I love this for 2 seconds here before you go into the syntax of it is, in one way, this is a language feature. In the same way that Svelte has hashtag each, Marko compiles especially because it's like if is special. But on the other side, like the show tag in Solid, it's idempotency. You could make your own custom if tag and keep the exact same syntax and capability. Unlike you can't make your own custom hashtag each tag.
Right. Like you could have something like when visible, and then you could even do something like give this an element reference from that button up there, like L equals, that button if we still had that there. You could like pass that thing around, and now we have something that's like kind of like an if tag, but it's tied to completely different behavior. But we didn't have to like change the syntax that we're using in order to represent that.
Which is amazing to me because you both have a specific compile-based language that is good for compiler hooks, and it's idempotent, which makes it 100% composable. From language design, like I gush about this stuff because I hit these problems when working on frameworks. Marko's language is very elegant.
Yeah. So should we continue with the if?
Yeah, sorry.
So if normal tag, except that, well, not except, it accepts a value attribute.
Of course.
Right. Which again, we can do the shorthand for value attributes because it's so common. So in this case, what did you say? You wanted like count greater than 5?
Yeah.
So this is like the one awkward case where you have to wrap the value in parentheses for an expression, but this like highlights a point. So here, because obviously a right angle bracket would conflict with this, this is the one case where you can't write this JavaScript expression without parentheses, but there's always the parentheses fallback. Anyways, ambiguous reference, what did I do? Oh, we don't have count, right? Like count is inside this scope over here. So if I want, like I can hoist it up here.
Okay.
This one's going to have its own count. Then this one's going to have this count here. And then if can see it sort of here, and it's going to work the way we expect. So this one has its own isolated count. Although if I wanted them both to just share that same count, we click this one and then I can click either of them.
Yeah.
So it's easy to like share the references or create its own reference, if that makes sense.
Yeah. And the reason I wanted to show the nesting with the different references was that this is like dynamically creating the state, like as it goes. And the funny thing is, like, any fine-grained reactive framework can do this sort of gymnastics, but their templating language doesn't support it, because like most templates are either expressions like JSX or they're like HTML. It's not common to be able, like, even though getting away from the VDOM and like those kind of technologies has allowed us to inject state at any level and have it conditional. We're actually constrained by the templating. But again, Marko's templating makes this block really easily. And what's really cool about it is, I mean, if you look at it, this count being declared down here simplifies a whole bunch of stuff in a certain sense, because I mean, obviously we don't have the collision problem necessarily, but you can, if you wanted to move this into a separate component now, you could just cut it out and put it in. Like, there's no conditional dependencies. Like if you ever done this in React where you've added a condition on something and you've had to go in the dependency array of like 5 things to be like, oh, now it's if this is showing and the thing. Well, if you nest it there in the if statement without, like, I was giving a case for like how you could just hoist it out for WYSIWYG, but you could also just keep it in and not really take any impact in terms of a refactor consideration, because the state is declared below the conditional. It's basically already in its own separate component conceptually, even when it's in the same file.
Yeah. And so, I mean, you were saying like refactoring stuff out. So Marko like automatically discovers tags. So I just copy that code into this counter Marko file, which then we can just use as a tag. And this just uses like a directory lookup where it's just walking up tags, folders, and finding the relevant tag, in this case, counter. But you can also, which I alluded to over here, like do imports. So you can do like, if you want, we could do like import, we'll call it capital C counter for fun, from, and we actually have a shorthand for importing things if they can be discovered from the normal module discovery system. But anyways, like we could just do counter.marko, and you can actually render this as well. Like, so you can find things from an import, or you could usually just reference things that are available on disk through the tag discovery and stuff like that. But so one thing that I think
we snuck up, we got up to 2.6 kilobytes of JavaScript with all that with all the control flows and the
with the control flow, it takes a little bit more.
I mean, you're almost halfway there to a small framework's bundle size.
Yeah, and I mean, obviously, so like when we have this control flow here, it means that this thing could be client rendered. So we would actually see the full like counter in the bundle in this case, which is actually brings me to like a common pattern that maybe you would want to think about, is like sometimes you actually don't want to add and remove things from the DOM. You might want to just like toggle its visibility. And if we were to do that, the bundle size would shrink back down. So we could say like, display count greater than 5, undefined or whatever, and then otherwise it's none. And so now we're like back down because we didn't bring in that like logic for if statements and stuff like that.
I like this. Do you know why I like this? Because this is kind of like the opposite. Like, a lot of frameworks have been trying to account for people doing show, like, or if wrappers. So like one of the advantages of, I guess, islands is when you're explicit, you're like, no, this is on the client or this is on the server. You can break things, but you can also be like know not to include this 100%, because it's very defined. Instead of like trying to kind of work around that, you're basically like, look, if it's there, it's there, or it's not there. Like, how else
Yeah.
could it be anything else?
It's an efficient client rendering framework in its own right. And it's not like the full runtime size, if you bring in absolutely everything, is 7 KB, I think. Like you bring in all the features, it's 7 KB. And the compiled template size is also really small. So if you were to just use Marko 6 as a like client rendering SPA-like framework, we would be competing with everyone else in like on terms of bundle size and performance, because it compiles to like signals, like compiled signals, really. But the real benefit of the Marko compiler is that we can leave a bunch of stuff on the server, right? So there was something I was going to get to real quick, which is that like a common thing I think people, or a common reaction that people have to like any single file component format is, oh, well, you're just going to have to create a billion files, right?
Well, I think we already showed one reason you don't, because you can nest state.
Right. You can put state anywhere, right? You can nest state, sure. But like, what about like templating logic? Like, what if I didn't really need to share this counter logic? So I'll just like take it back over here and break a bunch of stuff. We'll get rid of that guy for now. What you can actually do is use another tag, which will give you a template that you can render. So we have a define tag, which gives you a tag variable of its contents. So we could call that like counter. And closing tag names are optional. Just so we're doing that there. But anyway, so like I just paste this in here. And this, is a component in its own right. So I didn't even have to create another file in order to reuse this logic. There's actually never a reason that you have to create another file in a Marko template. But obviously it's useful for sharing.
I like that as a philosophy. It's something that Tanner and I did a lot when we were working on various things, and when we were working on Bling, and when we were working on stuff, we were like, we started like, and Nikhil as well, when we were playing around, we're like, one of the things we loved about working with JSX and whatever, and like React type stuff, is like you could kind of put everything in a single component, then you could break it to more components, and you could do the whole thing within a single file before you ever had to move on. And I think this is one of those characteristics that is very, it seems like, okay, who cares? But it is kind of important for iterating on ideas. And it, like why it got us excited about Bling is because we were doing code splitting inside the same file, right? So we were like, okay, well, let's just declare a router and all the pages and everything in the same file and have it code split. Like in this case, like there is a sort of code splitting like that happening as well, because of the way Marko does the code splitting on the client versus server thing. And you even though you have this all in the same file, all these things, it's still 1.28 kilobytes of
like the bundle size is basically not changed until we added that control flow, in which case that's like a fixed cost of another kilobyte or something like that, or 500, whatever it was. So, but yeah, I mean, even with this, it's like most of the like templating code is staying on the server, like the day of the button.
Right.
Even this like function to create the counter, that stays on the server conceptually.
The option, the not need the name, the closing tag. This came about because Marko also has a concise syntax too, right? Like you don't really.
Yeah, there's like quite a few shorthands, which maybe I'll show.
There's too many to get into like all the shorthands on the syntax, but it is interesting because for some people who can't stand their state variables as tags, and just remove the brackets around like the let, if it drives you freaking crazy, like like
if I want to share this like let state between all these counters, even the one in the define, I can just bring it up here, and when you're at the root, you're in this concise mode. It's what we call where brackets are optional, and so you don't have to write it this way, but like this still works. You can just go let count. They're all like nicely synchronized and whatever. But yeah, generally there's two types of people. Some people love concise mode. Some people don't even want to know it's there. But I will say that concise mode, as far as the language design goes, has been really helpful for us, because it's like, what is the actual core piece of syntax here that can be represented with and without the brackets. And it has been a constraint that is like kind of led us to this design a little bit. And it does look pretty nice to write Marko code in concise mode. You'll never find templates that are shorter. I mean, honestly,
I know.
Even in HTML mode, you're not going to find stuff that's like generally shorter.
Yeah, no.
In concise mode, it's like, yeah.
I use this all the time to poke at the svelte people in terms of the like less characters, because honestly, I think less characters is overrated as a metric for things. Like,
right. I think it's actually a bad metric.
Right. Yeah. I mean, but like less concepts, structural, like being able to, for example, being able to embed the let inside the blocks and letting that prevent you from having extra logic around repeating the conditional logic multiple places. That's a real win, because structurally you've made it simpler by understanding like that actually changes the number of concepts or structural details. Writing 2 less characters on each line, you know, getting rid of the like calling the function or whatever mechanism. I know you guys don't either, but like that kind of character savings is not the same kind
it's not bad. It's not inherently bad to try and reduce the number of characters that you have to type, but it is bad if it ends up being harder to read when you do that. So
it doesn't, but it mostly is, it's kind of neither here nor there. It's obviously better to type less, but it's also like doesn't change a whole bunch. But which makes Marko always the perfect guinea pig for me, because concise mode Marko is shorter than anything out there in existence. Like if you really think that's important. So I mean, I use it maybe a little bit more like poke fun of ish, like on that side where I'm just like, oh yeah, you wrote less characters. Why don't you go over here and write even less characters?
Yeah, like, it's a kind of funny party trick, because we're like, yeah, this is like the smallest way to represent this logic in any framework, and we're in HTML mode, and then it's like we delete a whole bunch of stuff. But anyways.
Okay, sorry. Kind of went in tangent there, but I think people started getting the idea. Like we're just playing with these silly examples, but the JavaScript bundle is there's no framework out there that does this for under 4K or 5K. Like so, like, and part of this is because Marko knows that it's server rendered. And the ironic thing is most frameworks, when they know that they're server rendered, actually end up getting slightly larger bundle, because not in general, like, but 2 things happen. They have to have the runtime to support hydration. And secondly, which these days is actually getting a lot closer. And because like a lot of guys going fine grained don't like, there's 2 approaches. React's VDOM, like it produces the same thing on all sides, so it doesn't really care. And there's just the extra code for hydration. It was compiled frameworks like Svelte for a long time were coming up with completely different hydration paths. Now that they're on fine-grained runtime reactivity, the code for generation is not as different between hydration and non-hydration, but you still take a bit hit for pulling the extra hydration code and a slight bit hit on the templates to be hydratable. In this case, in Marko's case, it's the only framework that I know in existence that the bundle size actually gets smaller, even on interactive cases like this, when you to say I'm going to server render. It actually makes the JavaScript smaller.
Yeah. Cool. Yeah, so I mean, there's like a whole bunch here in terms of the language design and features and like trying to optimize it. So there's like the 2 wolves of Marko of trying to make this really concise. I mean, I don't want to say concise in terms of less characters. It really is concise in terms of less concepts that you have to worry about and orchestration that you have to do in boilerplate. And so that's like one of the things we strive for, and one of the things we leverage our compiler for. Obviously, smaller output size.
Daryl has an answer. A question: with HTTP2 prevalent in 2025, why are we still bundling at all?
Yeah, so I mean, HTTP2 is not the answer for how do you tree shake stuff. Like if I send all of it, like an entire app to the browser, it doesn't matter if I send it over like more chunks. It's like I'm still sending like a ton of stuff. And also there's like the fact that there's potential waterfalls and stuff like that. So even if you are going to just use like vanilla ESM or something like that, you still have to, if you want to be like a good citizen to your like page's performance, need to analyze those imports so you can at least preload stuff and write an import map and like all that sort of stuff. So at the end of the day, you kind of need to have something looking at it so that you can know what to load up front without waterfalls. And then you also probably want something to look at your code and say, well, they didn't actually use this feature of random thing that they imported. Or this code doesn't like make sense in this case. Let's tree shake it, or let's minify it. Like those things you're not going to get from HTTP2.
Right. Yeah. So like technically speaking, in theory, you could split the code up further. But the thing is, if you want to write something like what's in front of us on the page, how do you, I guess you don't need necessarily a bundler, but like a compiler would have to split this up, because inside this code we're looking at, even on this screen already, we've conceptually split this into multiple pieces already.
Yeah, like if we were
like
if you're looking at this in like debug mode, you basically have to split pretty much every line of this into its own file, at which point the HTTP headers would end up being like, or like the overhead of the protocol would end up being like just worse than everything you've written. So
right.
yeah.
So I mean, if there is mechanisms that could automatically tree shake, like, you know, like the way that like roll up automatically tree shakes, like if it could do it at runtime, I think that's interesting, but that still doesn't remove the need for the compiler to split the code out to that level of granularity if you want to get that level of granularity. Otherwise you have to write it at that level.
Yeah, and the other thing is like you can't really do tree shaking unless you know the whole graph, right? Like sure, it might be that the first module imports a module and only needs a subset of it, but then a future module might need the rest of it, right? So like unless you pre-split it up, like what are you going to do?
Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah, so I don't know. There's a lot of like I wouldn't mind comparing at some point to other frameworks, especially if there's like I wish I could see chat, because like, oh, I love you, or I love whatever, and obviously a lot of people are going to love.
I've been bringing that stuff, but most of the comments are like svelte but good, or
svelte but good. Yeah, like, so I mean,
or
svelte definitely could do similar things. You know, their language. I think we've made better language design choices. Like we also intentionally don't like scan your JavaScript and stuff like that. There's a few things there, but I think it's a much more cohesive language, Marko. Like you don't have a special syntax for ifs and fors and snippets and like dollar signs and like things like that are framework only syntax. Like only the framework makes meaning of that stuff. Any syntax that we introduce, you can use yourself. Like I showed, you could have your own values returned from tags. You can use all these event shorthands, the values shorthand, and a whole bunch of other stuff. Like every piece of the language, basically, you can reuse when you're building components, which makes it easier to refactor your code from like our core Marko APIs to a different component versus something like normal JSX. Like if you just want to have a component that does an if statement or something like that, you have to completely rewrite it basically, because you're going to change from a ternary in JavaScript to some component structure. Right. You never have that kind of leap in Marko.
Yeah, which is, as I said, part of Solid's design was to add those components. But the challenge we have is because of the expression base of JSX, we can't declare state very easily. I mean, technically we can, because most of those components can inject function scope. But there's something very...
Yeah, if you use like render props, you can achieve it. But you're not going to like win DX that way.
Yeah. Render props get clunky and stuff. Yeah. So yeah, it's definitely very interesting once you've like taken the language thing. I think the only way we're going to really see this or understand this is to look at maybe at some actual examples, maybe.
Yeah. Cool. So the one thing I was gonna bring up is this Hacker News thing, and then I have some other like demos and stuff.
Daryl had one more comment. ES6 lets you break components into their own, and when you use class-based components, they become aware of each other. Yeah. I mean, that's a component level. I think the whole point of what we've been talking about here is sub-component level. Like in the same way, like the component level argument is kind of like React. We're like, oh, you know, we can update stuff at a component at a time. It's good enough. But as kind of we started at the beginning of the stream, like if you go sub-component, suddenly things that would have been children or like, you know, things that depend on other things suddenly become siblings essentially, which means that like the granularity doesn't just extend at the surface level where you can go like, oh yeah, components are components and they're separate. They actually split within the tree themselves into even more granular.
Yeah. So like, I didn't like really show this, but like one thing that's important to note is when you pass attributes to a child tag, Marko actually follows that. So like if you were to pass this count state through 100 components or whatever, the compiled output would be essentially a direct call through those inputs without ever creating like input objects or doing any other logic. It would, the parent could pass data directly, like compile to code that passes data directly to where it actually needs to be.
It's funny because I always talk about that example when doing like fine-grained updates. Right, because it's like, oh look, it doesn't matter if there's 100 components in between, you can just update the state up here and
Right.
it updates it
It's the same thing. It's just with a compiler.
with tree shaking.
With tree shaking, yeah.
Yeah,
so like it could go through 100 components and all those components still stay on the server, even though state's going through them, right? You don't even have to think about it, which makes it like you don't have to think about mega islands anymore, right? You declare state right at the top of the component tree and pass it through wherever you want, and you know that just the places that actually use that state are going to be sent to the browser.
Yeah.
That is like the superpower of this, is you're not having to think about islands, even though it's doing something crazier than islands could ever be, basically. Yeah.
Okay.
So
what is this?
So yeah, I was just going to show this like hacker news thing just because it's a little bit more real world.
I love.
So I was going to start with like, I guess first of all, this is a Marko run app. So it's our meta framework that has routing built in and all that stuff. It looks kind of similar to SvelteKit, where we have these like plus files. Anyways, you guys, plus layouts.
You guys did the pluses. Okay.
Yeah, we did the pluses. I think they work pretty well. We actually, I'm not going to go into it right now, but there's like a whole bunch in our file system based routing that I think like we've had to make it so that it could work with any existing route and basically any existing eBay application. So it's really quite flexible. But anyways, so this is just the layout. And I just wanted to highlight this to say like, it's just HTML. This is the code that like wraps, you know, the whole app and all the server only stuff with links.
This is an MPA.
I guess.
So like all the links are just link links, right? So
yeah, I'm gonna actually like, I mean, I'm sure everyone knows what hacker news looks like, but I feel like I might as well pull it up first. So this is like what we're looking at.
Can you zoom in?
I'm sure everyone on stream has seen this example. What's that? Oh yeah, zoom in. Let's do that. Yeah. So I mean, basically, you know, we've got streaming, whatever. The content comes in after. Let's ignore that.
Well, I mean, the one benefit of streaming is it's the saving grace for MPAs, because as you navigate between streaming and page holding, it doesn't. Can you tell that this is not a single page app? Like I can, because you can see at the top the browser doing it, but there's actually loading states. The header never goes away because paint holding basically holds the page until it can paint something, which means the header stays, and then the content, because it's being streamed in, means that you have loading affordances while you navigate the page. At this point, for stuff that isn't like highly interactive across the majority of the page, you're not gonna notice the MPA SPA difference too much, except for like preserve state below the fold kind of things. But for sites like this, MPA makes a ton of sense. And anyways, continue.
Yeah. So anyways, this is obviously MPA. I don't know. I'll probably have to zoom in on DevTools too, but let's see what I have. This is quite larger than I'm used to. Let's see. So, you know, this page is literally just links and forms. So any good MPA should send 0 JavaScript for this page, and obviously Marko does as well. I guess actually, before we go through like what's there, you can kind of see the hint there already. Like what is here? We have like this layout, which uses some Marko syntax to say, hey, this is where like the slot of content for the page is going to go, whatever. We have a page that we go through. There's a bunch of stuff here. There's some const tags, server imports, data fetching, async stuff going on, whatever. It doesn't really matter. The main thing that I want to highlight is on this page, there is no interactivity. There's no event handlers. There's no anything. We just render stuff. But on this comments page, we do have a little bit of interactivity. We have this collapse logic. So let's go and look at that comment component, which is actually a recursive component. And so in Marko, like I said, you have regular imports and exports. This is just defining.
Input is what you guys call props, right?
Yes. Yeah. So input, when you see input, props in your mind. So
yeah.
There's a special export you can do for defining the type of props. And we're importing some types here as well. But anyways, this is, mostly HTML with some interpolations in it. We've got obviously a JavaScript expression here that's interpolating in a template literal or whatever, because any JavaScript expression is fine. Got unescaped HTML there. We've got the if statement, kind of like we showed before. Now, what this is doing, this is saying I've received a comment, and these are potentially nested. And so when they're nested, there's the toggle to show the inner comments. So here we've got this thing where it's like, if I've got nested comments, I need to be able to toggle that. So I'm going to have some open state, and just like highlighting it, you can like see where that open state is used. Yeah. We're also rendering some like nested comments here, but really this open state, and this is the only interactive piece of this page, goes through to a few things here. It goes through to toggling some class. Marko has like shorthands where you can do like the CX or whatever style. You can pass objects and stuff for classes. But anyways, that all goes away. So we'll see that in a second. So you toggling class, we have an event handler that also just sets it to whatever it wasn't before. We have some interpolation that changes the text of this link, and then we do a display change of the children to show them. And so if we go to like the JavaScript on this page, you can see we did get some. It's 1.9 KB, which is more than I would like it to be. But the important thing, I mean, I could go through like each piece, but I want to go through like what of your code is actually bundled here. Because we had a whole app. We're going through layouts. We're doing async stuff. We're passing data around components and all that stuff. But for the interactivity, we've got, and it's minified here. So
click handler.
A click handler. This is saying toggle the open class. This is saying change the text of some element. And this is changing the display. Right? That's all we got in the entire app, is just that interactive piece. And you didn't have to like do transclusion or something like that to nest the server components or whatever. Like half of this, basically the majority of this comment and everything else in the app is a server component. It's just we only send the interactivity. Yeah.
No, I mean, this is good. You get an idea of what the authoring experience is here a lot better, which is basically single file component style, kind of like, as I said, it is reminiscent of SvelteKit. We have the await block. So
yeah. So it's not pull based awaits or anything like that. Yeah, but there is actually something that is an upgrade over existing Marko 5 streaming, which is that you can basically, there's a try tag and there's a placeholder. So you define the placeholder sort of elsewhere. And whenever you have a placeholder that's shown, I don't think any other framework does this, but basically we show the placeholder, but we also send all the static content of the holes so that it's ready to go when the browser kicks in. So like when you're showing a placeholder, we actually send the static stuff and it's just hidden as well. So we're actually sending more content to the browser eagerly than even in Marko 5. And so another thing that Marko 5 is, I think, the only framework for is the ability to do in-order and out-of-order streaming.
Yes.
Marko 6 can do, and this Marko 5 couldn't do this. Marko 6 can do an in-order stream in an out-of-order stream and like any level of whatever. So you could have like an out-of-order section that's streaming in items in that out-of-order section, and all kinds of craziness. So there is upgrades there. It's like the nitty-gritty, and like generally it just means that the performance is going to be better, things are going to show sooner and all that stuff, but it doesn't really change your authoring experience at all. So
it's tricky because in-order streaming is hard for hierarchical nature of trees. For JSX based things, or like people things that basically translate the render tree on the server to still being a tree, it's difficult to actually do in order. So out of order makes a lot of sense, and out of order has the UX that we're looking for a lot of times. But the problem is, if you guys been to the eBay homepage before, like it's like a storefront. There's the above the fold and the below the fold stuff, and the truth is, as you keep on going, there's a lot of content that just keeps on layering on as you scroll down. out of order doesn't really make sense in that case. In order makes way more sense, where you want to show the stuff at the top if possible as soon as possible, and you can kind of like keep on streaming down the rest of the content. And it's funny. It's things like Astro, I believe, have in order streaming, because when they view their whole page as HTML, it's very easy. It's a lot easier to kind of like have that conception of just like going do and streaming down like that. But I don't believe Astro is out of order. Maybe that's changed. Whereas like Marko is actually the only one that has done both. But as you said, Marko 5 had some limitations. Like you could only
if you have an out of order section, like you're showing a placeholder, it's like waiting for that section.
Right.
Like there could be multiple placeholders on the page, obviously. So usually if you go out of order, you would stay out of order.
Right, exactly.
This,
you could in order would have to be a parent of out of order. Like you can,
yes.
Yeah, which makes sense. And the other challenge in order streaming that I think in general even Marko may have issue with is hydration is difficult. See, out of order, you can technically, because you have the top and the bottom of the component, like it finishes, you can hydrate and then say, don't hydrate my children. In order, because you don't necessarily have the end of the component, you can't really hydrate until you get to the end of it, right? Like
it will hydrate the children eagerly. The children hydrate inside out. So yeah, like you can have a partially complete thing, and you're actually sending like the code for hydrating stuff and you serialize things. Like we send things as eagerly as possible, basically. But
so that's how you address it. Because it's tricky, because like out of order will actually always hydrate top down. In order, that doesn't really work unless you can hydrate bottom up. So interesting. Okay.
Yeah. So yeah, I mean, another like minor thing that we could do just to like maybe hammer home the point, because I don't think it's like always super clear, is like we can actually see what's happening on the server. I said, it's doing fetches and like all that sort of stuff, but like
I still can't get over how small this is. Like that it's like under 2 kilobytes. It just gets over, because I understand this example, if you do with vanilla JavaScript, about 300 bytes, or like I think I did this.
I'm sure you can do it in vanilla JavaScript, very small. Yeah.
Right. But no framework gets even close to this. As I said, the closest that that I've seen is like doing something with Astro, with like or I guess Solid Start's Server Island thing we did, or Fresh is probably no, Fresh didn't support recursive components at the time, but like you can get to about 5 kilobytes in this example, but you can't get under 2 kilobytes. It's just it's nuts to me. I know I'm talking about 2 kilobytes, so like who cares? But when you consider that the way this scales is on that
this app and this component, the entire app could have been written in this component and it would still be less than 2 kilobytes, right? It doesn't actually matter how you author your components. It just matters where your events are, where your state or scripts are, and that's it, right? Like that's the code that ultimately gets bundled.
There is a question: can this interop with other backend systems? Python, Java, Dino, Bun. Well,
yeah. So I mean, usually you would like do a build of Marko and then you can deploy it to Dino, or you can use it in Bun.
Any JavaScript backend, you're going to be able to do that. Obviously, with like a different language, you'd have to have a way to run.
Yeah, I think it would be a really cool experiment to take an efficient web language or something that compiles to JavaScript, like maybe Gleam or something like that, and build like a similar system on top of that. And you could have still HTML. You just like change these expressions so that instead of JavaScript expressions, they're like whatever language you want. I think that would be really cool. It's just compiler tooling for other languages, I think, is lacking. I mean, I haven't looked at all of them, obviously, but like Gleam, I don't know. It's a lot easier to write compilers with JavaScript because so many people have.
Right. Because the thinking here is you keep the Marko syntax, you replace the expressions with the syntax of your choice, and then have those expressions compile down to JavaScript
or whatever. Then it could even, like, basically you take this template, and this is what we do. We take this template and we compile it to JavaScript. You could take a template like this with a different language embedded in it and compile it again to that language and run it through whatever pipeline that language has. Like technically you could do something like that. We are not going to do that with Marko. Like that would be a big undertaking. but like technically you could plug in any language syntactically into the Marko language. Like it's its own language that's like HTML and has spots where you can embed the reactive variables and expressions and all that stuff. And those could really be in any language. It's just JavaScript ends up being the easiest to compile for and also the most efficient to send to the browser.
Yeah. Very, very cool. Okay. What else do you want to showcase?
Yeah, I was going to show like real quick. Like we're talking a lot about what's being bundled,
Yeah.
but it's also important to know that this is also about like what runs. Like we're not running any of this comment code from top to bottom in the browser or whatever. So I just wanted to like illustrate using another tag that we have, which is the log tag, which is just a helper to do like a console log or whatever. So you can pass it a value and I could like log, I don't know, like input comment ID, log the input comment ID. Maybe we'll do like the input comment ID and whether or not it's open or whatever. So we do that. Oh, let's kill the server. Okay. So we do that. Go back here. So if I refresh this page and open up the console, like we have no logs, right? Like we're not running that code in the browser because all we do when we initialize is set up the event handlers and run your scripts. But on the server, you can see we actually did like a decent amount of work. And if this is one of those pages where you have thousands of comments, like obviously this ends up being more work. But what's cool is now if I go in here and I toggle this, like I am going to get a log in the client for that specific comment without re-rendering anything, right? Yeah. Like it's just running that logic. Obviously you saw the bundle, so you know that it's got like the code to fine-grained update just the things that are relevant. But I think it's kind of cool to see like, oh yeah, we have this handoff from the server. We do some rendering on the server. Marko tries to bundle and serialize as little as possible, which in this case is like, it's actually kind of funny because even in Islands frameworks, pretty much no Island framework sends less HTML. Like we're serializing stuff, right?
Yeah.
No one sends less HTML. No one has less JavaScript. Like we're just really trying to make it as small as possible, which I could go into like the nitty gritty or whatever, but yeah, hopefully that kind of makes sense. Like basically the way to think about Marko 6 is your code is running on the server unless it gets updated by some state in the browser, or obviously if you have an effector event handler that's running in the browser. And that's like kind of the mode that you want to be in if you're trying to keep as much stuff on the server as possible.
Yeah, no, it's because of the lack of serialization, because of the lack of JavaScript shift runtime beyond that. The Marko demo. I mean, I don't have a newly deployed version of this, but the last version was, in the 90s, of my Hacker News death test thing.
Yeah, I tested it. It hit 100 a few times. Like, there's like hit and miss, and like obviously it depends on the server and like all that stuff. But
the thing is,
like from the raw metrics perspective,
the problem with this,
compare it to pretty much anything else, and the HTML is less.
The challenge with the My Hacker News demo is that it hits a limit because the interactivity on this page is so simple that serialization became the bottleneck. So any framework that saves the serialization and does relatively good on the hydration will score fairly decently well. So it's like not a full test. Like basically in the Hacker News demo, I can't tell the difference between Marko and Astro optimized with solid. But that's only because of the less amount of the activity, right? Like basically if you have an islands framework with a small, fast hydrating thing, in this specific example, as long as you manage to organize it in a way that it skips the data serialization, you're going to have comparable results. But that's the baseline. If you have to actually scale up interactivity, it's not going to be like that, because suddenly those islands are going to get larger. Suddenly those, it just doesn't stay here. This is like literally the 300 bytes of JavaScript example. I use it because it's a very extreme example to show the benefit of MPAs, or like the benefits of this kind of resumability, islands, partial hydration, this whole category over like spas, because it kills them. It double the score, it just absolutely demolishes them. but we actually don't have a great test to show the difference between, say, what Marko does and what Astro does from a performance standpoint. And maybe the truth.
Yeah, I mean, you can look at obviously the bundle size, and that'll tell you something about the runtime and maybe like give you some insight into what's tree shaking or whatever. But you can also look at the HTML size and just see that at every level, even when we do serialize things, like even our markers, everything is very dense and designed to be
right,
like tree shaken. But yeah,
I think the thing is the biggest takeaway is that like you just don't worry about this if you're building with this framework, because the thing is like a lot of these sites that you might target with this type of framework or application are simple. They're the ones that people reach for HTMX for, or some of these other kind of baseline solutions. And the difference is that the Marko solution will keep the performance aspect of having the JavaScript on the client. Do you know what I mean? Like it's not giving up the ability to do quick interactions, saying I am always going back to the server for everything. But it's initially,
yeah, like opting into client interactivity is literally just using state and updating it somewhere, right? Like you don't even think about it. You could do everything in the browser and it's still going to be relatively efficient. So you get to basically choose what your optimization level is, what amount of stuff you want to render on the server, what amount of stuff you want to render in the browser. And it's very easy to have Marko figure it out for you, like what actually needs to be bundled from that. Versus having to think about islands, which is tricky.
Yeah, if you optimize it so much that you can't even measure, is even worth it. Well, the thing is, this is in small demos. Marko has a giant playground where they can figure out if it's worth it, and that's the eBay website.
Yeah, and I mean, obviously, we are the oldest islands framework ever, the first islands framework, and we've had a lot of time to see where DOPs are in islands, right? And islands, in cases like this, where there's like limited interactivity, which is a lot of the web or lots of parts of the web, it's great. It's, you get the best of both worlds, kind of, in that you can have a little bit of client rendering and a little bit of server rendering and whatever. But it's so easy, especially for people not tuned into islands or people coming from, React or whatever, to come in and be like, well, I just want to have like some state up here. And rather than having to think about that, what if you just had a language that was like nice to write, but also could compile to basically the most efficient thing? And that's our goal, is nice DX performance that you basically don't even have to worry about. Which I mean is like most frameworks' goal is either to deliver DX or deliver performance. It's just Marko's niche is the performance of the client server handoff. Right?
I think the fact that the way this scales is so unique, and I can't stress that enough, Dylan. I'm trying to think of how to best express it, because the thing is, like, there are some languages that are, obviously faster on rendering on the back end and all these things. And if the interactivity on the client is relatively low, it's a decent trade-off, where you can go, I'll manage this myself.
I mean, those server-side rendering benchmarks are kind of funny anyways, because it's like Marko today still blows away a lot of the server rendered.
I know,
but in certain cases and whatever. But
right, and if you pair it with a good runtime, I bet you like Marko on Bun is pretty impressive. And the thing is, like, but the craziest thing is, as that JavaScript scales, you're going to hit two problems. You're going to hit that it's harder to maintain, and it will scale. It will get more interactive. This is a guarantee, right? For most things, unless it's like a landing marketing site. But even then, maybe. But so as your JavaScript scales, you'll get to this tension where the DX or the being able to develop for it gets harder if you don't have good tools. And the second thing is, you will end up including more JavaScript regardless of your best efforts. Like if you're using Rails with Stimulus or whatever, because Stimulus doesn't know about what happens on the server. It doesn't have that knowledge. Only through having basically at a certain level of complexity, at a certain level of like interactivity needs on your application, you're going to hit a point where there's going to be a tension between how you author it and how much code you can ship. Like you're just hitting the original problem that led us to create single page apps again in the first place. And this approach lets you sidestep it, kind of like because you both get to author it in a way that's singular. You don't have to worry about like, oh, I have my logic in one language and my other client logic in another language, and it will produce smaller JavaScript than probably you will once you get past a certain like complexity. Like
Yeah, like I mean, even things like this scheduler, like you saw it jump 500 bytes or whatever. It's just like if you get to a certain complexity, your handwritten JavaScript, you might want a scheduler behind to avoid like layout shift or to avoid forcing repaints and stuff like that. So it's like at some level you end up bringing in that kind of stuff anyways. And we've tried to make it so that these things that come in relatively early either can be tree shaken or are basically as small and performant as possible. Right. So we put in a lot of care to that. Like I said, the full runtime, Marko runtime, 7 kilobytes, but you basically never will pull in that whole runtime. And we saw like in some cases we went up to like 2 KB or whatever. But that runtime has a fixed cost. And the main thing that we're looking at saving is your code, your imports. This Hacker News example could be pulling in a ridiculously heavy GraphQL client, doing a whole bunch of mapping with like Lodash or who knows what, pulling in different utilities and doing different things. And it's like, if that stuff only needs to happen on the initial render of the server, Marko would just leave it there and it wouldn't contribute to performance degradation like at all.
Yeah, I like the GraphQL example because that's the last thing I worked on when I was working on the eBay team. You guys were going to GraphQL, and I had to create a GraphQL client that was smart enough to stay on the server when it didn't need to come to the client.
Right. Yeah. So anyways, the resumability actually makes a lot of this easier. And we've only kind of talked about that. Like I said, we're mostly talking about bundling, but the resumability kind of just means like if you did a GraphQL call and you reference data from that GraphQL call in an effect or an event handler or whatever, like just the pieces that you reference get serialized, right? And so in some ways, it's like more granular what you send to the browser than if you were doing a client render, right? Because a client render, you have to go hit this endpoint and say, I need this data to render this thing. But if you can do that fetch on the server can say like, okay, I need this data for these components. Okay, and then we're going to serialize just this little bit over here. So, in this case, maybe if you're hitting a GraphQL endpoint and running this all client side, maybe you get like all the user information and their details and like whatever. With this, you get nothing. But like say that you were to use something client interactive with the username or whatever, it would like just serialize that username, right? Rather than the normal thing, which is like doing a fetch and getting all of the data to render this thing, right? So it's, can save you a lot on the data fetching, the serializing, the bundling, like even the HTML size, like we output pretty minified HTML and like,
Jlarky has a question, but I think reading his question, I think this is part of okay, what he says is, one thing that I have in Astro is that I can force a component not to be hydrated, even if the component itself wanted to be hydrated. So I can take a third-party React library and make it completely static in Astro, and then add client-side interactivity on top manually. In his case, which is CMS. The funny thing is, like, I get that in Astro's use case because you're consuming other frameworks components, and you're like basically you're like forcing it in a place that's, you're like, okay, this can render what I want it to, so I'm just going to force it as being server only. But it's another perspective on this, and maybe Dylan has thoughts after I finish here, is that like, because I hit this friction when I was working on some of the island stuff. It was that conceptually, if you have a component that's written that uses state that basically was a client component, and you're forcing it to be a server component, you're kind of like not doing it justice. Like you're opening up a door for
it might just be broken
for it to break, right? Which is kind of like an odd thing to do. Whereas if this was a Marko component, if it was truly something that like didn't have interactivity, then it wouldn't get hydrated, it wouldn't get sent. And if it was something that had a little bit of interactivity, you would still get that interactivity. Like, you know what I mean? Like if you have a general solution where you can't control what kind of client components you get, you want complete control over this. But like generally, if you're authorizing components already to have a specific behavior, you expect them to have that behavior, not have the consumer like go, I'm going to potentially break you, like, because sure, maybe you don't break them today, maybe you don't break them today, but maybe you break them tomorrow when that component updates and it has a different expectation on how that works. Like the contract of the client choosing that is odd. And the reason I'm mentioning this is because this is one of the reasons that I actually liked React's use client in the end, was that like the component itself needs to define its own behavior, not how you import it ultimately, because it's just like you could make a smart enough compiler, to decide how the component itself should act, but trying to force a different behavior there, it doesn't allow you to establish any kind of contract in terms of expected behavior.
Yeah. So, I mean, at the end of the day, obviously, if the thing has interactivity, ideally you're just sending that interactivity, and we've broken down the interactivity to the fundamental pieces, which is the scripts, effects, and state, right? So yeah, you just generally don't have to think about that with Marko. If we add support for like rendering stuff from other frameworks in Marko, and we're going like the Astro route or whatever, which is maybe simpler now that we're resumable, then maybe we'd want to have something like that. But I think generally it's maybe not great to say, hey, this thing which could have client interactivity, we're just like going to pretend it doesn't. But I mean, if you know, then yeah.
Okay. So unless you have something else you want to show off right now, Dylan, I want to get into a bit of Q&A, if that's okay.
Yeah, sure.
And people in chat come up with some questions for Dylan as well. Give me 2 seconds. I want to change the layout here. Adjust view.
Yeah, there's some other like nitty gritty things I could think of talking about, or comparisons we could think of talking about, but yeah, Q&A would be cool.
Yeah, I mean,
one thing, I said at the start of the stream, like Marko 6 is out. It's just tagged as next, so it's like sort of a beta or whatever. But you can also just like npm init Marko and pick the basic template, and you will have a Marko 6 app. I mean, that's what this is here. And so it's like at a usable point now.
Yeah. Okay. Okay. First, rewrite in Rust when.
Yeah, I mean, that's like, I actually tried to rewrite our parser in Rust, and it ended up being worse for performance just because of the passing strings around. So then I try and make it so that it's actually not passing strings around. So our parser is like kind of rewritten to not do that, even in JavaScript. And then but it was still slower and stuff. So that didn't end up panning out. But with the fact that we do like what we call child template analysis, like sure, you could probably build this in Rust, but like at the end of the day, we're always going to be integrating with JavaScript tools. So there's probably going to be like a performance issue with that handoff. Plus, it's just a little bit easier to, like I said, write AST manipulation stuff, and there's like a lot of tooling in the JavaScript ecosystem, and it's just not worth the effort right now. Our compiler is like fast enough, but maybe once we like stop innovating, once we stop innovating, then maybe you go and like, oh, let's just make things faster for fun or something like that. But our goal right now is actually optimizing your code, not the compiler, at least like to that level.
Fair enough. Okay, I got a question. Have you guys been playing with stuff like HTMX? I'm just curious because the thing that is kind of always on, kind of in the back of the mind with this kind of stuff is that at a certain point, it would be nice to do those big navigations without quote reloading the whole page. And I know there's a lot of complexity that comes with that it's not as simple as necessarily just slotting HTMX in. But do you have any designs on partials?
Yeah, so we actually have like a few things. We also have like a long-term vision that I'm not even going to talk about because it's not worth like hyping up. But so like right now you can do something HTMXE using microframes. I don't know if anyone's ever seen microframes, but basically it's a way to say like, hey, fetch me some data fetch me some HTML from this endpoint and like stream it into the existing server rendered page And you can also do it client side and whatever.
It's a
But
good micro front end solution, basically. Like it's
right.
like
And so
HTML first.
one thing that's kind of cool.
Yeah.
One thing that's kind of cool is Marko Run uses WhatWiki APIs under the hood and all that stuff. And so you can actually just tell microframe, like instead of actually doing a real request to some endpoint, like just do a request to myself. And so you can have like multiple interleaved server rendered, even when you have a client rendered thing. Like you could have a client if, and then go back to server rendering using that strategy. It's clunky. I don't love even HTMX because it's like, it might be simpler to do stuff on the server, but maybe for performance reasons, or like you just want it to show up immediately. Maybe you don't want to go back to the server. So it's, yeah, not ideal. So you really want to figure out how, I don't know. Yeah. Okay. So like our ultimate goal is to have something where you could do a navigation and you say, hey, server, give me just the dynamic holes for the server only stuff and any new data. And since we're tracking everything, technically, we can do all that. So like imagine you do a navigation. I shouldn't go into too much, but like basically, if you did a navigation and the server was smart enough to know, okay, they're coming from this endpoint, they're in this state. I know what they have on the browser. I will tell them to update the things that are on the browser, but I also know what's only on the server and what dynamic pieces are on the server. Let's just send that. So it's kind of like React server components, except, I mean, there's several differences, but one of the big differences is that instead of just saying, we're going to re-render all this like server stuff and send HTML that gets diffed or whatever, it's the compiler knows, oh, I know the client actually knows where this dynamic piece is and it can go and just update that. So it's like it's like the MPA model, except on a navigation, the server says, hey, here's just data basically, and potentially some new HTML.
The way that I'm viewing this, though, actually, the way you're describing it is, it sounds more like if you had automatic HTMX where it was fine grained down to where the the changes are, where
yeah. So I mean
the compiler determines
vision,
where the HTMX boundaries are, and you perform an action, and it swaps in the partials for all those little pieces.
pretty much. So it would be like, oh, is this thing dynamic, and is it only dynamic on the server? Like if it's dynamic on the browser, just say, hey, like render this thing in the browser with the new closure information or whatever you need to serialize to make that happen. But if it's only on the server, just send me like a new HTML partial. But the goal is that you're not thinking about that. Like what I really want to see is when you do a navigation, we know the page is in a certain state. Hey, server, give me just the updates to that state in a way that isn't like a live server, long-lived session kind of thing. Like all the server needs to know is what branches are technically active on the page, so it can know like if it should be toggling things. I mean, there's more to it than that, but yeah. So the goal is like on subsequent navigations, instead of the server just giving you all the HTML again, if the server becomes more like an API that tells you how to update the HTML you have. And so you can use like whatever data loading mechanism you want on the back end, GraphQL, blah, blah, blah. But the response from the server when you do a navigation should be just the content that is actually new to the server only parts of the page, which is a little bit nuanced. But anyways, that's something that I would like to see. So ultimately with that, if you want something to client render, just like now, you would, just use a let, whatever. If you want something to server render, just use a link, right? And just use like query params or like whatever, right? But you could author those things in the same way. So you could actually have like a Marko tag, and like we have this, where the Marko tag is for updating query state, or reading the query state, right? So you can author things basically the same way, and it's just like, okay, here I'm using a let, which is client state. Here I'm using like basically URL state or query state or whatever. And you don't have to really change how you're authoring the application. It's just like changing the tags. And it's like, oh, this is derived from the URL, so it's server only. This is derived from client state, so we'll render it in the client. And you get the ability to choose that at a very granular level.
Makes sense.
Yeah.
So the similar related question someone has is Marko have a single page app or CSR mode? But I think the answer to that is, I mean, when you say CSR, do you mean CSR only? Person asking the question, because if you just do stuff with client state, then it will be client like. But is there
Yeah. So, I mean, we don't have like a single page app framework or meta framework, but Marko has top level rendering APIs. You can import a Marko component, render it in the client side. Like you could have a server that just renders an empty div and like render Marko templates into that. And it's going to be comparable performance to like other fast front-end frameworks or whatever. So like you definitely can do that. But also if you just want to force something to render client side, you can just say, okay, I'm going to have some state that's tied to when we're in the browser. And when we're in the browser, then I'll show this block using an if statement or whatever. And that's going to client render. So it's very easy to opt into client rendering in Marko. And it's like client rendering the way you would expect, you know, in any SPA-like frameworks. So you have, it feels very single page app like when you're authoring Marko. But yeah, I don't know if that really answers the question. We don't really have a blessed way to, here's how to go write a single page app Marko component, because that's not its niche. However, if we were to do this like server thing that I was describing before, that could potentially solve a lot of the problems that you would maybe want to reach for a single page app for,
right?
On like continuity across pages and stuff like that. There's other ways to solve that too.
I know. I had to ask the question because that's what ultimately it comes down to. But I know that we're still a ways out from that. It's future land. I just wanted to see if the thinking had evolved very much.
Yeah, you can write SPAs in Marko. It's just that's not our specific optimized niche, but it's optimized in so many ways that it's like it wouldn't be a bad SPA framework.
No, especially with Marko 6 now with the fine-grained reactivity and stuff, because now just as a base SPA framework, it's actually pretty performant and pretty small and stuff, like, which wasn't completely the case in the past. Like Marko historically,
like before it was like
similar to
view
React
level performance,
a little
React
bit
level performance,
a little bit, but now with this change, I believe you're up there with ourselves and Ruins and Vapor and whatnot.
Yeah, we're all in the same ballpark now. We actually had a version where we were faster than Solid, but we decided not to do it because it made the compiled templates larger, and so far we're picking that battle.
But anyways, also
it's definitely fast enough.
Also, when you say faster, you're talking about like 0.01 or 2 on the benchmark.
Basically nothing. Like we win the benchmark more often than Solid wins the benchmark.
I know. We're kind of actually in that state right now with I think Svelte's version is probably slightly faster than our version as well at this exact moment in time. 2.0 might change that up a bit, but like it's very, very, very close, where it's like it is how often you come out in front, not that it's at any
So I don't think it's really like worth optimizing for the JS framework benchmark specifically, because it's like
once you're in the front part, like in the 0.10% range, like
after that it's like keeping things granular, trying to bundle less, and like a whole bunch of other things are more important than
I agree.
one benchmark. But it is a good benchmark to know, like the raw, like we're just putting stuff in the DOM and we're just updating a single thing as many times as possible. Like it's good. It's a good benchmark. There's lots of benchmarks that are like useless in terms of what meaning you should take from them, but they're super useful.
Well, I mean, it's good to be able to click that off, because like for example, Quick, I hate to use them as an example. In that benchmark, they're like React, or they're slower than React. So I'd say that they're around React performance levels, which is fine because that's not what they're optimizing for. But there is a definite trade-off when you don't use Quick for Quick's powerhouse. It basically performs like React. Whereas if you use Marko, not for its powerhouse situation, it's still like Solid or Vue Vapor, Svelte 5. So
for Marko's niche, it is like the best in terms of server rendered performance, in terms of bundle size, whatever. But obviously we don't want to just stick to our niche, but we're basically at the point where our niche is complete. And so that's where it's like, I want to figure out what strategies we can use to compete more on the single page app side of things, or other areas.
We got some slide deck questions. Do any big companies apart from eBay use Marko? I mean, classically,
not large companies,
not anymore. Right, but you guys had the slide deck where, like, historically, you had stuff like Blizzard and like Yahoo.
And like gov.uk quite a bit, and they've actually since migrated to just like regular HTML and sprinkling of JavaScript because Marko wasn't performant enough, apparently, or like, whatever reasons they had. But I think it's kind of funny. So like the main thing with Marko 6 is you don't have to think about islands. So you don't have that like, oh, I could potentially de-opt this experience. And also the authoring is actually like super nice, like way better than obviously you would get with sprinkling of JavaScript. So you have like the performance and sprinkling of JavaScript, or sprinkling of JavaScript level performance with the nice DX. So there's less of a reason for people who are really going for that to not choose Marko or to choose something else. But yeah, obviously Marko 6 like just came out. It's still in beta. We released it as Marko 6, I want to say like 2 months ago or something like that. But there's a lot of bugs and stuff that we've been.
What's the link? What's the link again to the playground? Is the playground linked off the website, like the next website?
Yeah, if you go to next.markojs.com, there's a playground. Yeah, so you can go there. The website is new, so there's probably bugs there as well that will need to be like fixing here, and we want to add more things to it. But you can also just npm init Marko and play around with it there. The Marko run based setup is a Vite based setup, so it's going to be like kind of familiar to like if you've used Vite based setups. It's got the hot reloading and like kind of stuff that you're used to, whatever. Yeah, but the playground is really nice just to be able to see like if I write this code with these components, like what is bundled. Like I really like that there's the metrics on this playground, and even in our like test suite and stuff like that, every single test that we have is like how much is serialized for this component, how much is bundled for this component, how much is like whatever. And we're trying to obviously reduce that in some cases and not regress. And yeah, anyways.
Endless questions from Jay Larkey, but can I use Marko in Astro?
Ah, man. So you probably can. I've never tried to do it. It's just like
you do have a Vite plugin, right? So
yeah. So I've never tried to do it. You probably could. I don't see why you couldn't. It's just I don't know why you would.
Yeah, I mean it's the same.
Is
thing.
The real thing.
It's a quick comparison, right? Everyone was like, "Why would you add quick to Astro?" And it really all it did was gave Astro's client components the ability to be even smaller. But at a certain point, I think the authoring experience might have made that more interesting. And actually, Astro has a lot of interesting features, like with their content front matter stuff and like that. So I guess there's some interesting there. But Marko's HTML first approach makes them pretty.
Yeah, like one of the big differences between Astro and Marko, even Marko 5, is that you have a unified component like templating system. So you don't write like Marko files on the server and something else in the browser. You're always just writing Marko files. It's a unified language versus obviously Astro. It's like you've got your Astro server code and you've got other frameworks that you're like gluing in there. Gluing in other frameworks is something I think would be really interesting for Marko to do. I think it's like in a good spot to be able to do that, especially with our compiler and all that stuff. It's just not the niche that we've decided to tackle just yet.
Yeah, no, I don't think it's that important. I think what's important is to get Marko in front of people again and people talking about it, because I think what you've accomplished here is quite amazing. And I think I haven't seen this in about a year and a half. So I was curious, and yeah, most of the stuff is in the same kind of zone, but there's implementation improvements and optimizations that I wasn't aware of. But I think what's more I think there's just a couple little details that you guys really ironed out that I liked a lot. I like the script tag. That's new. The fact that the script tag is basically an effect, like it's like an on mount, and then
it's reactive. I guess I didn't like show that, but if you like, if I put a script here and it references count. So if I like console, let's just do an alert so we don't have to open up DevTools count. Shoot, this is the bad part about doing alerts in a thing. Now, what's the simplest way to do that? I'm going to do it in a really janky way and just like, whoops, count. So I don't have to type it a bunch of times and have it pop up. Here we go, you ready? So now we get obviously count, and then every time we like click it, like it's reactive to that, right? So this used to be a different API. We decided to make it script for a number of reasons, but the biggest one is like the ethos of Marko is HTML, and the script tag basically does, like if you ignore bundling and optimization, all that stuff, the script tag basically does what we want. In fact, if you write a script tag in Marko and you're not using any of these tag variables that are reactive, for the most part, it works just like a regular script tag, right? Like if I write a console log here, it's going to be the same as if I wrote a console log in an inline script, except this one's bundled and all that stuff.
Okay. We're getting some more
yeah.
questions, which is great. This one's always fun. Does Marko work with web components? It seems redundant except for times when you might want to use a third-party web component.
So, I mean, technically, yes, you can render web components. We don't have first-class support for web components. That is something we're going to be doing in the not too distant future. But yeah, it's also just
it's an interesting thing because you obviously if you render some HTML on the server, then like it will work in the client because presumably like that's how it works, right? You got and then but then it won't be server rendered. And if you want to server render a web component, that is a whole other can of garbage, like because you gotta like emulate the DOM and
so I don't know. It's kind of just a deopt, which is like sort of the same reason why we aren't really like Astro, in that like we, with our compiler, we could make it so you can plug in n number of frameworks and resume those frameworks and all that stuff. It's like knowing that it's always going to be a deopt and that it's going to be this like awkward kind of thing.
Yeah,
the only thing you really get from it is the ecosystem, which Marko does lack an ecosystem. So there is
it is
some benefit there, but it's not something where I would be like, go author a web component and then consume it in Marko. It's like, well, if you're going to author it, just author it in Marko.
The difference for the client-side framework is like, if you're not server rendering and you're just putting a web component in there, like it's a deopt, but it's like, okay, because like you're like it was going to client render anyways, where it's going to be part of the bundle anyways, like who cares that much. But for resumable frameworks, especially Misco is infamous for being like very anti web component for this reason, but like it got in the way of his resumability, which is really annoying him. I think it's just one of those things, right? Web components are hard because they're where they put the abstraction makes it just hard to be able to optimize things. So obviously you can build a system where the web component is the unit and is the thing that is optimal, but from like any HTML element now could be this thing perspective, web components like really throwing a wrench in everything.
Yeah, and I mean, one of the things that I've seen that looks like maybe it's becoming more prevalent is this like custom elements JSON and like definitions for what the web component is supposed to be like, which could potentially be helpful for at least Marko being able to more fine-grained compile things and like know whether or not. But yeah, I don't know, especially with the server rendering piece, like.
Yeah, I mean, I guess Marko.
What do you do?
I mean, part of the chats here is like talking about the declarative shadow DOM. It's like, yeah, I'm like Marko could also potentially render components with the declarative shadow DOM, but like when we talk about rendering a web component, we're talking about rendering a component that has logic that determines what it is rendered. It's not about a template that has a declarative shadow DOM. Like one of the things that I've been seeing a lot more in the web component ecosystem is where they actually, now they have the declarative shadow DOM, they're making two types of components. They're making client components and server components. They're making ones that have client logic that interact with client stuff.
Yeah, which is like marginally better in my perspective than the sprinkling of JavaScript approach. Like, you just put your JSP logic next to your like jQuery hook into that JSP logic code, and it's like, I don't know. I mean, the nice thing about web components is obviously they give you a way to hook into when the DOM is attached.
Yeah, and they give a way of scoping styles.
Right.
Those two features. Yeah.
If you want, if you need either of those things. The problem is like any framework is also going to give you a way to hook into when an element is rendered or attached. They might not give you scoping, but it would be nice if that was an independent feature.
Yeah.
Scoping of styles, but yeah.
It's just funny because those two things. That's what I said. We wanted an on attached or on connected and a scope style. And if we had those two things, there's a whole bunch of people who just never care about web components if they had those two things. So then any element could have been their web component. You know what I mean? Like,
right.
So
yeah. I don't want to harp on web components too much, but yeah,
I mean,
not the best abstraction for the client server handoff. That's for sure.
Yeah. All right. What is here? Yeah, this is a good one. I because Marko does have a lot more features now than it did like when say 4 came out, and people don't know this. Does Marko have an API for DI or context to avoid properly linked scope services?
So that is a good question. Technically, In the current version, no. We are going to be adding a context tag, but we want to finish the remaining optimizations before we add that. So that'll be like a Marko 6.1, but like not dramatically distant. Because the problem is with like context, you have to know when you're going to serialize it and all that stuff.
Yeah.
So we want to make sure we really get that right. Having said that, like in a lot of cases, people want or use context in places where really they just wanted like global state, right? Or orchestration across the entire app or whatever. People often use context for that. It's context is more useful when it's like a tree specific thing and people use it in non-tree specific ways. Anyways, there is definitely ways to share interactivity across templates, across the whole thing. Like you could create, you know, a tag that gives you access to some global state that anyone can read and write and propagate and like all that stuff. So there is ways to do that kind of orchestration even today, but we will have a context tag for those other cases.
Okay, yeah. The question about hypermedia, we did actually talk about this already. You can use Marko's hypermedia system that has had the request. We said that we were looking at things that would kind of automate this process. I think the challenge with hypermedia systems is people don't understand that they're inherently broken. I know this is a bit on my side, but if you are sharing state, hypermedia is kind of broken, like completely broken, because if the server isn't aware of the state updates that have happened, so you can't match things up from a hydration standpoint. This is why Astro also is broken with View Transition API if you share state. And like I was getting kind of frustrated because people make solid apps and then turn it on and then break stuff because they just didn't understand. That's why React made their own server components thing, and why I suspect Marko is looking at that advanced routing, not just for the optimization. It's just that when someone does something naive like this, they will very, very, very likely break stuff. But I don't know, Dylan, you got your own opinion on this?
Yeah, I mean, there's like a bunch of pieces to that. Like obviously, like sending HTML over the wire is cool and all, but like if you already sent the HTML, like why not use the interactivity that's already there in the browser? So like if you already had an island, rather than sending that island again, why not just give it new props, like kind of thing. Obviously in this case, it's a little different because we want to say like, we want to feed server rendered stuff. Like we really only want to send the dynamic parts. And sometimes that's HTML. Like if you have an if statement that is toggled only on the server, send HTML. There's no chance for like a conflict in state, at least with like, because if it interacted with state in Marko, then it would already be client side, right? And so then we can say, hey, server, when you go to another navigation, like just tell the client what you changed, not
right.
Like the client is still in its existing state. So
yeah, I mean,
yeah, it kind of solves that problem by sending less HTML and reusing what the browser already has.
You mentioned microframe earlier, which was like a kind of like HTML based micro front end service. And because its props are very because state can't leak through the micro front end thing, like the props are explicit, like that's the channel through it, you're not going to have that sort of problem by design too much. And then because basically anything that you would pass in a state gets encoded in the URL to the micro front end that you're hitting. So like
yeah, so usually with microframe, you would either encode state in the URL if you're expecting it to do a server refresh, or if you're not expecting it to do a server refresh, you would use some other client-side communication mechanism like an event emitter or any other way.
Which is what I'm getting at here is that it is conceptual that you could have also like a solution which put Marko in HTMX type situation or microframe or something like that, where you could do that. You just have to be aware of these things. And I think most people who go out and just build this stuff really just don't get how, once you add enough client state, how fundamentally broken this stuff can be unless you like care to look at it. Honestly, this is why I have frustration talking to some people at HTMX, because it's like I don't think they just get, they're like shipping stuff that like it just
I mean keeping stuff on the server is a good and noble goal, but some stuff belongs on the client. So it's like figuring out where that is really challenging to do at like a per template level or a per file level. Like I don't know, it's just like basically impossible to do that. So
they hate,
this seems like another area where we could
comment was they hate, yeah, the comment is they hate client state, which I translate into they hate their clients. So I mean
yeah, Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, like with a button here, obviously, why would you hit the server? So basically, my rule of thumb is if you have to fetch something from the server, you might as well do some rendering there, right? But if the interaction could happen exclusively on the client side, and it's not like prohibitively expensive to do it on the client side, just do it on the client. It's going to be instant versus hitting the server.
Yeah.
But yeah.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing here. Like, you can already see in the way that Marco set up that it would benefit from having some kind of partial solution or some kind of ability to do this kind of stuff in the future. Mostly in that you already said when you were going the example, you're like, if it's state, I update state and it happens to the client. If it's server, I update the URL. I do a post or I do a link or something like that. So like, there's already this separation that already pushes people to put stuff on the right side of the line. Can we make the server part of it more optimal? Yes. But one cool thing about Marko is that the client part is already super optimal with zero additional effort. So like, in a sense,
Right.
I do see there's a range where Marko is both like below HTMX and above HTMX right now. And if you close the gap, I mean, I don't know.
Yeah, no, I think that is our biggest next goal, and we've been like thinking about that as we've been finalizing Marko 6. But yeah, we'll see how long that takes. It's taken us a while to get Marko 6. This compiler is relatively complicated, but I mean, the other thing is we have a language to design that is like no other. We have a compiled output that is like no other. We have a whole bunch of different things that we just have to like build ourselves. Like our serializer, obviously Solid has a serializer that's like kind of similar, but yeah, I mean, there's just like a whole bunch of pieces to figure out, but we've got.
Yeah, the funny thing is about kind of similar is Dylan's understating it. Dylan's work was a huge inspiration for Alexis, who wrote Solid's serializer. My understanding is he reached out to you a couple of times to ask questions to kind of figure out how to approach stuff, and he was like studying the code basically.
Yeah, so I mean, I gave him access to our like earlier
Yeah.
Marko 6 serializer and all that stuff, and I had like benchmarks compared to every other thing. I've tried so many things because like the problem is, at least in like eBay apps, often it was half the time spent rendering, half the time spent serializing. So it's like, if you can speed up the serializer, it's a big deal. Which obviously one part of it is serializing less, but another part of it is just like the raw performance of the serializer.
Which is why solving client-side routing with server rendered content is such an important topic, because that's the piece that hasn't been solved. I did a talk on this at React Summit a year ago, which was called like facing front-end existential crisis. And in this example, I showed off, I guess, Hacker News or something. But my whole point was that solid start, React server components, and Quick doing the same thing with the client-side rendering and navigation all scored about the same. Right? Solid, I didn't even use the optimal islands version. I literally just used normal solid start. They all scored exactly the same. And the whole reason was serialization. Then I showed Astro, and Astro just blew them all away. And then I was like, oh yeah, but Astro's not, Astro's not client-side rendering. And basically, there's this, or not client navigating, which means that there's this very awkward space where people talk about resumability, people talk about like these things. These are all good optimizations, but serialization, as you said, you guys are spending 50% of your time, just as much time rendering as serialization. Serialization is a huge thing to solve. If you don't have to send that data to the client, it's giant. And today, only MPAs have that sort of guarantee for sure. That's why even if React did the whole server component thing, they're not actually winning that hard against a small optimized framework. It's, so like they should be hydrating less. But once you get to the complexity at which React server components are a benefit, because they start big, my hypothesis is that at that point, serialization is going to overtake both solutions. And
yeah,
it's a difficult problem.
Yeah, I mean, so in my mind, philosophically, the web is like you are going to an endpoint and hopefully getting an app back, right? Like that is how do you deliver an app as quickly as possible to the user? And so, like obviously with Marko 6, and even if you were to write things vanilla, you could deliver an app, interactive pieces and everything to a user in a ridiculously small package. But that like long-lived session piece, like how do you take one of the benefits of the web is that you can deliver a small app for the initial load, and how do you carry that over while keeping as much as possible on the server? Because that's really the strength of the web, is that you hit the server first. Basically, you have, like on native and stuff like that, it's you have the app, it's there, you call an endpoint, you render stuff. With the web, instead of calling an endpoint and rendering stuff in the client, you instead say, well, okay, I'm going to have my data and send just the view and the interactive pieces. So you can keep so much stuff off of the client, and the clients can be much less capable than they would otherwise need to be. And that's really a core strength of the web, in my opinion. So continuing to optimize for that, I think, is
I mean, it's interesting, right? Because part of it is understanding or authoring in a way, and I already was seeing this in Marko. And the reason that I was cognizant of it was a recent Twitter post was where people were talking about state, and Marko already does this. When you add state, that's when you add stuff to the client. So people start going, well, how much stuff do
technically it's when you change state?
Yeah.
It's not state if it's not changed, but yeah.
Right.
Sorry.
But then the sort of question is like, how far can I go without adding, more and more client state? There was this silly post on Twitter where someone had like a component that had like you couldn't even get to the bottom. It was like 40 different use state calls in it, right?
Yeah, I think so.
And Ryan Florence quite correctly goes, well, most of it's from a form. Just you don't need to reflect all the state in JavaScript from the form, because if you're not going to like input it back into the system, he didn't say this, so I would say, then like the DOM's the output, you're done, and then you can just like snapshot it at a time and put it out, like basically uncontrolled. The challenge obviously is that as much as that's the generic answer, when you see that, sometimes, and I've definitely been in apps like this, that state is all necessary because it is derived and there's there's downstream work that independently granularly happens. One person's solution to this was they put all the state in a single use state call, and they're like, solved. They're like, I have one massive data object, and now this way I don't have all that state, and I can just render the form, and it's much easier to kind of keep in my head. The problem is, if you know anything about React, React's fine, it would render the component anyways, but you basically have doomed the whole rest of the app to be tied to one atom.
Right.
Obviously, if you had reactive stores, that could be easier, but that still doesn't really change this kind of fundamental question. There is a certain scale of stuff where once you need to represent state, once you need to synchronize it in more than a single form, state is real. Like even for actually, sorry, Daryl's actually saying something in chat. There's very few things left that some kind of state that doesn't actually involve the server but can't be done with HTML, CSS only. Dropdowns, dialogues don't need JS anymore. Okay. I actually can't think of any non-server involved state impossible with only CSS, HTML. And I on a simple level, I can sort of agree. Maybe
a lot of visual state is built into the browser. That is just the case. Anything that could be like,
but once it feeds back in, that's where it gets challenging. Like if the input causes something else to change, like you're updating something over here, or it changes one form field causes the part of the form to appear or disappear, like any kind of interactivity where the input and the output require synchronization, you're going to, at a certain point, you're going to benefit from representing a state instead of otherwise you're back to the jQuery days where you're like, is that DOM element actually there? Because I'm like, you check one input and go, okay, this input's in this state, which means that these DOM elements should be present. If you have a state model that's consistent, then you don't worry about that. You just know that if this is present, this is present. So as much as it's possible to represent any single interaction without client-side state, the amalgamation of them will, at a certain complexity of interaction, will lead to client-side state. You could ignore this and just pass it all off to No, but you can't even pass off like form control state to a server.
I mean, I think allowing the relevant state to be in the form at the end of the day is good in that, like, it depends what you're doing, but I don't think there's really any issue with saying like, okay, these controls are synchronized in some way and feed into the UI and whatever. But like at the end of the day, I'm taking a snapshot of the form so that some of these things don't require state. Like obviously there's lots of cases where that's true. You just want something to like fly through, like just an input and you're not taking a snapshot until the very end. But yeah, it also needs to be easy to move the state from the form control into your app so that you can pass it around and all that sort of thing, getting into the controlled and uncontrolled stuff. And I know you were saying that you were like exploring controlled, uncontrolled things in Solid. We have our answer as well.
Yeah, which is,
I don't know if it's worth like
it's
getting into the nitty gritty there, but we could.
I mean, it's kind of similar to the view solution, but yeah, no, I mean, it's because I don't know if, yeah, maybe we shouldn't get too deep. We're already like 3 hours in now. I know we lost like 20.
I can do it. Yeah, no,
I mean, just quick, you can quickly chart it. It's a syntax thing, right? This is another example where by being generic, whether you like, because Marko does have two-way binding, technically.
It does not have two-way binding. It has a binding syntax, but it is unidirectional data flow. Anyways, so like in Marko, if we have, you know, an input tag and we're like value equals foo, whatever, that is the initial render. But you can go in and like, this is controlled by the client. This is uncontrolled, right? So you could, you know, have a form and gather this input up if it had a name.
So my question is that value an attribute or a property?
This value is an attribute.
Gotcha. Okay, good.
Yes. Marko starts as HTML. This is an attribute. You wrote an attribute, you get an attribute for all the form controls as well. So the question is like, how do you synchronize this with something else in the app? So like if I were to have just like a let that has text, we're going to initialize it to foo, kind of the same thing. And I like pass this through here. We've got the values, the text, and then let's just say we have.
Is it a property
like
now?
Nope, still not a property. So I'm going to show you. This is going to be maybe not what you expect, right? So this is like if I have a button and I click it, and it's like text equals bar. And let's just like put the text inside the button as well, just so we can like visually see it in two places. If I change text to bar, it changed.
Right.
But why did it change? Because I'm changing an attribute and I haven't I haven't edited this form. But if I go here, so let me just like refresh that. I could hit the refresh button up here, but whatever. All right, so if I go now and I change this, well, now the input has its own internal state. Like that's just the way browsers work. So like what's up with this? This is like bad, obviously, right? Here's what Marko does. So
I did a whole post about this.
HTML.
Yeah, it drove me nuts.
Yeah. We keep it as HTML by default because I think keeping things stateless by default is a good default, plus it aligns with HTML. So if you want to control something, what does that like mean? Basically, in my mind at least, it means saying, no, you can't update anymore, right? Like I'm going to control the state, right? So if you want to say that you're going to control the state, you should probably have a way to say, okay, well, I'm going to acknowledge your request and say no, right? So in Marko, all of the native tags, every attribute that would have a client associated state, so value being one of these, like a checkbox, like the checked state would be dialog open close, like all of these things, they give you a special event, and that we call the change handler. So in this case, because it's value, the event is always value change. So you just do a capital C after the name of the thing. So if it was a checkbox and you were doing checked, they would be check change. Now we've said, okay, I am listening to your requests and I don't care, right? Because I'm not doing anything with your request. So I can go in here, I can type as much as I want. Nothing's going to happen. This thing is controlled, right? But I can take this change handler and I can, accept the value that this thing wants to give to me, and I can put it into that text state. And now in all cases, everything is synchronized, right?
Right.
So why do we have this special event? Or like, it's not even an event, it's like a change handler.
We're still using the attribute at this point?
Say again?
Are we still using the attribute at this point?
This is the signal that says it's control. We are not
Right.
using the attribute anymore.
Okay.
So that's why, like here, the property is guaranteed to match what you've specified, because what you say by passing the change handler is you don't control the state anymore. I do.
I like this. Huh.
Okay. But so what's really nice, because like maybe you're thinking this is like kind of weird, maybe a lot to write and all that stuff, and like where's the two-way binding thing that you're
I mean,
like,
I
kind
don't
of
care.
talking about?
I mean, I'm fine if that was just like on input and I'd be done. Okay, but sure, continue.
Yeah. And so, okay, basically, because in a lot of cases, you just want to synchronize something from a form control out into the rendered view without like modifying it or stopping it or whatever. We have a shorthand to say that whenever something's change handler would be called, synchronize it into whatever value you
Variable,
pass.
yeah.
So like, yeah, so like in this case, just by changing, like right now it's uncontrolled, right? Just by adding a colon here, this is a sugar for adding a value change that sets text.
Right.
So now everything is like synchronized. So like really going from controlled to uncontrolled in Marko is in many cases just adding this colon. But you know, we give you the full control to do whatever you want. So if I like bring back this change handler, let's just bring this back. So then, you know, I do it the manual way, text equals next or whatever. I can do like something crazy here. I could go like to uppercase. So now it's saying I control the value. I set the initial value to not uppercase. So I mean, that's what's coming through here. But whenever the input requests a change to the value, I'm just going to uppercase it before I commit it to my state, because I own the state now. And so this whole thing is about saying, hey, because I passed you a change handler, I need to own the state. There's still one person who owns the state for, in this case, the value of the input. So now when I type in the input, you can see it's like everything I type is uppercase. And Marko also takes care to preserve the cursor position and all that stuff for you. So like in a lot of frameworks, when you go into like controlled mode,
yeah,
it's going to bring the cursor all the way to the end. And it's like kind of awful, honestly. But yeah, we have code in place to make sure that we preserve the cursor no matter what you do here. So I actually have a different example, which is kind of cool. Let me see if I can find it. Yeah, let's see, open. Okay. So I got this example here, which is, oh, did I mess it up? Okay. Which is just a form with a whole bunch of like inputs in it, but they're all bound. So like this one here is just pass through, right? Like it's just binding to this value here, and like ultimately it reflects here. We've got different values for all these different things, but these ones actually have like different change handlers. So this one's saying we're going to strip all letters. Like if I try and type a letter in here, it won't let me. This one's, you know, caps lock, whatever. This one's like the credit card format, and it'll actually like, let me go around here. Like I can't type numbers, or sorry, I can't type letters or anything like that, but I can write a credit card style thing. So it's really easy to do these like kind of input masks.
right.
But what's also cool, so this is like the way that you, what's it called? This is the way that you opt in to controlled by saying, I am going to acknowledge your request basically and do whatever I want. Maybe I don't even update, right? But this pattern can be used by your components as well, right? So if I, let's just go back here. So like, let's say that I was wrapping this thing up into a component. You with me?
Yeah.
So I'm wrapping up like this text renderer thing into a component. We'll just like initialize it, whatever. So we'll make like fancy text. So we're just gonna copy this code over here. We'll do fancy text. And we're going to have to pass it like the value. So we're going to say the value is text. Oh, shoot. Did I not copy the? Yeah, OK. We want to move this. Yeah. OK, so we're going to have state over there. I'm going to get to it. All right. So we want that. OK, so we have this thing as a component, does the same thing, whatever. The question is, how do you make this controlled versus not controlled? Because controlled versus not controlled is actually not a question that should be answered by the current component. It's by the usage of that component. Right. Like we saw with the native tags, it like depending on my use case, like if I'm just writing a normal form and I want it to pass through, like we don't want it to be controlled. But if I pass that change handler, I do want it to be controlled. And so you can really easily do that same thing with your custom components by using the let tag special feature, which I didn't really talk about.
Yeah.
But so let's just do it this way. So right now we're passing in the value.
Yeah.
And
so
this thing is controlled, but like text, this thing is going to control. This thing is not going to synchronize with input.value. You know what I mean? Like this thing has its own state.
Yeah. If you've ever done use state props dot value essentially in React, that's what you're looking at right now, right? Like that is basically it. You have basically you're just getting the value off the props,
right?
And every time that component reruns, it just afterwards it just ignores.
This is initializing the state to input value, but then after that, this thing owns the state, which is like fine if that's the goal. But like, how do we make this thing controllable? So like right now, what I really want to say is this text I want to be the representation of this. So what you can do is the let tag itself is actually also controllable. And so it can actually take a value change handler for its value, and it can receive assignments to this thing. So like basically if I were to mutate this text like here, before it actually does anything, it's going to go through this change handler and we can do stuff. But what's cool is with the bind shorthand, well, maybe I won't even do it with the bind shorthand. Basically, we can say value change equals input value change, like using the same pattern. So if the let has a value change, it doesn't own its own state. It just reflects the value. It becomes controlled. And if it doesn't have a value change, then it's uncontrolled. So anyways, with the like bind shorthand, which also works here, we can just bind to this. And on the other side, like we're still using it in a controlled way, but we can switch this component to be controlled just by adding the colon or doing all the same stuff, right? So basically writing controllable components, ones that the parent can choose whether or not to control it, is as simple often as adding a colon to the state that the child specifies.
So for people to understand here is this is always the dilemma, right? You have, if you have a local state, like in your form, like ephemeral state, if you, it's not too hard to have like a handler come back out to your component, like on blank, you know, like on click on update or whatever, come out of your component, then you write to the global state. But then you have this problem of synchronizing the state going back down again. And people end up using use effect, or they react like key the component, or there's a whole bunch of things to avoid use effect. But this has actually been bugging me for a very long time. It's the reason why in Solid 2.0 we have derived signals and stuff. But derived signals only solve half the problem. This actually does both sides. Like the idea is if the value isn't reactive, then the local, like, so it's not controlled, then the local thing can just control it itself and report up, and it's not controlled from above, right? If something reactive does come in this case, like you do want to data bind it like this, you know, like you do want it to come down, then the local state basically gets automatically synchronizes with the state above, essentially. So it kind of pulls themselves out. So basically it's like when you're controlled, the state variable is the one that the parent owns. And when you're uncontrolled, the state variable is the one inside. And this syntax in Marko lets you write it in a single way. And depending on how the parent consumes it, it can be either or. You can either say, oh, I'm not passing a value, or I'm just doing a static value. So then it's going to be, or, you know.
Yeah, and it's just a sugar for a convention that says that like any component can implement, that basically says, if you pass me a handler that says you're going to listen to my changes, then you can own my state. If you don't, I will own my own state.
This is surprisingly difficult to write in most frameworks to make it controllable. You usually have to choose whether your component is controlled or not controlled. It's very difficult to actually write first of all, and as I said, the controlled version, or when you try to do controllable version, people end up writing use effect. This is a beautiful example where there's no effect code. You're just like, oh, I want to write a component that generally, you know, will take a state variable and proceed out. It's very useful. As I said, two-way binding, I'm not a huge fan of usually. But in this case, it's nice for when you are basically, as you said, fancy text. When you want to treat that element as if it's a native element,
Yeah.
and you're just like, look,
Well, so two-way binding is two places saying I can change the data,
yeah,
right? But this, it's actually, the parent has the final say. The parent is the only one that can change the data. It's just this syntax has said that any request that the child gives me to change the data, I'll just reflect it, right? But the parent can also say, I want to do something more specific, right? Like I am the arbiter of what actually happens when the text, you're requesting the text update. So like, you know, I could even go in here and say, I mean, it's all the same kind of thing, but you can prevent an update, you can wrap it and add the functionality after the fact. But what's really cool is, say I don't have any of this stuff and I just want to write like a simple form. That is also, oh, I don't have text. So I don't even need like state there. If this was just a simple form, then I would just do like value equals whatever. And that works, right? Like in React, this is basically just doesn't work unless you're using default value or something like that, right?
yeah,
But so the default, if you're using this pattern, is uncontrolled, works in forms. You don't need to worry about state management and all that stuff. But as soon as you do want to add some state management, it's super easy. And you can use the exact same components to do it.
yeah. No, another example of like seamless composition. It's very, very nice but it's also seamless composition with like syntax sugar. I think this is one of the challenges. Most tools like add syntax sugar lose composition in some aspect of it. Like, 'cause you can argue that React's way is consistent all the way up to, you just have like you just have to be explicit about everything. Where like,
Right. But so the problem with the React side of things is obviously this case is super verbose if you're not going to use default value, right? And if someone authored a component that didn't use default value, you're all in. You have to write the change, like you have to write the the thing to intercept changes and like have your own state and all that stuff. Like it's very hard to do the uncontrolled case from controlled components. It's impossible without having a bunch of wrapper code. This makes it easy to do both. I have one other example that's like kind of cool on the same vein. So this was like our test for supporting SVGs nested within MathML, nested within HTML, that all the namespacing stuff worked and all that stuff.
yeah,
But like here, we've got this slider component that is like shorthand bound to the state that reflects like throughout this MathML document and all that stuff. But like the slider could be controlled or uncontrolled. It doesn't really matter. And then it's like all synchronized and kind of nice, very easy
right.
to write. And like over here, you can see, you know, this is the implementation of the slider. It's just saying I have a value state, but I might give control to the inputs. Like if the input passes me a change handler, I might defer control of my state to that. So it's very easy to write as well. You can see this one actually has a little bit
Parses,
more logic in the value change to parse the float and whatever, but yeah, you can do whatever you want.
Yeah, no, this is super powerful. Yeah, as I said, the composability and the consistent syntax. It's so tricky because like when people look at stuff from like a language design things, like only certain people tend to appreciate that. You know, like most developers or whatever, like look at things quite often from a like superficial, like how many characters do I have to type perspective. But there's something I said very elegant about Marko's design here.
Yeah, I think it's not great when you have to change a bunch of code or reorganize a bunch of code in order to slightly change your pattern, like from controlled to uncontrolled, or from a native if/looping construct to your own, or like whenever you have to make big changes, even if it's just like syntax, whenever you have to make big changes to do a refactor, that's potential for error or just laziness, right?
Question came in: are input mutable? And I think the answer is only if they're. Can you go into
so input? Input is immutable,
right?
In that you can't like just change the value. But in this case, again, this is a shorthand for basically input value equals whatever, and value change equals input dot value change. So input value is immutable, but the parent can optionally pass a change handler that says, okay, this is how I process the change. But it's never that you're doing like a just raw mutation of something. Everything is unidirectional.
Yeah, it's kind of funny
yeah.
because basically in here you can't write like directly go input.value +5 or whatever. Like you can't
Yeah.
do that. What you can do is essentially call the parent's value change handler if they have a value change handler, and say like,
Yeah.
hey, I would like to call the value change handler with this
Yeah.
value
One
+5.
one thing that's kind of interesting, and I want to say we might have broke it recently, so this may blow up, but I think it still works. We've been fixing bugs and whatever, but so here, but now I'm not tying it to a local state. So if you assign to any tag variable, it's basically going to say, is there a change handler associated with this tag variable? So in this case, assigning to this, it's a regular assignment, is actually the same as calling the value change function. So there's kind of a sugar for that as well. But anyways, yeah, that's just like a side thing that isn't super useful in this case. I mean, in this case, you would
that's funny. Let can't be destructured. That's clever.
Well, so okay, so this is like another thing. So let is like kind of special, but not really that special. So I mentioned
it's a reactive atom, right? It's a signal, like conceptually. I know it's not necessarily
kind of, but I mentioned that any tag can return a value, right? Like you return 1. So this on the other side, like I'm just going to do it in the same file, but let's just pretend this is like test and it's going to give me value, right? And we'll close it. So return also accepts a value change, right? So on here, I can say value change, or I can bind it. And what this actually does is when I try and write to the variable that was returned from the tag, it'll actually go through
that value change.
This. So it's change handlers like everywhere, which gives you the ability to do really simple things. Like if I want to return out some state that I created, like I could let text equals whatever, and say I just want to make that like available to the parent. I could give it a mutable copy of it, like with the change handler using the bind syntax. I could give it a constant copy using not the bind syntax, or I could say, yeah, I'll give you the text, but if you ask me to change the text, I want to do something first, right? And you have all the ability to do that on any tag. Like it's syntactically, there's nothing special about the let tag. The let is just the primitive that would give you that's like conceptually committing the state somewhere else when you change it.
This is what I was talking about. Like the result of an elegant design is the consistency that comes from expanding on it. Like while expanding on it, you don't end up with a bunch of use cases like weird edge cases to kind of solve, hopefully.
Yeah, or weird like arbitrary syntax that's
like
I don't know.
Yeah. The funny thing is, the value change event itself is probably the closest. I mean, it is an event, but just a non-native one. It's the closest thing to a special thing in Marko that I can think of. Technically, it's still an event, so I would say that it still falls within the syntax of where it belongs. Like, how else would you write an event handler on it? But it's the first thing that I've seen here.
Oh, so to be clear, you can still just write regular events. Like obviously I did the button on click. You could do input with an on input.
Yeah.
Or whatever, on focus. Like all that still works. It's just on top of the native tags, we've added these change handlers because it's a really nice pattern to be able to hoist state up from a child. So we wanted that pattern to be consistent across everything, including the native tags. Yeah.
Sorry, the question, are those writable signals? Writable memos is more of probably closer
like the return.
Yeah, I mean the return I guess the return itself is almost like a signal, but I mean
yeah, so basically like the return value, if that value were to ever change, it would propagate through whatever referenced that value. And if it's ever written to, it would call that change handler. But change handlers are more of a convention with special casing for the native tags to support the convention as well.
Yeah.
And then a shorthand syntax to be able to do the common cases really easily.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of crazy how much power is baked into this language. yeah, it's very, very, very interesting stuff in general, just to kind of like think about like the consequences of all these pieces kind of sitting together.
Yeah, and I mean, obviously, this is just on like the language design piece. Like a lot of this is the area, one of the reasons why when you see a Marko template version of something, it's shorter, is because we have, I mean, shorthands for things that make sense, but also just like everything is intended to be cohesive and thought through. Like, how do you hoist state up? Like, that's such a common problem. Why is there not like a, you know, framework level solution? I mean, you can create something like this in React. Like, you could create a use controllable thing and re-implement this pattern. The problem is, since it's JSX, like doing that is going to be more verbose than obviously a language that accounts for that is ever going to be.
So Marko prefers the returns over input handlers execute effects. Yeah, sorry, I'm just reading this out loud now. Yeah. I mean, I think most frameworks in general, the rules should be like, don't update. Like, okay, sometimes you are reading from the DOM and you need to feed like state back in, like from like using a side effect type mechanism, like because of scheduling. But generally speaking, don't use effects for state synchronization. You should never use it. Even React doesn't want you to use effects for state synchronization. It's React doesn't give you the tools to really solve this as easily otherwise. It's actually really tricky. This has been personal goal of mine in Solid 2.0 to make using effects almost never, for these kind of cases. So yeah, I mean, this is kind of the same thing here, right? Like, there are effects, like you can write side effects, but like that's why I love the script tag. It's very much like, look, like I think before someone pulls out a script tag, like that's the right kind of mentality you should be thinking. You're like, I want to just do something over here, not like
yeah,
like get it out of my reactive system. I mean, it's reactive, but like put it over there.
Yeah, you definitely want to use them when interacting with the outside world, but you don't want it to like use it as a mechanism to hack together synchronization. Yeah. So one other thing that's cool about this that took some effort, which is why probably the runtime is 1.99 KB for this example, is that like these change handlers, obviously they get called whenever the input says it's going to change, but that actually applies to the form resets as well. So like if let me just like refresh here. So if I go through and like change this, this is one that doesn't allow letters, whatever. So I add some letters. If I hit reset, what actually happens is this one that doesn't allow letters gets essentially a request to this change handler saying, hey, do you want to actually reset? Right.
Oh, interesting.
And so it all works like the way you would kind of expect, which is a little tricky, but
Right. Yeah, I think I did the one.
Yeah. So like this guy here could be like, if we're resetting, don't let you reset. Like maybe for some reason you want this one to reset. Like it has full control. The state is still owned here, even though this reset button can, like normally the reset button is just going to blow away any state that you had on the DOM, right? So we kind of have to prevent that. But anyways, that's like a side tangent thing, but I think it works pretty cohesively and nice.
Does Marko have a solution for a piece of control state depending on Git bounding client rec?
Yeah, so I mean, you would have to use a script,
yeah,
right? But basically, you would just have some state that is probably initialized to like undefined. Then you'd have a script that probably attaches an intersection observer or something like that.
That's an example where an effect is fine. Like when you're reading from the DOM, it's just the scenario is people shouldn't be using, like, you shouldn't be like state input, state output. Like generally speaking, it's more, unless it's like you should, like, that should be derived if possible. Instead, if it's like, okay, I do some stuff, the DOM updates, read the DOM, feed it back in, that's fine,
Yeah, obviously you want to keep anything that can be derived. And then the other thing is, like, anytime you add a script, you're thinking, oh, I'm adding client-side interactivity for this. So if like your thing depends on the element size or whatever, like you're not going to have that on the server, which means that you're potentially opening yourself up to like a different rendered on the server and then a layout shift in the browser or something. So you want to keep those things in mind. And that's obviously not specific to Marko. Like if you were trying to do something like that,
yeah. I mean,
unless you're doing only client-side rendering, you will always have that issue.
Bro, I mean, that's why effects don't run on the server in most JavaScript frameworks. But the script tag, again, is genius on the naming side, because it's obvious to me that effects don't run on the server, but it's not obvious to, well, actually our render effects do, but like it's not obvious to most people, like, oh, use effect or create effect doesn't run on the server. They're like, okay, I guess that's fine. I'll note that in my head. But when you go there and you're like, I'm writing a script tag, it's kind of like, oh yeah, of course.
Yeah. And so, I mean, we didn't have script initially. Before it was an effect tag. And I think I agree with you. Like when people look at HTML and they see that script, they're thinking, this is going to the browser and I'm ready for it.
Yeah, right. Which is kind of funny. And I love this usage because there's a juxtaposition against Svelte and Vue that use script tag to put their JavaScript in their single file components.
Yeah, this is nothing like those, which is actually one of the things we considered when we were deciding this, is like, are people going to see this and they're going to think you like export stuff from here?
It's
like
also funny because that's them acknowledging that everything in the script tag has to go to the browser. Sorry, it's just kind of like a kind of acknowledgement here. Yeah, I don't know. It's interesting.
Yeah, our scripts, you just put the interactive updates in, not the how you set up everything.
Yeah, this is I'm very impressed with. I know these are subtle surface level stuff, but I'm very impressed with the slight changes here that like make the story more consistent. It's really
clever. I mean, the last like year really has been that. How can we polish this thing, do the optimizations, like. Yeah.
So I take it
there's a lot.
If with all that work, you guys haven't looked at concurrent rendering or anything recently.
Sadly, no. Yeah, no. Concurrent rendering is not there. We do have obviously like streaming, and
that's been like my last month and a half. I'm just like so deep down that right now.
Yeah, obviously we have like the nice streaming primitives, and
right? Exactly.
Whatever placeholders and all that stuff, server side oriented. Our await tag now does work on the client, which is one of the other big issues with Marko 5 is like you could do async stuff, but in the client the await tag didn't actually work because like
so now
do you replay stuff? Do you send everything like what? But since we're resuming, like say you do an await tag and then you consume the promise like somewhere in a script tag later, like it just works.
Yeah,
right?
Which is cool.
And if you render it explicitly in the client side, it all works also.
To be fair,
yeah,
like a lot of frameworks did not have like isomorphic suspense or await until fairly it's like Svelte just got it, like just got it, if I remember correctly. I guess maybe some point
did they get, I mean, I didn't even see it. I probably looked, I don't know, maybe 6 months ago or something like that, and they still I think did nothing on the server with their awaits.
Yes, so I think they have a new boundary tag and they have a new async solution, but so they finally tackled it. But yeah, Marko was like the opposite. We're like it's still it's still like crazy mind warping when I think about the fact that like Marko's await for async fragment was like the suspense that was written like 2014, so like 11 years ago. But
yeah, and it finally works in the browser now.
So I mean, very, very cool stuff, and I'm glad to see this kind of come together. I don't know if I have anything else, and I've kind of given everyone a chance to ask their questions, so we might just wrap up here with Dylan. If this is your very last chance, chat to ask to get to questions.
Yeah, I mean, the only thing we didn't do really is compare too much to the specifics of other frameworks or even like Ripple or anything like that. But it is.
If I could share stuff easier, maybe I can present my screen. Is the easiest way to do it.
Yeah, it's too bad this all got messed up. Yeah,
because it's like I'm like presenting, but the problem is like if I present, I can't present. Like I'm wondering if I'm going to get like a weird inception problem, because what I want to do is present this window share, which is going to get us inception. Yes. And then I'm going to go over here, I think. Because there is some similarities. I'm going to have Dominic on the stream in the future. But I'm trying to remember if there was like an example he showed for Ripple. It's gonna.
I did a like just a converting the Ripple like counter example to Marko just so you could like superficially see the syntax differences, which is
Do you
kind of
do
interesting.
you have it? Do you have it somewhere? Yeah. Can I? Sorry. Let's do that. That's better than what I was.
Am I still sharing my screen?
No, I can get off here.
Here, I got it.
Yeah, there you are. That's better than what I was going to do, because I was very interested in Ripple in that it's not like he's got some interesting technology stuff there, but it's also a JSX syntax that has similarities to Marko's ability to scope stuff kind of all over the place, which is really cool.
Yeah, I obviously have not spent a ton of time digging through Ripple. I was just trying to get like a base idea and understanding of the syntax and all that sort of stuff. But I do think it's pretty cool to try and make a better JSX. And in some ways, this does that. So I think that's like cool. But I don't want to speak to
the
language design of it like too much. But definitely this could help solids. You know, issues around being
exactly.
If
he actually makes a .ripple file format, I wonder how hard it would be to just like
compile it to something else.
Yeah, like if I forget about his $sign variables for a second, just literally just keep the JSX functions syntax. Like I'd even keep the extension.
Yeah, I mean, in like a lot of ways, it's a lot of choices are similar to ones that.
Well, I mean, things I love. Component. Do you know why I love component here? Because that's actually denoting component is actually incredibly useful for compiler-based stuff. There's a bunch of stuff that I won't do because I don't want to force people to like assume something is a component. This is the first thing. I've talked to the Angular folks about this.
Right.
Component keyword, gold. Okay.
Yeah, I like the component keyword. Actually, I don't know if you ever saw like Ghost Lang by Jamie Builds. Like there's some similarities with this. Anyways, like it's very cool that inside the tags, you are just in JavaScript. And that's, I guess, not really captured too much in this, besides that we have the let here. But obviously that means that these are statements. This is actually declarative, right?
Yeah.
Like this is not saying we're building up a structure. This is saying this is what the structure is. I'm going to figure out how to actualize it and make that update, wrangling, and all that stuff, which obviously Solid could
100%, because
as well.
I like I said, I wouldn't use $count, but I would love to create signal right in there. Like,
yeah. So I mean, obviously, like on the Marko side, I don't like the state primitive being a special syntax. Like no one, like what if you want to create your own state wrapper? What does that look like in this? And maybe there is an answer, and I would really like to see that.
Do you think the $sign's the cue here, or do you think the let's the cue here? I mean, it's hard to say, I guess.
Well, the $sign is the cue, but like how? I guess you have the hooks, right? So you would just like call a hook.
Yeah.
And it's going to be like a regular function. I'm not 100% sure if the hooks have to be wrapped in the component stuff also. I don't know exactly how that works. Again, I have not explored Ripple.
Yeah. He said it's not signals based. We'll talk to Dominic about it.
Yeah.
But yeah.
So I mean, I just like superficially converted stuff over just to get an idea.
I mean,
a little hard to see, but you know.
Oh,
at the end of the day,
does he have to string it? Is this why it looks so freaking awkward? I didn't pick up on that.
In here, yeah. So that is Marko is kind of saying HTML first. This is JavaScript first. This is JavaScript first at every level.
Oh, that's the trade-off.
You know.
I mean,
yeah. So like anytime you want to render a string, you're doing this, right? So like obviously in the Marko example, we're just like writing HTML. And the state comes in through HTML as well. So you're like staying in HTML, but you can do anything in HTML. Whereas this, every time you go into a tag, you're in this like JavaScript land. Which honestly is like pretty cool. I would definitely like this over something like JSX. But two issues that I have with this. One is I really don't like dollar prefixing things because it's like you're trying to make a syntax out of an existing thing and have different meanings just based off of a different variable name, which doesn't sit right with me, but it is superficial. So like whatever.
I mean, yeah.
The other thing is
that's like the svelte thing. I mean, we've seen this a lot. Yeah.
Yeah. The other thing is that in the Ripple files, you can just use like if statements. Like I'm assuming you can just if $count greater than 5, then show this other stuff, right?
But the thing is, he is which is interesting.
But this is not the same as we're rendering this top to bottom. Like, it's not like when count changes, we're going to go and rebuild up this VDOM or something like that. This if is not an if, right?
It might be. I mean, it's not an if. It's not an if, but I bet you he compiles the if statement into something dynamic.
I almost want to see it, but I don't know if we.
I mean,
yeah, I haven't spent a ton of time. Oh shoot! Oh, it's serve. Ripple. Let's see.
I mean, we'll talk about to Dominic.
Yeah, no, I'm really curious to see, what he's going at with this. I don't know what's the easiest way for me to see what this is actually doing. I guess
Dominic is in the chat. See, there you go. You can use $.
I shouldn't show off his thing. I don't know.
You can use $state outside of components too, inside functions that can call from a component or from an event handler. Okay, so yeah, and then expression statements are needed because we also allow you to do function calls in the templates which don't get rendered. Expression.
So what I want to see is like where the count greater than 5 logic ultimately is. Where's 5? I don't know. Probably not gonna have luck here finding it. Did I save this? Did. Yeah, I don't know. But my understanding was that these were compiling to not ifs and fors.
Oh, okay.
Right.
Interesting.
And so it's like making different meaning of JavaScript syntax, which I think if it's like 100% analogous, then maybe that's fine. But I would have concerns about where you want to do something different.
I mean, in this example, wouldn't you have to change it to like something else because you're removing the button that actually does the clicking, right? So count bigger than 5.
Oh, sure. Yeah. Yeah, probably this is just like I just threw an if statement in a random spot.
Yeah, but I mean, if it was smaller, then this would actually work. Okay,
yeah, so you'd probably realistically do something like this, right? I'm imagining it's like show the count if it's greater than 5. Otherwise, just like guess how it goes. I don't know. Shoot. Turn that off. Yeah. I don't think it's like updating. I think it's maybe not like building. Maybe I have to do a build first. I don't remember.
Yeah.
I looked at this a little bit.
Yeah. I think the syntax thing is interesting because this is the first other one that I've seen. Sorry, I'm
yeah. So it just wasn't building.
Oh, nice. Ripple has a playground. I might check that out later.
Oh, yeah.
When we're not in such a weird zone. We got in a weird place where we're doing stuff through StreamYard through StreamYard through a Google Meets chat because Dylan's stuff won't connect.
Yeah. So I mean, here's the greater than 5. So obviously it like triggers E. I don't know. I'd have to spend more time looking through non-minified code.
I mean, the thing is, sorry, it's gone now. But I was gonna say, if you press it 5 times, you could see if it worked.
It did.
Yeah. Okay. I wasn't paying attention to time.
I did.
That's what I'm saying. I imagine that he'd be compiling or looking for syntax like that, because the idea is that to resemble fine grain, but not also not using.
Like obviously, you don't want to compile a for loop like that into a for loop.
Exactly.
But that actually is like.
But it's perfectly fine.
How do you represent keys? I guess there's no keys. Well, I feel like you still need keys.
I mean, you could put keys.
Unless you just.
Well, it's like React. Put keys on the thing you return, right? I think the thing is, if and for are specific JavaScript syntaxes that can be analyzed, which is cool, right? So like you can actually make that assumption, which is something that you can't necessarily do with like .map, right? But ternaries, ifs, fors are all analyzable. Yeah. If for try, they compile the blocks like a bit like if actually exactly like they're because they're completely analyzable. You do get that same thing. What you don't get, it's more like svelte. Let's say like you have a specific syntax, so you can like know to analyze it specifically. Except that specific syntax is JavaScript, which is pretty cool. It doesn't have the same, like when you compose it, it's idempotent, like the same way Marko's tags are. But on the flip side, you definitely are like have this feel it's just JavaScript, because even though what you compile out isn't exactly the same, you get to write it as just JavaScript.
Yeah. It's like, obviously when you're writing an if in Marko, you kind of have to go and figure out, okay, yeah, there's an if tag and like this is how you do it and all that stuff.
But in the sense,
Kinda,
your guys' if and for tags are special too.
you can compose them and do whatever.
You could compose them from idempotency
Yeah.
standpoint, but the base implementation is like,
Yeah, all of the native tags compile to something a little
yeah, exactly.
more optimized,
Right.
sort of.
Yeah, so I mean, from that perspective, that's what I'm getting at. This has that.
Yeah, it's just like
characteristic.
syntactically, the way that you would write the for loop is the same way that you would write anything that acts like a for loop.
Right, exactly, which is the other side of the thing, which is why I've always liked the components like for the control flows. But that being said, there's an interesting added benefit here of it not being like handlebars, like it's JavaScript syntax for it, which is, I think, gives a really nice feel where people go, oh, this is like JavaScript, even though conceptually speaking, it's not quite doing a for loop. But I think that's okay.
Yeah. I'd just be curious where the like abstraction leaks there, because I feel like you eventually get to, or like your intuition leaks. Like if you see a for loop and it actually isn't running like a for loop, like I don't know at what point that feels kind of leaky. It does look nice, and you know, if the abstraction holds,
right. I mean, this is sort of the three sides of the triangle, right? There's the perception that like you need to go all in, otherwise like it's too leaky. You need the other side, which is like the stance that Svelte usually takes, and I think this is a bit on that side, is like you can repurpose stuff in a reasonable way to make it familiar without going all in, right? And then there's a third side, which is kind of, I guess, where Solid sat historically and React in the past, which is like, you guys are all crazy. So, like abstractions leak the end, and it's not worth and it's not worth investing in all the way, right? Like you can pick. There's like 3 points, and then a million points in between, but there's like fully invested as far as familiarity goes, not willing to fully invest. But
right.
like,
yeah, I just feel like if you're already investing and you're going for familiarity, like there's just benefits to the things being like being able to use the same API and like swap things out. Like there's the literal, it's easier to refactor and stuff like that. So it's like if you want to weigh that. But even with Marko, we're using kind of weird names for some of the tags. Like the tag is called let.
Yeah.
Right. And like obviously we picked that because you're used to let in JavaScript. So that's the way that we try to make things look kind of familiar. Obviously we use the script tag, but really we're trying to have a syntax that is not like reusing anything else and making a different meaning out of something. So there is like the syntax, and the way that we try and make things familiar is by the naming. And like if there is a pattern that already works perfectly, like even the shorthand event handlers, or sorry, the shorthand methods, it's like, yeah, we'll just bring that into HTML. Like there's no reason that's going to leak. So there's obviously play. But if you see a method in Marko, in like a tag, you're probably like, okay, if something's a little bit different than the way that it would work in a JavaScript object, like that's all right. Like in Marko, your method name can have a dash in it. Obviously you can't have dashes in JavaScript objects, but yeah. So it's like, if we want to make something different, it's our syntax. Do you know what I mean? If we want to add functionality, it's not going to be changing the way maybe that you thought it would work because it is Marko's language.
Yeah.
If that makes sense.
Yeah, it's tricky. I'm actually now just like thinking about. Yeah, sorry, I've gone on a different tangent. I'm back on the all strings thing in Ripple, and I part of me will, given that the JavaScript is where everything is natively, I almost want curly braces to be optional in Ripple the same way they are in Marko. I actually think it actually almost makes more sense there. It's just a because yeah.
Well, I mean, I think it's like the curly braces. Yeah, no, I guess you're right. Yeah. So like if you're in HTML, like don't have curly braces.
Yeah.
No, HTML would have. I don't know.
Yeah.
A little different.
Yeah.
Anyways.
It's anyway. Okay. Well, yeah, I was going to look at Ripple a bit later anyways, but it was interesting because, like, as I said, it's the first time other template language I've seen that has this kind of nested scope thing
Yeah, that's awesome. And I want to see like what comes of it. And like, if he had, like, we're obviously going to look at his reactive system, and I'm really curious. Like the one thing that I haven't really seen, which I'm sure Dominic can answer, or maybe it is answered out there, is like, what are the specific, like, if it's performance, what are the specific performance wins? Or is he going for the DX? Like, what is the, like, Y ripple? I haven't really seen the Y ripple. I mean, I think it's really cool.
Right.
But yeah.
Yeah, because it is interesting. I mean, because there's probably elements of all of the above, but it's one of the, it's one of those things where it's like, yeah, that's familiarity versus willing to challenge, like, and how far you want to go along that scale is an interesting place, because part of that does.
Yeah, like I thought that his play was going to be like a performance play,
right?
But it's obviously got the Ripple language. So yeah, what's the spectrum? What's the anyways.
I will keep that in mind when I have him on stream to ask him about that. Okay, cool. I think we're good. I know me and Dylan could talk here for hours, but I think we are probably at our end in terms of what content on Marko and stuff today. I'm gonna continue the stream afterwards for a little bit, look at some This Week in JavaScript type stuff. But other than that, I think it's very cool, as I said, to see where Marko has gotten to. I think little details are really starting to kind of come out nicely, and I'm very, very interested now, or soon when this comes out, like with that base, where things go next, because I know how much effort it has been to get to this point.
Yeah. Well, thanks for having me on. It's been a little bit of a hiatus from Marko related stuff, but I hope people will check it out, give it a try, go to the new docs, npm init Marko and so on, and like just try it.
Most of all, I can talk about Marko again, which makes me very, very happy. Because I said I wasn't going to talk about it and hype it up too much until Marko 6 was basically ready. So we are there. So
yeah,
very, very, very exciting.
All right. Thanks for having me on.
All right, cool.
Yeah.
Till next time, Dylan. And now I can get off this call. Yeah. DX first, performance second. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. I think, I mean, Dominic, you said this to me a while ago. You felt like JavaScript performance was kind of a solved problem a long time ago. Like even at the time with Inferno, we haven't pushed the dial, at least on client side performance, probably in that long, really, right? Around the first fine grain renderers and Inferno were basically laid out the approach that most things have taken since then, pretty much. Yeah. Also, yes, what a great guest. I agree completely. It was so awesome to have Dylan on stream with us to talk about this stuff. Okay, let me just prep some stuff for This Week in JavaScript. Give me 2 seconds, just so that I don't even remember when's the last time I streamed. It's been a little while. I can't even remember. I've been so down this transition thing. I think I streamed on like a Wednesday or something randomly. So I don't know if I have this much in JavaScript. I'd get into my transition stuff, but it's in a middle state. I got stuff working yesterday, and then I realized that it like wasn't quite working right. So then I like kind of like went back on it a bit. But I think the big thing is there's been a lot of solid news, and I think I want to make sure that we talk about that. Kind of wrap out what was my stream? We talked about server functions. We talked about transitions, right? I did a stream about transitions on August 26th. Yeah, okay. Did I talk about? No, that was the 27th. Okay, beautiful. Okay. I know where I am. Barely. Solid.js. And then, did I bookmark anything this week? bookmarks. I'm not gonna lie, like part of me just wants to get off stream and work on transitions more. I mean, I could work on stream, but I doubt that it would be that interesting. Yeah, thanks everyone saying thanks, Dylan. He's very knowledgeable on this stuff. Yeah, no, for sure. Every time, one of my favorite streams is the one where he showed all the steps into making a UI language, which was really, really, really quite cool. Like all the different tools you have to build to do. All right. Yeah, stay on stream. It's so funny. Even after my last one, when I'm like talking theoretical, someone's like, "Why am I subscribed to this channel?" in the chat. Like literally one of my only couple chats. It was not a very popular stream. More popular than the AI stream, I grant, but it's summertime. Summertime's kind of dead. Dylan wanted to do the Marko stream like 2 or 3 weeks ago, and I was like, no, dead time. Let's make sure we do a stream when people are actually back at things. Yeah, I did bookmark something, didn't I? Yeah, August. Okay. Okay. Cool. Okay. All right. I do have bookmarks. Okay. So let's get started with solid news, and let's do this week in JavaScript. Okay. This week in JavaScript. Welcome. Okay. Well, I wanted to start with talking about the news that's been going on with Solid. It kind of started. I think I talked about a bit about this last week, but Attila has been promoted to Solid Core team member. Longtime DX team member. He made the intro video or remade the intro video. He's one of the other people who actually goes and speaks at conferences about Solid. He's speaking at the upcoming VConf. So very cool. But the big thing is his main role is to take on the role of team lead for Solid Start. Solid Start has been kind of slipping a little bit because I've had the focus elsewhere, and obviously Nikhil's wherever Nikhil is doing his stuff, and we have a bunch of developers who've been doing a lot of contribution over time. Burke and like Brennels and Brendonovic and a bunch of people, Katja, like all these people were working on Solid Start, right? Here and there, but like we weren't really moving things forward because like I wasn't doing, I wasn't like following it too much, and like a bunch of them got like hijacked by Tanner to work on Tanstack Start, like the Solid part and help with the DaVinci effort. So like it's good we've been bringing the teams together, but Solid Start itself's kind of been like the not getting the attention it deserves. So yes, I believe so. Yes, I won't be, unfortunately. I'll be remote. But now we have core team member here who will take on that. He's done great work with like Tori and Solid integration. He made like a bit of a meta framework around Tori with Solid. So he's a perfect guy to do this. He's great communicator, and he finally did what I wasn't willing to do, which is actually put a roadmap in place for Solid Start, which we'll get to in a minute. But the other key thing is we recently got funding from Anomaly, which helped go back into our fellowship program, which got us to work alongside of him 3 developers. The same 3 developers I was mentioning on who've been working on Solid Start. Sorry, I hate how when there's more than 3. I should talk to Dave about this in terms of formatting. It's hard, but when there's more than 3, the middle one always gets like chopped out of it. So Brendonovic dev, right? I only know people by their Twitter or their Discord names, but yeah. Brennels or Brenly and Katja here. All 3 of them have been working, as I said, on Solid Start, very involved, have projects based on them and on Solid Start. And Anomaly, for those who aren't familiar with it, is the makers of OpenCode AI, SST, OpenNext, OpenAuth. You might recognize these projects like DAX on Twitter, THDXR. This is basically the formalization of that company. All these efforts into a single company, because it's the same people. I think this is more just a rename. Like, what were they called before? Were they just called like SST before? But he's funding it. He's been posting a ton about all the stuff he's been building in Solid, and now he's put his money where his mouth is. We actually have a 4-person Solid Start team officially, which is incredibly important for us in our ecosystem. We aren't always funded like everyone else. Yeah, not the product itself. SST is a product of it, but the company, like the behind it. Yeah, they're called Anomaly now, or Anomaly Invert. What is it? Anomaly. Yeah. Makers of SST.dev, OpenXT, all these things. Yeah. So yeah, and I thought this was really cool. We've given out almost $50,000 in fellowship funding since September 2022. Since we started this program, we've distributed that much money. Obviously, it comes from our sponsors, over the years, from companies like Anomaly to, obviously, stuff we got from the Open Collective, from big contributions from like Netlify, and Google. Can't forget about Google. Google made a huge contribution to Solid Start development in terms of our research, and really made it possible for us to get to 1.0. So, Alexis, Saraval, all this streaming stuff was largely funded by Google's work, which pushed hydration performance forward. So yeah, obviously we have to be thankful for our sponsors here, but I just want to point out there that we are trying our best to take every penny base we can get to feed back into development on Solid, and so I'm very excited to see stuff like this happen. It's a good usage. So yeah, Solid Start team, it's official. Really excited about this. Yeah, sorry, I will be a panelist at VConf remotely. What else we got here? Yeah, see, here we go. Solid Start, Vinci, Vite, and beyond. So Attila will be giving the VConf talk, talking about Solid Start. Solid Start official roadmap. We should probably look at this for a moment. We can catch up on stuff. Thanks to our partner Anomaly, dedicated force. Yeah. So basically, the idea is we're working towards a Solid Start 2.0. So high level here, there's updating the underlying architecture in this kind of 2.0 alpha stage, which will be like showing like it's an infrastructure move. You basically keep the current Solid 1.0 Solid Start APIs for the most part. There'll have to probably be some configuration updates, but generally speaking, keep it as it is and deliver on that with like the same kind of basis that they have in Tanstack Start, like the modern update, devincification, whatnot. No more Vinci. Solid 2.0 beta. The idea is support for Solid 2.0. Solid 2.0 is a little bit far out, but it's also kind of like, it's not that far out. Some people are asking, "Oh, are we 2 or 3 years out?" No. Like Solid 2.0, I'm working on literally the last client side feature, like core feature. That was my benchmark for experimental. Once we get that out, we will be able to start moving to alpha stages on Solid 2.0. So like, it might be a few weeks or whatnot, but that's the kind of start doing that. Hopefully things will ramp up from there. But generally alpha for Solid 2.0 should be coming soon, which means that they can start working on beta for Start 2.0 pretty quickly in the next little bit. I expect there's still to be a lot of work during that alpha phase on getting SSR really working properly. So they'll be like working tandem during this phase, but this is their focus right now. So I would imagine Solid Start 2.0 to come out sometime next year, towards mid next year. I'm Solid 2.0. I was really hoping to get out this fall, but I am behind schedule. It's already September. I thought I would be where I am right now in the beginning of July. I'm about 2 months behind where I want to be, admittedly, but it is progressing, as you guys have seen. So it's one of those things where like I am not happy until I actually have stuff working. So I'm very slow to move through early phases. Like I drag my feet on experimental or alpha releases like really long. And then I get to like beta and RC and I want to push it out the door immediately. Do you know what I mean? Which I have to push my own self back from there, because usually by the time stuff gets out of alpha, like all the hard problems are solved. So it's we have to be aware of that in terms of release timing, because there's other things that need to be done other than solving the hard problems. Anyway, yeah, but there's a plan here. There's documentation. It's really kind of quite awesome to see this going on, right? Alpha effort, both Brendonovic, who's been doing the DaVinci efforts, and Katie Wings, who's been doing like the CSS type stuff, are doing really good work here. And then, yeah, day-to-day and docs, Brendels and stuff, just kind of keeping the stuff flowing. From there, when they get into the beta phase, I'm assuming it's going to be more hands-on deck, because Solid 2.0 will, take a little bit. Yeah. Features, Discord, Nitro, keep the lights on. At the moment, many issues lack triage. I work on the docs to improve experience. Yeah. Improving to primitive. On the next. Primitives, not frameworks. Topsy-turvy, blah, blah, blah. Solid ecosystem. I mean, provide users great features, full stack, bridging the gap between multi-page apps. And yeah. Always find Discord. Yeah. I haven't actually looked at the chat. I see exciting stuff like vision, momentum, blah, 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 good stuff. Here's to consolidate efforts under Tanstack start. Now the framework agnostic, especially since you seem to be following the similar path to DaVinci, because JS knows true standard. Yeah, I want to see. Yeah, it's a big degree we use the same tech. Once it starts React first, solid first approach. Yeah, I think that's a good point of talking about. Like, there are things that benefit from being solid first and solid ecosystem first. Like, we have to find solutions, say, that work across tools, right? And like the router being a key part of it, but also like the way we handle async local storage and stuff like that. Like, we can patch stuff onto other things, but it'd be awesome if like the request event was a universal thing that worked across all solid frameworks. Do you get, like, there's certain things we want to own, and Tanstack Start is awesome in that it delivers on these features in an framework agnostic way. But I was even talking to Tanner himself, and it, like, to a certain degree, like, a framework specific way is always going to be better. Like, ultimately, but it takes a bit to get there. That's not a good migration path. There's all these other reasons you have to consider other things. And honestly, Tanstack aims at a higher part of the stack. It looks at mostly a lot of like the user level feature stuff, where Solid, like, it's been very important that the router is kind of agnostic, in this process, because we're trying to create React app more than we are trying to create like a Next.js. It's just that we think the bar for what a create React app has leveled up a bit. Vite made that possible, suggesting that we can do more as our basic templates. We need a good basic template with SSR, and that's what Solid Start is designed to be. So yeah, I would say the direction is not actually pretty similar. It's framework agnostic, which means it's lowest common denominator. You can't use Solid Router in Tanstack Start, which is a good point. Cypher Solid Start, it's been entrenched for its time to rise to shine. Yeah, no, I'm really happy with the responses here. Yeah, good. So yeah, really awesome. I don't think there's anything that's particularly stand out here. But yeah, some people are like, what about Vinci and all this stuff? It's just like Vinci caused a change in Vite, and now we got to move to the next steps. We were early, right? So it's sometimes tricky when you're early because it leads to changes, right? Sometimes it's worth being early though, because the technology, like, you got to chase the technology to where the technology is. Anyways, I'm very impressed. I'm very happy to have Attila and the rest of them on board in terms of getting this stuff going. So that's the big solid news, right? Yeah, BeatCoff, future web panel. Yeah. Anyway, let's keep on going. Okay, should we get into this one? Yeah, I mean, no. Let's talk about this because Tanner's in this right now, right here. Tanner has a really interesting way of looking at success in the React ecosystem, and I want to talk about this for a minute. I've been really enjoying Convex Live. I found a few examples of it used with Solid. Are there any plans in the works? I mean, not core driven. The funniest thing is, can I tell you a little story? I mean, I've told this story multiple times, but Jamie, the creator of Convex, saw Solid at a talk. We were in SF, and the talk lineup was literally me talking about Solid, Jared talking about Bun, and Jamie talking about Convex. Basically the very beginning of all three of those things. Like Solid had been around for a bit, but like they weren't aware of it. Bun hadn't really broken through yet, or just broken through, and Convex. This was like 2 or 3 years ago. Like that was the first I heard of Convex, and he literally went home immediately and got it working with Solid. Made a stream and streamed himself working with Solid. And he was like, "This is so cool." And then he went into work the next day and was like, "Look, guys, I made this thing with Solid. It's so cool. This is like the perfect matchup for what we're doing. This is great." And then his like the other guys in the company were like, yeah, "We got to focus on the React integration." Solid's cool and all, but most developers use React. And he's like, "Oh yeah, you're right." Like where there's desire, there's people going to go there. This is why we're very popular in that this kind of like local first, or like the WebSocket DB kind of zone, because of the fine grained updates, right? Zero, or uh, Anomaly, or whatever. OpenSST guys all love Solid, but yeah, I mean, someone has to head this up. There's been talks on the Reddit. Somebody was trying to, I think, on our Reddit, trying to start up something with the Convex. I imagine it isn't too hard to do, but yeah, I don't know if Jamie's old video is very helpful. I mean, you could find the video on YouTube. I'm like, if you search it up, it's like Jamie Turner Solid JS probably. Let's use Convex with Solid JS. Okay, yeah, sorry, I'm wrong. It was over 3 years ago. Anyway, I just keep on sending people over here. Yeah. Other part of the story is Solid still isn't supported in Bun. Yeah, I don't know what this means, supported. Like I write stuff that targets JavaScript, right? I could see Solid Start having issues, or maybe Babel having issues, but like I don't know what Bun, like what supported in Bun means. How much do you see the framework agnostic part of Tanstack as a potential migration path from React to Solid? I'm excited to try to not change it. I mean, if you talk to Tanner, or you've heard any of our live streams, or like we were just on a great one with Dan Shapir. Why can't I remember we were talking about RPCs and server functions. Like the migration path is like, I mean, that's what he's doing almost. He's like making the what do they call it? The herd path, or there's a term for it, but like the move from conceptually from React Tanstack to Solid Tanstack is, because of how similar those implementations are, is going to be almost trivial, to the point that like it's almost like, quote, the plan. If you ask him about what he thinks about Solid and React, you know where Tanner sits. But if you want to hear it out of his own mouth, listen to the latest podcast. Why am I not remembering the name of that podcast at the moment? Dan would be so. No, what is it called? I'm like gonna have to look for it, because I definitely posted it here. JS Jabber, yes, JS Jabber, awesome. Always super technical, super technical. If you like podcasts that have the same vibe as the stream, this is the one to check out. But yeah, Tanner gives his own thoughts on that exact question towards the end of that podcast. Anyway, where was I? Yeah. In this day and age, does it still make sense to distinguish CRA versus Next? It feels like everybody aims to matching Next with a choice to use a little new. I think it does because I think Next tries to do too much, and I think that's why things are so hard. I think Next did try and simplify with server components in a sense, but I think there's still a desire to be like, I don't need all my opinions made for me. I mean, there are people who think that they do. I just want it to be a little bit more progressive. I mean, Nuxt is a perfect example of keeping it in the ecosystem and keeping it fairly progressive. But I love that when someone's like, okay, I want to use Solid. How do I do it? And I'm like, okay, look, you guys are probably going to use Vite because Vite is the best bundler for us or whatever, probably. I mean, you could use other stuff. Let's say you're on Vite. You can get like a fully functioning project and get a baseline. But if you don't like any of the stuff, you disagree with almost everything that we've come up with. Look, here's 4 kilobytes or 5 kilobytes, and you can go do whatever the hell you wanted to do, like you've done the last 20 years. I don't care. Like, I think you need to have. I think that's important still to a certain degree. Sure, like over time, the paths get more cemented in terms of like the happy path, but I people always should at least feel like they can pull the plug out. Yeah, I mean the JSX transform not work is like saying the Svelte work in Bun. You just have to use the third party compiler, right? Like Svelte has a compiler, Solid has a compiler. I just view JSX as like React's compiler is built into most dev tools, but I don't like that's only one version of JSX. Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, it's yeah. Anyway, yeah, getting back to Tanner here and his his normalized thing, like because what he's showing here is, look, this is Tanstack router's growth, this is React's growth over the same time period, and this is how it's normalized. What he's suggesting is that as React grows, popular libraries will naturally grow with React because there's that many more developers. So he's like, look at the pool of developers you could be attacking, and then look at your growth over time. Now, don't get me wrong. When you're a newer project, you're always going to grow proportionally, like faster than the like. Hopefully, if you're successful, faster than the rate that the framework grows. Well, I mean, not always. Sometimes, like, but once you get to a certain threshold, you will grow at a a faster rate. So this is very normalizing against React is really cool. Like to kind of see this kind of thing where you can see that Tanstack's growing incredibly, and it's actually like it's a little flatter. But then this changes the lens drafting about market share. Here's some examples. Absolute, we're so back. We're normalized. We're back to where we started. Killing it, baby. Uh-oh. So he showed 2 different graphs here. He's like where when they look at their graphs, they see this, but in reality, when you put it against React's graph, React is outpacing their growth. So like the number of React developers proportionally using your product is actually going down, even though your total numbers are going up. And I think that's really interesting because I don't know which one of these is React Router, but I'm guessing one of these is React Router. Tanner is a nice guy, but I'm almost willing to bet that secretly, if we're looking at this, I mean, maybe we can just look at this download curve and actually figure out which one's which. I mean, this is just a guess, but he's talking about TF. Let's go 5 years. Where are we? 2025, 2021. Yeah. Who's willing to bet? Who's willing to bet? Oh, it could be either of these. Let's look, because it's this way, not it's this way, right? I mean, it might not be. Almost everything in React probably follows this curve, but this is almost flat when it goes up. That's not it. Yeah. Who wants to bet this is React Router? Anyways, I could be wrong. I'm reading between the lines. I wonder if one of these is next. What do you think? Oh, I wonder. I wonder. Anyways, sorry, I'm just putting ideas in people's heads. I shouldn't do that. Yeah, showing gambling thing. No. But I have to assume. I mean, these could also be like. I don't think any of these are Redux, but it could be Redux. I'm just thinking of like competitors to Tanner's products that he would actually have these graphs on hand for. So like React Query and Redux might go side by side. Routers, yeah. In any case, it's interesting, right? Absolute. Oh, I mean, he's almost giving it to us right now. Redux. Okay. Redux is probably the flop. This one's probably Redux. Yeah, I'm going with this one being Redux. Probably. Or it could be React Router. But it is interesting. I like. Did you see what he's showing on this graph here though? Because React's been skyrocketing in popularity in this last year. All of these have they all kind of inflect up. But when you actually look at the actual graph compared to the growth of React, none of them are actually really like only like these ones are doing good. Zoostan's doing good. React Query's doing good, and Next is doing decently. Yeah. So my guess is yeah, this is Next. This is definitely Next. This is either Redux or React Router. Right. React Next is kind of holding. More of the story: building a growing ecosystem. uh, that's one take. The other take, right? I mean, that's the obvious take. Like, obviously, if you're growing ecosystem, you'll probably do better. I think it's more interesting if you reach a certain level of success in an ecosystem, how much of that success is yours or how much is the tail propagation. You might be able to see declines faster. Yeah. At what point can we definitively call RCs a flop? No, I think it's like more just like a slow burn. I don't. They didn't flop, but they also didn't like. Yeah. But yeah, in any case, yeah, I like this lens because I think it's really helpful and it's a way to kind of keep honest here. Because you can rest on your laurels on a large ecosystem like this without doing very much. But I mean, it's an interesting question. It'll be interesting to see React Router numbers go from here on out. Like, is React Router kind of dead? Like, has it peaked? What I'm saying, like jQuery is still everywhere, but it peaked in 2018 or 19, right? I I'm wondering. I do like thinking about this, right? Because like obviously this phrasing benefit, like over time things churn anyways. So like stuff like that's coming up on the smaller side is going to do better. Like the one thing you're going to notice about this graph is the stuff, it's everything that's on the lower side that is actually going up. Everything else on the higher side has no choice but to go down, right? So like I think there is a bit of like size biasing happening here. It is interesting though, that these haven't flattened out. Like I bet you what I think. I mean, I think this is probably where this started. Next.js and React Query, even though they're not competing like technologies, and a lot of people use React Query in Next. It's interesting because React Query is sort of the anti-React Server components, and if Next is primarily React Server components, there's an interesting thing where they've actually lined up so perfectly here. They've actually met now, and it'll be interesting to see if React Query pulls away or not. It's interesting. Anyway, how much to AI bias? I'm not. I wouldn't be surprised. I mean, look at these graphs. React, the biggest frameworks or most popular frameworks always grow faster than the slower frameworks. This is. We'll talk about this in a minute. That's why I did this one first. Like, where's React's growth chart here? Yeah, here. Like, if we go on npm trends and we get rid of this and we go, let's just go React. And I love npm trends. Literally anyone can pull this up at any time. So it's like let's do view. This is the new view. I have to make sure that it's not okay. So, but you notice how view looks almost flat compared to React. Let's add svelte in here too. Nice. Again, compared to React, these look almost flat. Angular. That's not the right Angular. Angular. Is it like at Angular core or something? The hell's Angular? Angular. You'd hope that it would show up early in the list here. Does anyone know what Angular's main bundle is? Because Angular is not below Svelte. There's not a chance in the. It's so hard to actually find the packages these days because if I go to Angular's website, they're going to be like, run RCLI at Angular CLI. So it's got to be like at Angular core or something like that, right? At Angular core? No. No. I think I'd be able to just. Yeah, at Angular. Is it just missing right now? Yeah, it's there. Okay. I mean, this one's especially flat. Yeah. So I thought it was core. I don't know why it's not showing up in the search. But okay, this one's especially flat. And then for fun, let's add solid.js, which is basically not even. It's going to be flat. It's going to be the bottom line, except we lift it off right here for the first time ever in our whole history. There's a gap that you can physically see if you zoom in between us and the bottom line. Okay. You're right. If I use React DOM, maybe then I could like skip native or something. But okay, whatever. My point is, if you look at this, React grows way faster. Now, if we remove React from this scale, oh, the stupid freaking spikes are in the way. Can I do 2 years? Even here, generally speaking, Vue is growing faster than the rest of us. Like the gaps get bigger over time. Svelte is growing faster. It's very rare for the gap to get closer here between solutions. Spikes are someone's CI going off at weird times. So what I'm trying to say is even Angular, if I remove Vue here, can I do 3 years? No. Which look completely flat. Svelte did gain a bit on Angular, to be fair, but like generally speaking, what I'm talking about is the larger the framework is, the faster it grows at. This is a perpetuating thing. It's not like suddenly something new, better comes out. Suddenly it's going to grow faster than the most popular thing. No, what generally happens is the faster thing continues to grow faster. It takes a very, very, very long time for that gap. It's almost impossible. Like jQuery, I said peaked in 2018 or 19 or whatever, but the truth of the matter is it was already like not the go-to choice 7 years before that. It took that long. If React was dying and dead, it would still be outgrowing everything else for like a decade. I don't know if people understand that, generally speaking, but I do. But I want to kind of point that out here. So like, but even with that growth, this is astounding growth during that time. So I have to imagine that starting the end of 2024 to here that this is an AI generated growth for that. I mean, it could be impacting all of the frameworks, but proportionally React is definitely getting a bigger benefit out of it. I mean, is this what's happening? Solid's AI is so good that Solid is growing, proportionally faster than a lot of these other solutions. I mean, I don't know. Yeah. 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 See, download numbers are not it. If people are actually hiring is a better notion here. But as I said, yeah, exactly. So like I think it's important here early stage to show growth, see, where things are at, but you have to understand like there's correlation, right? So yeah, I just it's a very balanced way of looking at this. I think this is interesting personally, right? I want to go to the drama next. I guess it's the next logical thing. Yeah, we already talked about Ripple. I'll go back to it at the end if it makes sense. So now we have Corey House showing the same graph that, as I said, anyone can go on their computer and show, you can NPM trends, guys, you can do this. I mean, I hope this graph doesn't come as a surprise to anyone. Yeah, no, it's so funny because this looks so bad on one hand, but I am like so excited about our recent growth. Like we're doing actually really, really good. This graph doesn't explain just like how good we've been doing recently. Yeah, and there's a lot of Vue devs. I guess it depends where you are. But I'm also not looking at job posting sites per se. I don't know if there's almost as many as React, but there are definitely jobs out there. Vue is definitely kind of taking up a bit more, like definitely more space than previously. But like what I'm getting at here is, I mean, with that context, let's read this. Solid is better than React. Sure, but switching isn't worth it for me. I'm an independent consultant. I enjoy working with a variety of companies, so I specialize in sufficiently popular tech. When React stops winning, I'll happily switch. So, I mean, first of all, why is this guy with 140,000 followers, who's clearly a React dev, even posting this? Obviously, maybe content, clickbait, whatever. But is it so that the React, like, if no one knows about Solid, because like literally it's not even there, who's getting excited about this? I guess the React devs that do know about Solid can go do like a group pat on the back, but like generally speaking, like yeah, obviously it's not worth switching to. Like but like it's interesting, right? Because what I'm getting at is I kind of focused in on this. When React stops winning, I'll happily switch. I don't think he would know what React stops winning would even look like. Do you know what I mean? I don't think anyone would even see it coming. This is what I'm getting at. This is a mentality that will always have you a decade behind, which is fine in enterprise. It's fine in a lot of spaces. I'm just saying, if this is your measure, then obvious, but it also doesn't say much. I actually asked him, I said, and I suppose you only swapped off jQuery in 2019, right? The fact that you're talking about us is a good sign. The fact that you feel the need to tell people all isn't for you speaks volumes. Look at the graph. We aren't even a threat to React, or are we? Right? Right. So like, I mean, this is the kind of funny thing about this is that like you can use this reasoning to perpetuate any popular solution. You can be like, look, it's because this is like I can't even get how many like is this a million times more popular? Like I don't even know how to quantify. I think somebody said that it was like 78 times or like 100. Like I forget. Someone did the math for this a while ago. It just seems like a significant amount more popular, right? Yeah, enterprise is usually 2 decades behind. Yeah, jQuery. Yeah, heck, WordPress is still winning. Yeah. I mean, it's a solid ad. Yeah. So he's never going to switch to the most popular technology. Yeah, I mean, stage 1 denial, right? But I mean, I don't get me wrong. I think it's completely reasonable where what he does to not like switch to solid. But the fact that like this is the topic. I mean, I guess people are pounding him on Twitter for some reason. But like, switching foundational technology is risky and admittedly about far more than popular. Here's how I think about it. Yeah, I'm going to look at that in a second. But what I'm trying to say here is like, if you just look at like these kind of trends purely on this, say, like it will just self-propagate. I have so many people weekly. Everyone's like, "Oh, I love Solid," but once it gets more popular, it's never going to get more popular with that kind of attitude. In fact, if all of you guys who are like, once it gets more popular, like, no, I'm going to drop and use it today, we still won't catch up. So like, make like in any time soon. So like, it's a stupid argument. I'm sorry. Like, I agree that there are reasons, and this is like the easiest way to sum it up. But like, you can also just say like, no, I'm not interested. And I guess people pry and say why, but like, it's kind of funny, right? Don't worry, companies won't be hiring much more. Then devs will focus on what's truly productive while working their indie projects. I love that. You got a little sass in there, Daryl. I love it. I know there's truth to it, but there's also attitude. I love it. Yeah, I mean excuses, which is fine. People don't need to. I mean, we're in a recession. Don't have technology budgets. Blah blah. You can have stuff, but it's funny when people try and act like it's a legitimate like reasoning. Okay, let's go like this. Often the best technology doesn't win. Yes. Why? Because it must be way better to justify the risk of switching costs. Exactly. Right. Like I think I once said that you'd have to be like 10x better than React or something. Right. Is it buggy? Is it easy to learn? Is it well documented? Is it ecosystem sufficient? Is our team willing to switch? Is team support and responsive? Is it secure, fast, configurable? What are the hidden downsides? Can we trust it will be maintained? Sometimes a double you know beats double you don't. On the biggest, we already have a huge investment next. We know it well. We have a bunch of usable code written. We can move fast or higher. Switching tech is a risk all this. I think someone said something down here. The answer to all these questions might be yes, and you'd still not switch. Yeah. Like that's I mean, I could just end the conversation right here. Do you know what I mean? Like the reality is all the reasons don't matter. None of the reasoning actually, like it's what I said before. Like, because I mean, when I hear this list, I know this list because this is the list that's been presented to me for like 7-8 years now. I mean, the list is actually longer than this. This is a list you work through, because at first you think, oh, hey, people are, legitimately have reasons, and you're like, okay, well, let's address those reasons. Then after a while, you realize that the list is just there to be there, and if people are going to do something, they're going to do something because they want to, and all these reasons they come up with are literally not relevant at all. I think going 7+ years now on most React competitors, the answers here are pretty reasonable, well beyond where React was when it rose to adoption. Things are different now. Expectations of scale with pervasive of React. People will always find an excuse to stick with incumbent, and there's nothing wrong with that. Don't get me wrong. Like when I was saying that, I don't think that's necessarily a problem. I'm concerned that things have been getting better after a decade, and that the stranglehold is getting detrimental. It just isn't any given framework. The underlying architectures have been revolutionizing outside of React. Not to minimize what React has been doing, but there are other things out there making significant improvements. It's fair to talk about the best technology not winning. We often talk about technology that came out at the same time, but it isn't always that way. It's more like when people insist to stay on DVD after Blu-ray came out. And I think this is probably better comparison. A lot, like, because people always talk about beta and VHS, and Betamax was like slightly better in resolution. But I think what we have is more like DVD and Blu-ray, where like no one's going to argue that Blu-ray isn't better than DVD, like, and maybe even significantly better, like the encoding, like every part of it, right? A lot of ways in different, it looks the same. They are discs that spin and play a movie. Sure, significantly higher fidelity in audio and sound. The problem was people had just replaced their libraries with DVDs and weren't ready for another switch. They also maybe didn't have high definition enough TVs or audio systems to benefit. By the time Blu-ray would have caught on, most people are moving to digital. So one could say AI mirrors this change of delivery. I see differences here in that AI still leverages the underlying technology, but you wouldn't want to use DVD encoding when better encoding exists afterwards. So maybe this is where the comparison ends, but food for thought. What I meant is like AI still needs to build. Like I know Blu-ray is a delivery format in terms of disc, like not like a encoding standard difference necessarily, but like pretend like if you used I know like DVDs, the way they're encoded is like it's closer to raw. It's not like heavily compressed, right? So like what I'm getting at is like, but like picture if you had to fit them on the same storage disk or something like that. Like if Blu-ray was a significant improvement in compression, let's say, where you could get that fidelity at the same size, let's pretend like that's what Blu-ray did. I know that's not what it did, but let's pretend that's what it did, right? Then like when AI came around, you wouldn't want AI to build stuff with the DVD encoding. You want it to use the Blu-ray encoding, right? So like there's even if the delivery mechanism has changed, like even if you're like, look, we're not using discs, we're downloading digital streaming and stuff, you still wouldn't not choose the better technology to do that with at a certain point, right? It just might take longer to get there. So like, I mean, putting in quotes basically means I didn't follow the rest of this, but what I'm trying to get at is like, it's not about performance though. Like I think, I mean, if I want to, or it's not like performance in a direct way, right? It's about like maintainability. Well, it depends on what your business is. But you're right. There's to a certain part, but I mean, there's got to be a limit of quality, right? Yeah, smartphones, right? Most consumers don't buy a new phone every generation, but only once there's enough shiny features in current phone shits the bed, right? But the thing is, what's the framing for that? 3 or 4 years, and the thing is, when your phone dies, you will get a new phone. You won't go and buy the 4-year-old model because it's cheaper. Do you know what I mean? You'll just get the new phone. Yeah, and people will use the same arguments against React itself. Yeah. Anyway, like, right, but when my React 16 dies, I'll buy React 19. Exactly. Yes. So like, it's fine. It's just like what I'm trying to get at is like most of the choosing technology usually doesn't. You're right. Doesn't come down to performance. Doesn't come down to a lot of these other aspects and design stuff. But you figure for some people it would eventually come to some other aspect other than popularity. And it just it's if popularity is your merit here, especially in the age driven by like UI to in terms of adoption here, stuff like this. Um, I mean, you're just really setting yourself up for a future, well, an immediate future of mediocrity and a future of catastrophic failure. So, yeah, I don't know. I guess we'll have to see how this plays out. But as I said, for me, what caught my eye on this was this phrase specifically, not the rest of this. I get it. Like, and I'm probably sick of getting hounded on this stuff. It's just like, and you could tell it's a bit of a clickbait. I love this Ryan Florence like hold the line thing. He's not even into the React thing. Like this is Ryan Florence humor if people get it right. And then Corey's like eager to see what you're cooking. But the sad thing is like in this day and age, if anything that's not React, it's not going to change. Like this curvature is not going to change for anyone, right? It would be interesting if we had stats more than 5 years back, because I'm sure like at the time, you know, certain like React rows, it would love to have numbers down here. Like React was not always up there, you know. I mean, that's the thing. What about the ecosystem resolved React framework? The component for Clerk are built for React and other frameworks. In fact, they have ones for like each meta framework. Does that enter the equation to decide upon a framework? For me, I have been route building the institution. Yeah, I mean, this is fair. What I'm getting at is it's self-propagating, right? Like if exponentially there are new clerks and they continue to do this, you know, you're just going to continue this trend regardless of where things sit. It's like I think concerns like that are legitimate when you look at your set of tools and you're like, look, I need this and I don't have this. You go, what can I build and what can I not do? And for any specific project, you make that decision. But as a blanket statement, it's hard to say. Well, but then again, if you're a consultant house and you want to share components and you want to build a foundation and stuff, you're the last people on the list. Yeah, like don't get me wrong, people who are building basically like have a shop of reused components that they're going to use over a billion projects. Like yes, Corey is not on my list of people to convert anytime soon. He will be using React when no one else uses React still. You know, like we won't be able to. Exactly right. I mean, Paul Graham had to deal with this back in the day with Python. You ever read the Python paradox? There we go. Love this, but this is a great example. Python paradox. Here you go, everyone. My gift to you. But basically, he tried to argue that for when I don't think this is true for all technology necessarily, but a lot of times the smaller technology has like a technological edge. You'll have people who are interested, people who watch streams like this, people who are into the technology and maybe potentially be more familiar with it, be more capable with it, be the ones championing it. So when you hire them, you might end up with, you know, better software developers. That's the argument essentially. And I wonder if that's even more accented in this day of AI or whatever, because like, pretty soon no one's going to even understand how the machine works anymore, you know. You know, like it doesn't take Harry Seldon to see the collapse coming, so to speak, you know. So I don't know. I've read Python and started working in Erlang. There you go. I mean, Erlang is one of those languages, right? Although Erlang, if I remember, did he call out Oh, damn it. Scala didn't really catch up. Yeah, that's the funniest thing is React isn't even like jQuery hasn't stopped winning. Anyway, yeah. Yeah, I forget if I wrote anything more on my own thread, but engagement bait for enraged solid JS developers. I don't know. I agreed. I kind of feel that the people are getting tired of being asked why not solid. Yeah, that's fair. And the answer is it is popularity, right? Generally, they're just like, look, I'm not going to bother learning something else, and I'm happy with what I'm using. I don't really care. So they want to make it sound like they put thought into it when realistically they haven't really, which is fine, you know. But yeah, it's a funny topic. I think that's that. Okay. Do. Yeah. Okay. Let's do this quick here. Yeah. I mean, we already talked about it a bit, but Dominic Anway has a new framework. Watch this space. Definitely. As I said, behind Inferno, worked in the React core team. Lexical was largely responsible for being the catalyst to push Svelte to moving to signals. There's no way I can possibly ignore what's going on here. We're going to give it a little bit of time to flesh out, and I'll arrange the stuff with Dominic, but I'm sure when the time comes, we'll do a deep dive on Ripple. So yeah, I'm very excited to see change. It's as I said, it's hard right now, really hard with the frame space, which with the graphs and stuff I was just showing, but every new tool brings a certain angle, like a certain piece to the puzzle. And I'm very interested to understand what that piece is and fit it into my mental model of where everything fits in the universe, right? I think it's time for a natural successor to React on like the non-signals side of things. Like I'm gathering he's made a fine-grained VDOM, which he's probably made multiple times before in the past, but I think he's like going forward with it here. So I think this is very interesting. To see what's possible. Okay, let's keep on going. Yeah, I won't dig too much. We already looked at it with Dylan, and honestly, at this point, to say any more than we did with Dylan would be just ignorance. Like Dominic had to correct us a bunch in the stream, so that's there. Okay, yeah, transitions. Yeah. Okay. I don't know if I want to get to transitions again yet. We already did it, but because it's kind of a follow up of last stream. Yeah, I guess this is the next one. I tried to explain this on stream, and I feel like I might have not succeeded very well. So Ricky from the Canalon from the React core team kind of give his thing talking about why it entangles. Here's an example of what I mean. It's more realistic cart. We're changing the information quantity transition to a new cart total. The total cart total and updates async. Take a second to think what would happen if you increase the quantity, right? So you go 1 to 2, right? Because if you increase quantity to 2, this would go up and this would go up. And okay, yeah. Here's what happens with parallel. As you're editing the cart, the row transitions independently fast, right? Yeah, I like this. He's showing that like, because he can't, once you change one, you can't calculate the total. And then once one comes back, Yeah, I mean, he's showing it with pending states, right? Because basically, he doesn't want to tear. That's the gist of this. He doesn't want to show the incorrect total at any point. It would feel a lot better to batch all the updates so that as long as I'm editing the card, existing UIs wait. Here's what transitions look like in React today. Yeah, okay. So the second, it's weird that he's using this instead of keeping it in the past. I'm okay with that, but yeah, I see what he's saying. He's saying like there's less intermediate loading states. Once they're connected, they're all loading, and then they show the final value. These examples are artificial unknown design, but what if we reduce that to more common 5 milliseconds? With the parallel transitions, the flickering edit feels worse, right? Because the stuff's jumping in and out. Yeah, right. But with the happening together, he's using the term parallel, but you're allowed to parallelize it without I think he means not entangled and entangled. You can parallelize while entangling. But I agree. Like look at the jitteriness here. Like while he's doing it versus this one. Same set of moves. It just like you go, oh, calculating this, done. And here's the kicker. What if the API only takes 100 milliseconds to respond? Well, the page link instantly updates and feels independent. Yeah, because you don't see the loading states because he's using a delay on it. Yeah. Yeah. And what if you want the item cost to update immediately while the item is added, the carded total is loading? You can obviously update that, but this is way better than any of the versions above. I guess he's assuming that this isn't async. So parallel transitions suck. No, well, not entangling transitions that should be entangled sucks. Batching transitions doesn't flicker the page during edits, automating scales of performance, and allows options to what immediate parallel updates. Places they're useful is when you need parallel batches of transitions, such as batch for editing cart, batch for the hamburger menu. Opening menu shouldn't wait for the cart edits. That's what a valid criticism of transitions looks like. Yes. Okay. Right, when things aren't related, which holds to what we talked about last stream, which is I think situations like this, which update the same state, like the state overlaps, should be entangled. Things that don't update the same state or don't have a graph relation don't. And I mean, this is like long, deep on like this example because I said the problem here, as I said in my original quote tweet here, is this topic is too easy to pile on because bad example is easy to create, but solving it doesn't showcase how one handles all the other cases. A solve for this doesn't remove batch entanglement in general. It has a better heuristic for identifying the desired behavior. That's the gist of it. I want to actually look at my thing because what if your component model had a first class? Yeah, so this is the same code. He said to trace a reactive dependency graph and accidentally DDoS yourself. Yeah. And I said, you might have to explain how a reactive dependency graph would lead to DDoS yourself. If anything, it protects you from doing so if it handles async properly. You can know with certainty that async won't overfire because having the linkage prevents it. It's fundamental, right? Because if you go think about Rick's example where he was doing this stuff, the reactor graph actually can tell you what stuff to transition together, right? So you actually kind of get that smart thing so you can choose when to parallelize versus not, which is what I was trying to show last stream. It's only fundamental if you already want to build a dependency graph to describe your app. Sure, but I mean, it's fundamental to the nature of that kind of solution because he's basically saying reactive dependency graph and accidentally DDoS it. He's suggesting that by adding reactive dependency graph, you will you would accidentally DDoS yourself. Where I'm basically saying it's what protects you from DDoSing yourself. I mean, it's fundamental to the nature of the solution. You can obviously model things in a different way, but if the model thinks is a graph and that graph understands when values aren't ready to be consumed, then the protection is built in. More so that in your example, when you have 3 independent parts of the page, it can know that they are in fact independent. I understand this a bit like controlled versus uncontrolled argument. Like forms can be easier if you let them do their thing and just snapshot the values at time of submit rather than use them to synchronize the data model in real time. But it only goes as far as having a single representation of the data. Once you need any sort of synchronization, you solving that becomes more cumbersome. Which is funny. We talked about this with Dylan earlier today about how sure you can just not make state for some variables and forms, but or like because you can handle all this stuff in HTML and CSS. But once you need synchronization, it needs to be state. There's like a limit to that nature of solution. And then it diverts into stuff that's not useful. His answer to how it creates a mess was this: set state render effects async work set state. Oh crap! Where I was like, what's oh crap? Because effects should always be the end of the line, not the middle. We also talked about this, and I think this is where a lot of the conceptual issues are. People use effects like this, and this is the problem. In React land, people just assume everything works like this because React can provide the primitives. React could provide the primitives, and they can do now, but this was ingrained way too early. Effects should have always been the end. Anyway, I think this is where almost all confusion is, because once you do this, you lose ability to trace. Anyway, I think that's it on the transition topic. Why does Ryan Florence keep making baseless claims against reactive programming and signals? Because he's incentivized to be this way. Yeah, I mean, and there's a history. People like he was an Ember developer. He has very bad memories of reactive programming things, and moved to React was like a big breath of fresh air for him. And I think that like thinking that maybe Ember wasn't like completely wrong about everything is difficult, right? Being so invested in the React way of doing things or thinking. I mean, it's not like there aren't trade-offs. It's just, again, you gotta look at like what, like you don't get usually you don't get to just sidestep a certain type of problem. You know what I mean? Like you can't just be like, oh, why are you doing this complicated thing? Like I think Ricky did a great job here of like showing that with visuals. So like I don't know. It's tricky. I mean, we're in a different time period. Just like React's prominence, and then like the different sort of technology approaches, which leave like a lot of people outside of the React, like inside React, have like no clue what's going on outside. And it's interesting when you kind of like leave those boundaries and like start realizing what's going on. And like it's very different. It's like I don't know. I saw this and I said amen, but it was for a completely different reason. Sorry, I'm just thinking here. I really hate mark your product before building it trend. He's probably talking about some like AI chat thing where like people are like, look, I'm making the awesomest AI project ever, and they haven't even built it because they're like so confident that maybe AI will build their AI. Like I don't know. Like I have no clue. Like he's seeing a lot of AI chat competitors and he's been a little bit feisty with them. So I you have to test the market as this unless it's truly easy to build. It's hard to test it unless the market or pre-sell it somehow. If you think you have to test the market, you lack about this to make the test to actually test the market. Cope. Whew. Okay. So my amen on this actually was just it goes back to some stuff that was happening with RSCs when they're coming out with Next.js and stuff. There was just like a bunch of people claiming that they've solved and shipped things where they hadn't solved it, and they were like advertising it like it was products for things that were basically demos that weren't even existing. Like I do tend to market stuff as I build it, but usually I won't market something that I don't have a demo for. I'll like show you the thing working and be like, look, we need to scale this up, but this is a prototype. You need to actually have proof that you've done something in order to actually, in my opinion, put it out of the universe. That's probably my biggest flaw here, because I think sometimes if you can market stuff ahead of time, you can actually get more people to help you build that thing. But it's I I never count my chickens too early. I'm more in the mindset of leaving all the competition for market out and think, what can I do with a piece of software that can last for 2 years? Web is so fast paced, it lends itself so much to the market fast, build fast. Yeah, I mean, I choose frameworks that have the best logo. Yeah, I mean, there was some stuff, especially around partial hydration and stuff, a couple years ago that was really brutal. Well, amen times two. Sure, I'll like that. Dropbox did it, did they? Huh. Remix shade. Oh yeah, I guess I suppose. Yeah, yeah. I mean, I would like to see. I mean, it's I would. Brian Florence and them have been making some pretty bold claims without even giving a hint that they have anything to back it up. Right, but I mean, yeah, yeah. It's kind of hard to talk about it. I guess it makes content. Right. What I think I got 2 more topics left, and then we're gonna call it. Please stop mixing source and derived state in your domain objects. I know it's convenient, but it risks drift and subtle bugs. Keep only source of truth in your model. Derive everything else when you need it. I mean, this seems reasonable, and I like this as a pattern, generally speaking, because this lowers the need or necessity of using stuff like getters and stores. Like, if this is what you believe, it's sometimes tricky because you want to end up shipping the whole thing. Like, this works great when you're driving locally. Like, you shouldn't represent it as state because it's going to get out of sync. But it's an interesting question um, if you should represent it in here as Git is selected, Git is admin. Like, should these be functions? They definitely should not be values. 100% agree here, but should they be functions? I don't know if anyone actually talked about this in the thing. Yeah. Like I mean, it seems kind of trivial here, but instead of saying is admin, this should definitely be like ask if it's admin and then user role equals admin, right? Plus one to mob x minus one to the rest. Yeah, exactly. Like, make it a function. Yeah, here's the answer. That works too. Yeah, that's essentially the answer to this, I guess. Part of me was like, could we enforce this as a pattern? But realistically, people want to be able to move their objects portably, so making it a function is kind of the answer. But people do this all the time, which is kind of terrible. Git is selected, yeah. So yeah, and this I talked about earlier too. I actually had a lot to say about this when I first saw this, because I was like obviously besides the fact that there's probably like a million form fields this addresses and you probably don't need to synchronize them all, is this actually, I mean, there's a couple things. Maybe this should be broken up to more components, right? Like, this is a not a complexity, but like a complicatedness. Like, it's just scaled because there's too many things, right? Like, just one more state variable, bro. Just one more hook, and the page will have everything it needs. Just one more state variable, please, bro. Just add one more state flow, dog. You all actually live like this, and it's kind of like, what's your alternative, right? I mean, this is good engagement bait, but like, when I think about this, I'm like, if the alternative is to go back to the server on every single interaction, I would take this every day of the week. Like, if like God, I feel like some people never used ASP.NET forms to like on the web, like use a travel agency in around 2000. Like you guys have no freaking clue. What is? Yeah, I mean, I was sitting here like, what is the point they are trying to make? I had to really think about this at first, because at first I'm like, your point, like if something got that complicated, but then you're like, oh, that's just front end developer talking, right? Because they think this is normal, you know. But like, yeah, I think, especially on like complicated forms that have like multiple sections stuff, I 100% believe I've seen stuff like this. See, part of it we just saw the problem. Part of it is this: if you derive more of the data, you don't need to keep as many separate states, right? Like part of the problem is right here. Like there's there's probably too much, like when I do this, I update this, do this, I update this. There's not enough derivation in here. Everything gets flattened out. But at a certain point, there's going to be forms with lots of state fields, right? Part of it is independently updatable things to manage, right? Email is different than name, right? Like if this was signals, you don't want to like see, this is React, so you can kind of be like, oh look, you're gonna just rerun the whole freaking component anytime any of this runs anyways. But like if you're thinking granularly, like if this was signals and the downstream impacts are independent, like there's actually a huge benefit to each single thing updating independently. You're not going to like do a bunch of crap, right? um so like this is completely realistic in a sense, not for every project, but things can get here. Yes, you can. People should refactor it to get smaller. People could avoid state in some cases. But the problem with like avoiding state in some cases is like if you know your form's going to get complicated and you're going to be using the state, you'll kind of build your stuff around this pattern. It's kind of like putting curly braces on if statements, like when there's only one expression, like or a statement in the block. Like people do it just because of like, I don't want to add the curly braces later when I need to add more statements. Ironically, I'm not that person, but like I could see that sort of argument here, in terms of like, it's a consistent pattern, even if it's scaled to crap. Right. And you should probably obscure this out a bit. Maybe there's a store, as you said. But the thing is, like, the truth of the matter is, I'm assuming they're probably using some of this stuff locally here, and even if the store would be owned at this level, so like from a rerun thing, I mean, there's definitely ways you could package it up, and it looks like they have. Like if you look here, they're not all use state calls. There's like use cart. This one has some stuff, and then there's uh, but yeah, like some of the stuff, difference in calendar days. This is derived. See how end date and start date feed into this? Like this right here is this problem 100%, you know. Um but like use products, this is a store of some sort. Use publish products, some kind of like custom storage. Use cart, yeah. Brian Florence was bitten by Ember. RC was bitten by ASP forms on the server. Yeah. Yeah. God. ASP.NET was just. Yeah, I mean, if you have something like a persistent server with live view, I think that's legitimate. But at a certain point, when like if you were making something to this complexity, you're severely suffer your user experience when like most of these calculations could be just done in the client in real time instead of going back to the server every time and then refreshing even chunks of the page, even HTMX. Like I saw someone like talking about like how fast they can send their HTML over the wire and do this. It's just like, or you just don't do it at all. Do you know what I mean? Like, yes, it takes more JavaScript, but sometimes like there's a limit. Like this will work for most things, but there's a limit. This is why I want to bring up Marko, because Marko scales really nicely from that. Like I'm just using, something like HTML to using tons of JavaScript on the client. The only challenge is you have to use JavaScript on the server in order to get its benefit of sending less JavaScript to the client. There's like this really, it's a paradox, you know. I actually wrote an article called the JavaScript paradox, that the best way to send less JavaScript and to have more efficient clients is actually running JavaScript on the server. I don't, I don't think there's really, I think that statement is true. Some people thought I was just like egging on Primogen's people when they came in. Like he dropped people. What is it called? At the end of his stream. And the first thing I said was basically I just insulted them all the way, saying that if they didn't put JavaScript on the server, they were doing it wrong. It's an outrageous statement, but it's not that far from the truth for anything that requires a certain level of interactivity. Even theoretically, the JavaScript solution will be better. I would debate that with anyone. When HTMX or JavaScript fetches partial to update UI brings state. Yeah, it does. But then if that state also exists outside, like if you have state that extends beyond the boundary of HTMX, it's basically fundamentally broken, because unless you serialize all that data back on that sense, which is like how update panels used to work in ASP.NET, right? Like what's nice about HTMX is like it's just the container, and it's like simple, kind of just build it up. The problem is that to actually solve real problems, you end up hitting the same problems we hit 2 decades ago, right? Like we had these things called update panels in ASP.NET, where essentially every time we did the request, we have to basically serialize the client state and send it along, and then have that HTML partial come back with the new server state to kind of update it. Because if the state exists outside, you're going to get tearing, because you're going to have stuff that's updated on the client and the server is not aware of that update potentially. I guess if you did the whole model always on the server for everything, then you don't have that problem. But then the problem is, like, depending on the scope of the stuff, you're swapping out too much of the content and the performance goes down. Like you literally like click a like button, it's like, like I have to reload my modal or something. Like the scope of the UI shouldn't determine the scope of the data completely. Like these things are related, but it's not like that's the problem with React actually. And if you kind of treat it based on HTML the same way, it's the same problem, right? Like it's kind of, I think, why React like server components, and they kind of almost, the core team defends HTMX because like it fits with their mentality, but it actually gets away from, like, as soon as you have a certain basis of complexity in terms of state sharing and data, things become entangled. And when that entanglement happens to such a degree, if you're just going to go back to the server every time, like you should just be using live view. Like you should just be using something where you can granularly send that out, because any kind of full refresh, non-persistent server approach is just incredibly wasteful. Yeah, I mean it's fine. I think a lot of people have never really gotten into that kind of level of scale. Like I am also a student in the '90s, so like it's just like the thing was, I guess I wanted to make apps, right? I wanted to make Twitter or Facebook, right? And I got to a certain point, I was or Instagram or whatever, like as I got like through the mid 2000s, right? And like single page apps seemed like really good. Now, yeah, we're kind of stuck fixing our problems with single page apps, but it's also, it's not like single page apps didn't also solve a problem, so to speak, right? So like you can do it the other way and it's fine, but it's never going to be the best, right? And there's been this hope for a long time to like, is there a best way? Is there a single best way? Maybe that's too ambitious, but like identifying the points at which those shifts can be doing. I think HTMX is, and like doing partials is a really nice, clean, simple way of doing a lot of things that would push people to going all in on React when they didn't need to. But this example here, where like state gets this complicated, I mean, it depends. Do you if this is all for one form that gets posted once, that doesn't update while you're working on it, then this is completely wasteful. But if these settings change the form fields, re-render the UI as you're changing them in real time. Man, have you ever used if you're from the 90s, you use a cascading dropdown like on a travel agency site, and the page reloads on you because you changed what country you're going to, and they have to load the states you live in. Even with the freaking update panels and .NET, where like just swap out part of the page, it's just like it's just brutal. And yeah, I know like technology has gone a bit better there, but like there's just like, it's funny. There's a certain level of optimization, especially for loading, that comes from moving stuff to the server. I think it's obvious. If you can not bring stuff to the client, especially initially, then it's a win. But then there's a whole second set of optimization that comes from interactivity of incrementally having stuff on the client, so you don't have to go back to the server, that makes the experience thing. So like, there's no like single solution on that side, and like, I think we have to respect both sides of the problem, because like just trying to jam the other side on the one side will outscale at a certain point, right? Yeah, WASM is an interesting reason not to, but then WASM isn't absolutely great in the browser yet. Okay, yes, if it compiles to JavaScript, right, that's fine. I'm just saying, like, right now we're in a really weird place. Yeah, I mean, yeah, it's iframes, yeah, which, with a nicer API. That's why when I first saw it, I'm like, well, why are people talking about this? But then on the other hand, like, maybe that's all anyone really needed. Yeah, I don't know. There are probably as many use effects down there. Yeah, that's the funniest thing. That would be the really scary. Thank you for saying this. This isn't the scary part. The scary part is what's below the fold. It's probably. Oh man, thank you for this comment. That's the scary part. How many use effects are under here? I mean, part of it is they're not doing derivations this way, which tells you right away, what if days change, right? Like, what if you change the start date and the end date? If you're calculating this as state initially, and this doesn't happen when you rerun, something is synchronizing. Now, you could go to every single touch point in where you update days, and also like we set start date and set end date, and then go set days. And there's probably a lot of code to do that. But someone on the team was like, you know what, guys? That is, I forgot to put in this one place and the whole thing broke. So, it's not dry. So let's refactor it out. And then instead of making this derived, because you can't make a writable derived value, why is it even writable? I don't know. I guess maybe because you can there's no single source of truth. So you could set the days and then it would change the date range. I don't know. But they're like, let's put an effect in the synchronize. No, you were so right. There's a bunch of effects hidden below the fold here. So right. Honestly, I think React is bloated, not recover 90% of projects, but the in between seems not to be there, to be honest. Yeah, I think that's fair. And most of the use states in there are just derived state kept sync by using effect. Yeah, God. Considering that most of these are not use state by custom, yeah, where they should be. I mean, that's fine. There is. I'm trying to say, I think this is the only example where there's a synchronization. I was trying to see if there's any other ones where the use state gets passed in a value from another one. But yeah, I don't know. This this is funny because it's like it's really hard to walk between these lines. I mean, and maybe this is a testimony to what Marko was like the Marko stuff on the stream, like where they're like, look, if you're going to model things a single way, it's probably going to be the stateful way, you know, like where you need state. Like you can obviously skip it for form fields you don't have to send back or whatever, right? But so like the premise is, what if you could basically write stuff in that way and then like have the optimal stuff come out as the output? That's kind of the interesting part. Like you're not going to make much savings on this, but yeah, it's tricky because it's like there's such a jump. You go from like, and I've shown this on the last couple of streams when I was talking about like HTML and like doing like forms the proper HTML way, and like, and not even proper necessarily, but like reading from the DOM instead of the state, using the DOM as a source of truth. And it's like, in one way that model is way simpler, but then it's like a cliff until you get, and but then on the other hand, using state driven stuff, it's also almost equally as simple, but you have like different domain knowledge you need to know. You need to know about state instead of knowing about specific DOM features. But then when you try and put them together, like it's like suddenly like the multiplication of them becomes like, you know, it suddenly becomes this matrix. Like it goes from like both those being simple and the combination being crazy. And I think that like there's that kind of jump here where you're like, look, I'm fine just rendering a form on a page, you know, and then like posting it, and you're like, yeah, of course, you know, who cares, you know, send a partial up, I'm good. And then like there's people making Figma in the browser on the other side, and they're just like, you know, you're crazy. Like that would like that'd be like trying to like play like a video game, a 3D video game in the terminal using zeros and ones, and like, yeah, I don't like it's just like the wrong tool for the job. Like have it updated, you know, full speed. You know, like you ever played Snake in the terminal and it's like there's like a pulsing to it, you know. It, yeah, I mean, we should all just be using live view, I guess. The React compiler will fix the screenshot. Oh man, you're just baiting. Line 58 to 59. Default options and options. Oh, lovely. Yeah, I mean that's the thing, right? There's nothing to fix porting this code to solid view. Won't do. Not really. No. I mean, it might update more efficiently, but it's not going to stay the mental complexity here. You might be able to like reorganize it in a way, like use like nested reactivity or store, so like you don't have to like have so many separate things. You could just like assign them all as variables on one data structure. But like, no, I don't think that's a meaningful difference. It's superficial. Anyway. Yeah, sorry, I missed where the context was. This right? Yeah, like generally speaking, like the code float isn't going to. I wasn't suggesting that we can solve this by changing the framework. Anyway, I think that's all I have to say about this one. Admittedly, how did I end up back on solid? I don't even know. Yeah, I don't know. Let's call it a stream, I think. I want to see if I have any time left in my day to work on some transition stuff. Yeah, let me just check here. Is anyone streaming? I don't know. We're in a funny day and age in terms of like front end frameworks. I was talking a bit. Someone was asking me what I thought of Ripple. I think it was probably Fred K. Scott from Astro, and I was like talking like I was like I mean obviously there's a lot of interesting ideas there, but I was like in general I've been noticing a real shift away from people. Like people used to get really excited and engaged about the framework arguments, but now like AI is kind of taken over, and um, there's like two sides of things. There's people who lament the complexity of modern web, so they're just falling off the side completely, and then there's people who are basically like, I don't care about the stuff AI is going to write my code anyways, which means that the niche of developers that care about quality or how things work, I mean, I still think they have to make up a decent chunk of the majority, but like, no, I mean, they never really did, right? It's just it feels like there's even more pressure, like there's more things distracting away that the choice of tool or framework matters even less in people's estimations these days. Yeah, excited people seem to be diminishing. So like, I think that like it's a very difficult time to come up with a new framework. We've seen this with Quick a little bit. Like it's very challenging to kind of push the boundaries of like it's not even like about the 10x better thing. I think the technologies have been accelerating and have been getting better. Like what we saw today with Marko was amazing. And like if you listen to Dylan, they checked all the boxes, right? Like it's basically that has a reactivity of solid, the performance, the syntax, the thing, the resumability. I mean, missing some stuff on the client side things, so it's not their focus yet. Some like maybe the next version of Marko is where they've like completely do the try thing. It's going to be very difficult even on the use case for people like any framework to gain ground. It's yeah, I don't know. It's and because of that, the attitude around the tooling and frameworks has also kind of shifted, and I think it's difficult because it makes it's interesting to see how like things continue to adapt to this kind of change because like Ryan and the Remix guys have been hyping about how they their frameworks AI first. Like no one knows what that means completely, and it's like I that over time technology advancements will get incorporated, things will get better, but the distribution change is so significant in this case that it's not even the same game anymore. Fresh also checks Lubbox and then Beat. Yeah. Does Fresh have something like RSCs? Like I know they're like an islands framework, but do they Preact also never had the client side performance. So I don't know if it completely checks the boxes. But tooling is so much better now. It's just like I guess it's just hit a threshold where the good enough and the complexity has gone to a point where like it, most people aren't going to care about those details anymore. So it's like it's just a different place. Like 10 years ago everyone was like felt like they were in control by choosing their framework, and now it's like the framework isn't something we choose. It became like the meta framework's a thing we choose. We don't have to care about what framework's underneath. you know and then now it's like it's stepping back even further than that, right? um Potentially where it's weird to get into the zone where you're like a technologist for technology's sake. I think the web, I guess this is a sign of maturing in the front end web space. It's just it's funny. I always wonder about stuff like this because, like, you know, in other ecosystems like Java, where there's like clearly a few big winners, and that everyone uses, and that's why they say the web's all turmoil. I've been using whatever for a decade and nothing's changed and all this. But like, has there not been any significant improvements? Like, have things not gone way better? Like, someone like gone like, oh, I like completely revolutionized the way they did stuff there. Like, is it dead? Is that like, is that the reality of things? I mean, don't even get me started on functional programming. I think the strong with functional programming is it's not it's not how people are taught programming initially, and it takes a step for people to go from like shopping list thinking, like even to go to something like signals where it's like synchronous programming models where like the idea is like clock or that everything's like synchronized. It takes an incredible amount of shift. That's where we have pushback. Yeah, I guess that starts with education. Right. It's the funny thing is there's a lot of secrets or truth in functional programming patterns, which is hilarious because in one way they come up with these and they name them, and then other sources come up or realize the same thing in a different form and then like name them something else, or don't name them or just say, oh yeah, it's that thing, and then it makes the functional programming always sound like way more complicated because they're like they've come up with some crazy name for something when someone's like, oh, you know, like what the is a monad, and I think that like this is always a risk when you're doing something that's on the fence of academic, right? When you're just for technology's sake or whatever, you kind of end up in a different zone than the practical reality. So you always have to be kind of conscious of that if you're going to be pushing any kind of product out there. It's crazy how much effort is spent in Metaphysics Spas King. I've never. Well, that's the funny thing is, yeah, I see a lot of Next, but sometimes Next is like a glorified launching point for someone's spa, basically. Um, at one point, like the way people have been using Astro in a sense, where they like make their marketing page in Astro and like their site, and then on one of those pages they put their spa app. I feel like that's the use case for Next for a lot of people. Everything is an effect now. Well, there you go. Yeah. I mean, having a name has structure and actually understand that these are discovered things, like research science behind it, so to speak, is very, very, very helpful. And as I've gone on, this has helped me a lot too. But yeah, there's still the divide between websites and web apps, and there's a lot more websites out there than there are web apps. But there's an interesting argument if there's more people working on web apps than websites. I think there's still more people working on websites than web apps, but I do think that proportionally more people would work on a web app than a website. So like even if the world consists of 90% websites and 10% web apps, web app developers make up maybe 30 or 40% of web developers. At my workplace, even the UI library code base is in the next app. Yeah. Astro should replace Next and WordPress. I mean, it's hard to cover the whole spectrum. Anyways, yeah, I'm not to leave this on a down note or whatever. I just think that things are in an interesting place. I'm just gonna keep my head down and keep on working and stuff. So there's that. But other than that, I hope you guys all have a great weekend, and don't know if I'll see you next week, but hopefully I won't be streaming again. Oh, or I will be streaming again before long. So you guys have a good one. See ya.